How's it going, everyone? My name is Ethan. I also go by Unknown Coder over on YouTube, Twitter, and today I'm bringing you my second full-length tutorial, this time on the MERN stack. Today we're going to be developing a full-featured MERN stack library management system application. The idea behind this tutorial is that most MERN stack tutorials don't actually go in-depth enough to give you enough information to build out after you get past the starting stages of your to-do app or whatever other application that they're building. And the goal of this tutorial is to give you a strong base to work off of without being too complicated a tutorial for newer people to go ahead and follow along with. The goal is for you to be able to build upon this as you get going, add new features, and have a good grasp of the MERN stack by the end of it. That way you can build out anything that you want, or you can even put this on your portfolio because it should be a good full-featured application that you would be proud of to have on your portfolio. So there's going to be a couple of different versions of this tutorial you can follow along with. Firstly, there's going to be a completely free YouTube version where all you have to do is follow along, code along with me. I'm going to go ahead and try to put all of the different resources down below that you need for free, as well as different timestamps that we can come back later on and go ahead and start wherever you left off, because this is going to be a very, very long tutorial. So the other two versions are going to be paid courses. So there's going to be a couple different versions of the paid course. One is going to be over here on YouTube, and the other one's going to be over on Udemy. Both of these paid courses are going to have complete access to a private GitHub repository with all of the code. That way, if you don't have time or you don't want to go through and just watch me code line by line, you can go ahead and just get full access to that right away. So I do have some details on how to go ahead and get access to the paid YouTube one. The Udemy one, all you're going to do is go in the description and click on the Udemy course. You can pay for it and you'll have full access to the repository. As easy as that. Now the YouTube one, we are going to be using YouTube memberships. So what you're going to want to go ahead and do is you're going to go onto my channel, and there should be a membership specifically for the MERN stack tutorial. What you're going to go ahead and do is you're going to go ahead and join that membership. And whenever you join the membership, you're going to be able to see a private membership only post where you go ahead and say, hey Ethan, I joined your course, here's my GitHub username, and you give me a GitHub username and I'll add you to that course and you'll have full access to private repository as well. Again, you do not have to buy these courses. You can go ahead and follow along for free. If you do go ahead and follow along for free, I did put many hours into this. So I probably put over 40 hours developing, then another 80 to 120 hours in editing and filming and all of that stuff. So please like, comment, subscribe if you are just going to go ahead and support for free. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into a demonstration of what the product looks like before we go into developing it and everything we need to know. So let's go ahead and hop straight into that.
We're going to be building out this fully featured library management system using React, NodeJS, TypeScript, MongoDB, Express, and a couple other libraries we'll talk about later on. The goal of this project is to not only get you up and running with the MERN stack, but also see the structure and state management of larger scale projects so you can start all your new projects off on the right foot. Now let's walk through the features of our library system. Whenever you open up the app, you'll be navigated to the home page. You will notice a top navigation bar with a few options. First, My Library is a placeholder for whichever library may be using our system. If you click on the My Library text or the logo, you'll be navigated to the home/landing page where we're at now. The View Catalog option will navigate us to the Catalog Overview page, which allows us to view books which the library has to loan to the patrons. And the search bar allows a patron to specify what they're looking for in the catalog, and when a user is not logged in, the navigation bar will display the text log in. Before we look at these other features in depth, let's see what the home page has to offer. We can see at the top we have a random book of the week, which just highlights a book library goers may want to read. We have a library's hours and how a patron can contact the library. Then we have a list of events going on during the summer at this library. And finally, we have a section which allows the patron to sign up for and retrieve their library card number. Now that the tour of our homepage is complete, let's take a tour of the library's catalog. By clicking on the View Catalog option, it'll navigate the user to the Catalog Overview page. Here, a random list of genres and books from each genre will be displayed, along with a brief amount of information and the availability of the book. You can scroll through the books with the left arrow and the right arrow, and you can even view more information about each of the books by clicking on one of the individual book cards. Whenever you click on one of the book cards, it'll bring up the resource page where you can see the book's full name, you can see the list of authors, the description, any subjects for the book, as well as who the publisher was, the publication date, the ISBN, and the number of pages for the book. If you want to view a more specific list of books, you can use the search bar in the top navigation bar. Let's say you want to view all the books by the author Dr. Seuss. We can write Dr. Seuss in the top navigation bar and hit enter. Once you hit enter, the books will be loaded onto the page, and And a user can go ahead and view all of the information they did before, as well as even click on the book that they want to view, and they can view more information about it. And then if the user wants to navigate back and forth with the web browser's navigation tools, they can also do so. This website will work just like any other website on the web. Now, so far, all of our features have been done as a guest. We can actually log in as an employee, or even register and log in as a patron to view information about books we have checked out in the past. Let's create a new user and register them a library card so we can check out books. To register a user, you go up to the login option on the nav bar, and then you'll see don't have an account, to create one here. All we have to do is click on this link, and now it'll pop up the registration modal. Let's go ahead and fill out some information for Morty Smith. Morty's email will be morty.smith@mail.com, and his password will be password. Whenever you register successfully, you'll see a pop-up saying register successfully, log in here. Whenever you click on login here, it'll take us to the login page. Now let's go ahead and log in with mortysmith@mail.com and password. Once logged in, you'll notice that the top bar now says Morty's account instead of login. Before we explore the account, let's first register for a library card. To do so, we'll navigate back to the home page using the My Library text on the navigation bar, and we'll scroll down to learn how to get your own library card. Clicking on this will open up a pop-up modal, and we can just click the button at the bottom of the screen, and now you have a library card. You might want to note down this ID. Now that our user has a library card, let's go ahead and sign them out. So to sign out, you go to the person's profile where you see some information, and you should see a log out account button. Let's go ahead and click that, and now we're logged out. So now we can log in as a librarian. As a librarian, you can do everything that a patron or guest on the website can do, but you also have the power to view other patrons' loan records and check in and out book. So let's go ahead and log in as our librarian. Our librarian's name is Veronica Vaughn, so the email will be veronicavaughn@library.com, and her password is librarian1. Whenever we log in, once again, you'll see that it says Veronica's account. Now, let's say that our patron wants to check out a book. To do this, the librarian can scan the barcode on the back of the book into the search catalog input. And then once the barcode is entered, you can hit enter, and now you can see our book Green Eggs and Ham pops up. So let's say this is the book that the patron wants to check out. As you can see, now whenever we hover over the status icon, it'll actually show us how we can click on it, and then whenever we click on it, it'll pop up the modal for checking out a book. Here, what the patron would do is swipe their library card and fill in this information automatically. And once the user's library card has been input, the librarian can go ahead and click Loan Book. And as you can see, the status is now unavailable because the book has been checked out. Now, as a librarian, whenever you click on a resource, you can actually view more information that the regular user cannot. You can see that the status is now loaned. We can see the patron that checked it out. We can see who loaned it, which is us. We can see the loan date, which was September 6th, and we can see that they need to return it in 2 weeks. If we want to see information about the patron that actually checked out the book, we can click on their ID. As you can see, it was Morty Smith, and you can also see their loan history. Now, if we go back, we can go ahead and go back all the way here, and we can go ahead and check the book back in by clicking on the unavailable icon and check in book. Now you can see that the status became available. You can also see that the status available again, and we have the return date and who returned it. And finally, if you are logged into your account, you can go ahead and actually update your information. Note that if you're a librarian logged in, you can't actually update other people's information. You can only update your own. And if you're logged in as a user, you can only ever view your own account unless you are a librarian. So let's say that Veronica wants to shorten the name of her email. So she can go ahead and make it veronicaemail.com and update profile. Now her email is actually updated on the back end. And now we can actually log out of Veronica's account because we're done. And that is all the features of our application. So now let's go ahead and hop into our development. I hope you guys are ready. As you can see, this is not your run-of-the-mill tutorial toy project. It is a fully featured and complex system that will definitely stand out on any GitHub repository or portfolio. And this is only the beginning. There are countless features and enhancements that can still be added after the completion of the tutorial. Let's take a look at some technologies and prerequisites that you're going to need for this project. Firstly, it's highly recommended that you have a firm grasp of JavaScript. We'll not be doing any introduction to JavaScript before development starts. We'll be jumping straight into NodeJS and TypeScript. We will be using features primarily from around ES6 and ES7, so on top of basic JavaScript knowledge, you'll also need understanding of asynchronous programming with async await, object destructuring, and other similar features of JavaScript. Since we're using Node.js, you'll need to install the most recent version of Node from their website if you do not already have it installed. To get it, you need to go to nodejs.org and choose the latest long-term support version. This will give you the latest features and the greatest stability. If you already have an older version of Node.js installed, it may not hurt to update to the newest version. To install, just follow the directions in the installation wizard and you should be good to go. After you have Node.js installed and have verified that npm is also installed by running npm-v in a terminal, you will need to have TypeScript installed on your computer as well. We'll talk more about TypeScript once we get into development, but to install it, you will want to go to your terminal of choice, mine is git bash, and run the command npm -g TypeScript. This will globally install TypeScript, so you do not need to include it in every one of your project's package.jsons, and we'll talk more about what this means in a moment. Obviously, we'll be using MongoDB as our database for the project. There's a couple of options for getting a free MongoDB database. You could try their free tier on the Mongoose cloud hosting or install MongoDB server locally, but I am opting for the option that should be the easiest and will be 100% free. We'll be using Docker to spin up a MongoDB server inside of a container that you can easily turn off and on whenever you like. No need to install the MongoDB server directly to your system. You'll need to install Docker, which you can get from their website. You'll need a computer that can support virtualization, but at this point most computers can. If you do not have Docker installed already, simply follow the instructions for your operating system, and this installation may take some time and require a restart. However, Docker is a very valuable tool every developer should have on the development system, so you'll definitely thank me later, and we will walk through the steps of getting the MongoDB image up and running during the tutorial. It's also very highly recommended that you have Git installed onto your machine, so you can easily manage your project repository on hosting sites such as GitHub. Another added benefit to Git is that it comes with a Unix-like terminal called Git Bash. I'm using a Windows computer for development, so I do not have access to a Bash terminal like Linux and macOS users, and Git Bash allows me to use a terminal similar. I would highly recommend the developers also following along on Windows to use Git Bash for terminal operations for the ease of following along. If you're on macOS or Linux, your commands may differ slightly on some of the terminal work we are going to do. Unfortunately, I will not be able to provide further details on these slight differences, and I trust that you can determine these small differences yourself. Also, it will be a good exercise on your problem-solving skills. If you do not have Git or Git Bash installed, you can get the exe from Git's website. Choose the correct installation medium for your operating system, and all of the recommended settings on the installation guide should be sufficient if you are installing it from scratch. We need some sort of database connectivity tool, and we're going to be using MongoDB Compass because it is the official database connection tool for managing connections to our MongoDB database. We'll be using this to make sure our documents are being stored properly and our database is up and running. You can find the download for MongoDB Compass from their website, and all you need to do is download and follow the instructions. If you have a more preferred connection manager, by all means use it. You just may run into some issues that will not be able to help you debug at a later date or show you any workarounds for problems that may pop up. Finally, let's talk about a development environment. We're going to be using the industry standard Visual Studio Code for developing the TypeScript code. We'll also be using the Postman client for testing out our API endpoints before developing our front end. If you do not have VS Code or Postman installed, you can get them from their websites respectively. Most of these tools are relatively common and you should probably already have them downloaded and installed. However, take the time to install each one of these you don't have and come back to the next chapter to begin the tutorial. Let's talk about what Node.js is for those who don't know. Normally, if you want to run JavaScript code, you must link it to an HTML file and then open that HTML file up in the browser or have it served by a server. This is because JavaScript was designed to build dynamic websites, not actually be able to be run outside of the web. The inability to run JavaScript outside the web browser is what actually prompted Ryan Dahl to develop Node.js, the server-side JavaScript runtime. It's important to note that Node.js is not a programming language. Node.js is a JavaScript runtime, which allows us to run JavaScript code outside of the web browser. There are a couple different ways we can run a JavaScript file using Node.js. The simplest way is to create a new JavaScript file like you would normally, and then to run that file you would call node and then hello node.js inside of a terminal. The node command is to run the file, and then the hello node.js is the actual name of the file that we want to run. In the terminal, we'll see our hello world message was printed without having to link the JavaScript file to an HTML page. The other way of running JavaScript with Node.js Node.js is to set up an entire Node project. To do this, we'd want to cd into the directory we want the project in and run the command npm init. npm is Node Package Manager and is exactly what it sounds like, a package manager for Node.js projects. This is the utility we use to download and manage dependencies/libraries for our projects. This is how we'll get access to TypeScript, React, Express, Mongoose, and more of our libraries/dependencies for our MERN stack project. After running the npm init command, it will ask you several questions about your project, including the name, the authors, licensing information, and more. And once you've completed all the questions, a package.json file will be created. This is the main file, which keeps track of all the information about your project, including dependencies needed to run the application and any special scripts to run, build, or test the application. We can set up a main file for the application and set up a script inside the package.json to run our application using the npm command. And if we want to install new packages for our application, we can also use the npm command with install. We can install packages a few ways, including dev dependencies, which are dependencies only needed for development of the project. There are normal dependencies, which will be available outside of the development time. There's also global dependencies, which are packages that end up being accessible from any Node project you create on your machine. Typically, you're going to use global for things like TypeScript. Now that we have a grasp on Node.js, let's take an introduction to TypeScript and get started setting up our server-side application for our library system. Let's talk about what TypeScript is. So we all know that JavaScript is a high-level dynamic programming/scripting language, meaning that you can assign one value to a variable and then assign a different data type entirely to the same exact variable if you want to. Having this functionality as a scripting language and working on mockups of small toy projects is perfectly fine, but once you start getting into much larger scale projects, these features start becoming a hindrance. This is why Microsoft decided to develop TypeScript. TypeScript is a strictly typed superset of JavaScript. When we say strictly typed, we mean that you must declare a variable type at creation and you cannot change the type after the variable has been assigned, and superset meaning that it has all of the features of JavaScript with new features built on top of it. At this point, JavaScript and TypeScript do have a lot of core features in common, but the biggest features that TypeScript still adds are static type checking, interfaces, custom types, union types, and decorators, along with some other ones. The above are just some of the features of TypeScript. As we build our application, we'll see a lot of these features and we'll become a lot more familiar with programming with TypeScript. To be able to use TypeScript, you should first install it globally with npm using npm install-g TypeScript, as we saw previously, and with TypeScript installed, you can write TypeScript code inside of .ts files. When declaring variables, you want to declare their types. In TypeScript, we have several different types, including Boolean, number, string, array, tuple, enum, unknown, any, void, null, undefined, and object. Some of these we'll use in our project, and others we'll see when React is throwing errors at us. The ones that we'll see most often are probably Boolean, which are just true or false, just like JavaScript. Numbers, which are positive, negative, whole, or decimal, just like JavaScript. Strings, a string of characters, just like JavaScript. Arrays that act the exact same as JavaScript, except you cannot change the type. Any, which will treat the variable just like a normal old JavaScript variable. And null and undefined also work exactly the same as JavaScript. The other types we talked about above are used less often. We probably won't see them or use them in our project. To create our first TypeScript project, we can create a TypeScript file called hello typescript.ts. And then inside the file, we can just say let name be a string equal to Ethan and console.log that name. The syntax looks very similar to JavaScript, except as you can see, you have declared the type on the right of the variable. Now the variable name can only store strings, and if we were to attempt to put any other data type in there, the TypeScript compiler would not let us do that. The catch with TypeScript is that this is not readable directly by the browser or Node.js. If we tried to run our hello TypeScript file, it would not work. We'd have to use the TypeScript compiler to convert it to JavaScript, and then we can run the JavaScript in our browser or at Node.js. To compile the code, we use the tsc command. This takes in the file we want to compile and outputs a JavaScript file with the TypeScript code converted to JavaScript. So to run our hello TypeScript file, we need to run tsc hello typescript.ts, which outputs a file called hello typescript.js. Then we can run the hello typescript.js file with node hello typescript.js, and we'll get our output. Now, compiling each and every TypeScript file by hand in our large project does not sound like a great use of our time, so instead we can just create a TypeScript project using tsc-init. This will set up a new file called tsconfig.json, where we can configure tons of things, including what version of JavaScript to compile our TypeScript to, where the compiler should look for files to compile, and where the compiler should output JavaScript files to, and more. We want to set up our tsconfig to take files out of source directory and compile them to JavaScript. and put them into the dist directory. In this case, dist is short for distribution, or the code that we want to ship out to client. To change these, we find the field for include, and we want to include all the directories under the source directory, and we also want to find the outdir property and set that to the dist directory. Now we can place our hello TypeScript into the src folder, and if we make a small change to our program, such as changing the value inside of the name field to ts, and run tsc from the root directory of the project, you'll find the compiled.js in the dist folder, and we can run the file with NodeJS to see that it prints as we expect. With the use of scripts in the package.json and configuration of tsconfig.json, we can easily set up our project to recompile all the TypeScript files and output the compiled code into the dist in our actual project. Now that this is all set up, let's take a look at how we can set up MongoDB before actually setting up our project. We've hit the point where we're good to go with the Node.js and TypeScript side of things. Now let's take a small introduction to MongoDB and take a look at how we're going to set up our local database server. Keep in mind, you do not need to understand how our Docker container works to get the MongoDB up and running. You just need to make sure you have Docker and Docker Desktop to be good to go before hitting this point. Now we have two primary types of databases out in the world. We have SQL/relational and NoSQL, which is not relational. SQL databases use tables, rows, columns, and relationships to model data that needs to be stored and maintained. There are many different types of SQL database management systems, just like there's many different types of server-side programming languages. And NoSQL databases stand for not only SQL, meaning they're databases that use things other than tables, rows, columns, and relationships to model data. While they don't have to use tables, column, rows, relationships, that doesn't mean you still won't relate data in some ways in a NoSQL database. There are several different types of NoSQL databases, including document-based, key-value stores, column-oriented, and graph-based. We're not going to be going into depth for all of these, but just know that MongoDB is a NoSQL database which follows the document-based model. In Mongo, we have a collection of data which is stored in the form of documents. The documents will have a structure of a JSON object, and we can store things like strings, numbers, dates, arrays, other objects, and more. Since each collection stores objects, which can also link to or contain other objects, this makes MongoDB extremely flexible when it comes to storing data, and it's why MongoDB is very popular to store large amounts of data waiting to be transformed during the data ETL cycle. ETL meaning extract, transform, and load, which is an engineering term used for transforming data that comes from other places. To get started using MongoDB, we want to start up a terminal and make sure that Docker is running using the docker info command. Once we know that Docker is running properly, we can now start up our Docker container running MongoDB. To do this, we're going to run the command docker run --name MongoDB -d-p 27017:27017 space MongoDB/MongoDB community-server latest. This will pull the latest community edition server from Docker Hub and start the container as a daemon running in the background. And using -p, we open up the Docker container on port 27017, as well as a MongoDB server on port 27017 to ensure the ability to communicate with our database through the container. To check if our container is running properly, we can either go over to Docker Desktop to see if there is a container with the name MongoDB running, or we can run the docker ps command, which will list the currently running services we have, and if we see our MongoDB instance running through either of these methods, we are good to go. Now at this point, we have our server running, but we still need to tell Mongo that we want an actual database on this server. To do so, we are going to want to access some Mongo CLI, and to do this, we're going to run the command winpty docker execute -it mongodb mongosh, which will give us access to the MongoDB server running inside our Mongo container. From here, we want to use the use keyword in the terminal with use library DB to create a new DB with the name of library DB. This is obviously where we're going to be storing all of the data for our application. Then we need to create a user to read and write from the newly created database. And to do this, we're going to be using the db.createUser command. With db.createUser, our user will have the name of user. It will have a password of password. And we're going to set up a list of roles where we're going to have the role, read, read and write, and it's going to give access to the database library DB. Now, obviously, this is going to create a user with user and password. You can make your credentials whatever you like, just be sure to remember what they are and put in the correct credentials in the following steps. As you saw, we also gave the user permissions to read data from the database as well as write data to the database. Finally, we can go ahead and exit from the MongoDB CLI tool using the exit command. And now we want to go ahead and open up our MongoDB Compass to connect to the database. What you want to do is you want to go ahead and create a new connection and put in the connection string like so. After this, we can easily view and query data that is in our MongoDB database. With MongoDB set up and ready to go, let's go ahead and start setting up our Node and TypeScript project and getting some Express endpoints up and running. We are ready to get our project all set up and ready to go. What you need to do is go ahead and make a new directory. I just call mine library system and open it up in VS Code. As you can see, I already have it all opened up in VS Code and ready to go. Now inside of our library system directory, we want to create a new directory called library server. This is obviously where our server-side code is going to go. And now inside of library server, we want to go ahead and create a new blank node project. To that, I'm going to say Control-tilde on my keyboard, and this is going to pop up the terminal. And now inside the terminal, let's go ahead and cd into library server. And now inside of our library server directory, we want to go ahead and initialize a node project. So to do that, we'll say npm init. And now it's going to ask us a few questions. So library server is a fine package name. Version 1 is fine. Description we don't need. Entry point will be server.js. Our test command can be empty. Our Git repository can be empty. Keywords can be empty. Author, I'll put unknown coder. Our license is fine. And then now we just say yes. And now we have a project created. And if we go into our library server, we can open up our package.json. And this is our basic package.json. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our dependencies. So once again, I'll go ahead and say Control-tilde to open up our terminal. Let me go ahead and clear this out so we have a little bit more space. Let's go ahead and install our dependencies. So we'll do that with npm I. And the first one we need is @type/node. Then we need express. Then we need @type/express. Then we need cores. After cores, we need @type/cores. Then we need mongoose. After mongoose, we need .env. After .env, we need concurrently. After concurrently, we need rimraf. After rimraf, we want JOI. Then we want bcrypt. Finally, we want @type/bcrypt. Now to install our dependencies, let's go ahead and hit enter. I'm not going to go through all the dependencies right now, just install them, and then we'll talk about the ones we need to talk about as we get to them. Now that our dependencies are installed, let's go ahead and take a look at our package.json. You can see we now have a dependencies object with all the dependencies. Let's go ahead and open back up our terminal with Control-tilde, and let's go ahead and install our lone dev dependency. So to do that, we're going to say npm I-D, and we need nodemon. Nodemon is a dev dependency because it's going to be used to run our application over and over again as we make changes. So let's go ahead and install nodemon as a dev dependency by hitting enter. And now we should be able to see inside of our package.json, we have our dev dependency. Cool. So now that that's set up, now we need to go ahead and make our dist directory instead of library server. So we can just go ahead, right click, new folder, and we're going to say dist. And again, this is going to be where we take the compiled JavaScript code from our TypeScript compiler and later run it with nodemon. Now, in order to automatically compile, run, and recompile our project on changes, we will need to set up a few scripts inside of our project's package.json. So to do that, we're going to go into our scripts object. I'm going to remove this test script. And the first script is to simply take the code that is located in the source folder and then compile it into JavaScript code. So to do this, we're going to say build, and then the script is going to be rimraf, dist, and tsc. So rimraf is a cross-platform tool for removing directories. And what we're going to be doing in this first script is recursively moving everything from the dist directory. And then after everything is cleared from the directory, we call the tsc command to go ahead and recompile all the code in the source folder, making sure everything is good to go whenever we want to run our code. We'll set up our next script. Our next script is going to be called prestart, and it's going to be npm run build. Inside of Node, whenever you prefix a word with pre inside of a script, it's going to run it before the script without the pre. So for example, prestart will run before the script called start. So all we want to do before we actually start our code is make sure that it's built and ready to go. So npm run build will run this command, the build command, and make sure everything is good and built and ready to run. Next, let's go ahead and make our start command. Our start is simply going to say node./dist. server.js. And all this is going to do is use Node to run the server.js file that we have compiled from our TypeScript code inside the dist folder, and this will actually start our server for us. Next, we're going to set up another pre-script. This one is going to be called pre-dev, and this script is going to be ran before we want to start up our dev environment. And what this command is going to run, it's going to run npm run build. So once again, before we start up our dev environment, we want to make sure that our project is built and ready to go. That way, all of our files are up to date whenever we try to run our dev environment. Finally, let's go ahead and set up our dev script. So our dev script is going to be a little bit more special compared to the start script because during development, we're going to be actively making changes, and we don't want to have to continually restart our server every single time there's an update. This is where that dev dependency NodeMon comes into play. So NodeMon will actively watch for changes in the code and restart the server each time there's a change. We're also going to be using one of our other dependencies called concurrently, which is another cross-platform utility, which allows us to run two commands in parallel. So what we want to go ahead and do is we're going to run concurrently. Then we're going to have to unfortunately escape some quotes. So we're going to go ahead and say backslash quote. This is going to say tsc-w. And then once again, backslash quote. So tsc-w will go ahead and compile and then watch all of the files inside of our source folder for any changes in the TypeScript files, then recompile it again. So it's basically doing exactly what NodeMon's going to do. And then we want to go ahead and also run NodeMon. So we need to go ahead and escape a quote again. And then we're going to say nodemon./dist/server.js. And then we're going to go ahead and backslash and a quote. So now what this is going to do, it's going to run our tsc-w, which is going to watch for any changes in our TypeScript files and recompile. And it's also going to run nodemon, which will also watch for changes in our server.js file or any other files as well, and then rerun that server.js. So this is going to allow us to basically compile our code on the fly while we're developing, restart the server. That way we don't have to worry about restarting it ourselves. So now we can go ahead and save our package.json. This is going to be all of the scripts that we need. Fingers crossed, I didn't typo anything. Everything looks great. So now we're ready to move forward. So the next thing that we want to go ahead and do is set up our TypeScript project. That way we can get our TS config. So we're going to go ahead and open the terminal again with Control tilde, and let's go ahead and clear this out with clear. So now what we're going to do is we're going to run tsc-init and hit enter. And now this will create a TS config, as you can see in the top left corner. Let's go ahead and open this up. I'm going to go ahead and say Control A and get rid of this and set up my own. So first we're going to have a compiler options, and this will be an object that's going to go ahead and set up our different options for compiling. So the first one is going to be target, and we're going to target ES 2016. This is just going to basically tell the compiler what version of JavaScript we want the output code to be. Then we want to set up module. For module, we're going to set this as common.js. This is going to allow us to use our import statements instead of having to use the require statement to import modules. Then we're going to use outdir. This is going to be ./dist. As we talked about with our other TypeScript, this is going to be where we actually output all of our JavaScript files. It's also going to go ahead and create our common file structure that was inside of our source folder as well, which is also nice. Now we want ES module interpret. This is going to be set to true. What this is going to do is it's going to compile the TypeScript code into JavaScript code using import statements instead of the require statement. This is needed for our newer versions of Node.js. Next, we're going to say force consistent casing and file names. We are going to set this to true. This is just so we can follow best practices. Next, we're going to set strict. This will also be true. Setting strict to true will enable stronger type checking for the compiler, making sure all of our variables are correct. And finally, we're going to set skip lib check, and we're going to set this to true. This is going to skip type checking of declaration files, which is going to help us save time during compilation. Now, outside of our compiler options, we're going to use include. And here, this is where we want to go ahead and include the folders or directories that we want to be compiled. So this is going to be an array, and we're going to have source /*/*. So this is going to include everything inside of our source folder, make sure that everything gets compiled. Now we can go ahead and save that. And now our project is all set up and ready to go. Now we can go ahead and start building our Express application. Express is a minimal and flexible Node.js web application framework that provides a robust set of features for web and mobile applications. Express only provides a thin layer of fundamental web application features, and we can add on things called middlewares to expand the functionality of Express. Express allows developers to create simple web servers using Node.js, where they can host static websites or APIs. We'll be using Express to set up our basic web server and routing for 2 different API endpoints. And Express makes it very simple to register and manage different API routes. So let's take a look at setting up our very basic Express server and get our application up and running. Back inside of VS Code, we need to go ahead and set up our source directory. So right click, new folder, and then we're going to say src. And then inside of src, we need to go ahead and set up our server.ts. So new file and then server.ts. Inside of our server.ts is where we're going to go ahead and set up our Express application. We need to start out by going ahead and importing a few things. So let's first import Express request and response from Express. We're also going to want to go ahead and bring in cores from cores. And now we can go ahead and start setting up our application. For the time being, we're going to go ahead and set up a const port and set this equal to 8000. We'll be extracting this in a little bit into its own file or inside of a configuration file. We need to go ahead and set up our Express variable by saying const app is a type of Express is equal to Express called as a function. And that is how we get an instance of our Express app. Then we need to go ahead and set up our middlewares. So first we're going to say app.use express.json. This will allow us to parse JSON bodies for our API. Then we want to go ahead and set up app.use CORS. Whenever we use CORS, this will allow us to send requests across origins and we're not going to get shut down by CORS. Then we can go ahead and set up our first GET request by using app.get. And then inside of app.get, we're going to set up a /health endpoint. And we're going to set up a callback function that takes in a request and response. And inside of our callback function, we're going to go ahead and say res.status200.json. Inside of JSON, we're going to make an object with message. And our message is going to say server is running properly. This is more or less going to be a very basic endpoint just to make sure our server is up and running. Then we need to go ahead and actually start up the server. So to do this, we're going to say app.listen. App.listen takes in the port. It also allows a callback function. So we'll go ahead and set up the callback function that takes no arguments. And inside our callback function, we're just going to console.log server listening on port. Now that we have this, we need to actually start up our application. To do so, I'm going to go ahead and say Control-tilde. And inside a terminal, I can go ahead and say npm run dev. And this will start up our dev server. As you can see, it says server listening on port 8000. And if we check our dist folder really quick, you'll see a server.js that is all set up and ready to go. So now let's go ahead and open up Postman. Inside of Postman, you can see I've set up all of our routes here just for ease of use so you guys can see. But we want to go ahead and go to our /health. We should be able to send a GET request. And as you can see, we get a server response back, type 200 OK, and the message says server is running properly. Now that we have our very basic Express application up and running, let's go ahead and get connected to our MongoDB database. Now that we know our server is good to go, let's go ahead and first close out of this terminal. We don't need it open for the time being. And let's go ahead and set up our Mongoose connection. So the first thing we're going to do, I'm going to make a new folder in here and we're going to call this config. And then inside of config, we're going to make a new file called index.ts. Now this is going to be a folder that just kind of has some of our configurations. The first thing we want to go ahead and do is import .env from .env. What .env is going to allow us to do is allow us to put all of our secrets into a .env file, and then this will allow our node project to actually read those secrets. That way, whenever we go ahead and put this up on a server somewhere, we don't have to have this hard-coded. Also, all of your database credentials, everything like that won't be hard-coded inside of your actual application for people to read on GitHub. We're going to go ahead and say .env.config. Then we're going to go ahead and set up a couple other things. So first, we're going to say const mongo underscore username of type string is going to be equal to process.env.mongo underscore username or an empty string. This is because you might not have this mongo underscore username actually defined inside your .env file. So if that's the case, we'll at least go ahead and make it an empty string instead of undefined. Then we need a const mongo underscore password of type string. This will be equal to process.env.mongo underscore password or an empty string for the same exact reason as above. Then we're going to have a const mongo URL of type string. And this is going to be equal to, this is going to be the same as the Mongo URL that we had inside of our compass, except this time we're going to inject the username and password. So we're going to use our backticks. We're going to say MongoDB : // then we're going to say $ curly braces. And we'll have Mongo underscore username : $ curly braces, Mongo underscore password. Then we're going to have @localhost : 27017 /librarydb, and that'll be the URL that we use to connect, and then we'll say const port of type number will equal to process.env.serverport. We're going to check to see if this number exists, so $number, and we're going to pass in process.env.server_port, or we're going to go ahead and just return 8000. So now we can set up a custom server port inside our .env file, or we can go ahead and just pass 8000 by default. Now we want to go ahead and set up our export so we can actually access information of this files in other places. So we're going to say export const config is equal to an object, and inside the object we're going to have a Mongo property, which will be another object with URL : Mongo URL. Then we're going to have a server, which is also an object, and this would be port : port. Now that we have our index.ts ready, we can go ahead and set up our .env file. We're going to go ahead and go to the root of our library server, make a new file, and we're just going to call it .env. And then inside our .env, we're going to set up Mongo_username, and this will be equal to user. We're going to have a Mongo_password, which will be equal to password. We're going to have a server_port. This will be equal to 8000. Now it's at this point where if you actually use a different username and password, now you set up your MongoDB database, you want to make sure you pass those in here. Obviously, this is just like a little demo database that I created, so I just use user and password. But make sure you save this and you should be good to go. And we can go ahead and close out of our .env file as well as our index.ts file. Finally, we're going to go ahead and come back to our server.ts, and we're going to go ahead and import our config from our index.ts. We want to use this file to actually set up a startup function and start up our server as well as connect to our MongoDB database. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to change our port from 8000 to config.server.port. And then now we're going to go ahead and make a function that gets called immediately right after our middlewares get set up. And we're going to say parentheses, async function. We'll call it startup. And we want to make sure that we add an extra set of parentheses at the bottom. This is how we create an immediately invoked function. So as soon as this function gets created, it's going to go ahead and get called. Now we're going to set up a try catch. We'll just catch an error. And if we catch an error, we'll say console.log cannot make a connection to the database. But if we don't throw an error, we're going to go ahead and say await mongoose.connect. So now is a good time to probably go ahead and import Mongoose. So let's go up above cores and import Mongoose from Mongoose. Inside of our connect function, we're going to say config.mongo.url. Then it's going to take a object for some options. We're going to say w:majority. We're going to say retry rights. True. And we're going to say auth mechanism is default. Now we can go ahead and semicolon. And then if we make a successful connection, we'll just console.log connection to MongoDB successfully made. And after we successfully connect, let's go ahead and copy our app.get and app.listen. That way we can go ahead and configure these only if everything succeeds and save. Let's make sure that everything works properly by saying Control-tilde. And now you can see that it says connection to MongoDB successfully made and server listening on port 8000. So we are good to go. We have our setup already, and now we can go ahead and continue working on our application. But before that, let's go ahead and take a look at our project user stories. That way we know what we're trying to accomplish here. As I mentioned in the last section, before we get too deep into the project, I'd like to take a moment to talk about the entities the project will need and our minimum viable product. Our application will have 4 types of users: guests, patrons, employees, and admins. Guests are users who are not actively logged into the web application. Patrons are library users who are actively logged into the web application. Employees are librarians who are actively logged into the web application. And admins are employees who are actively logged into the web application who will have special privileges. All users will have an ID, a type, which can be patron, employee, or admin, first name, last name, email, and password. And all users should be able to view the home page, view the catalog overview page, and view the catalog search page and search results, regardless of whether or not they're logged in or not. The patron user type should be able to register a new account with the library, log into their account with the library, register for a library card at the library, ask for books to be loaned to them, ask for books to be returned back to the library from them, view their own profile, update their own profile, and view the records of books that they have checked out or checked in. Employees or librarians should be able to log into their account with the library. They should be able to check out books to patrons as well as check in books from patrons at the library. They should be able to view specific books' loan histories as well as view patrons' profiles for their history. Admin functionality is out of the scope of this project, but it's highly recommended for you to implement some features for them discussed at the end on your own for practice. Other data models the library will need will include books. A patron can check out 1 or more books, and a book will have the following properties, including a barcode, loan history, cover, title, authors, subjects, publication date, publisher, pages, and genre. I'm sure I'm missing a few things there, but that's a general overview of our book. In our loan record, Modal will keep track of all the hands a book passes through and will include the properties of the status of the book, the loan date, the return date, the due date of the book, the patron who checked it out, as well as the employee who checked it out and the employee who checked it in, along with the book itself. We want to make sure that we have a good record of everything and everyone this book passes through, including whoever checked it out and in. Finally, and able to allow a patron to check out books, we'll also need a library card, which will include the ID of the card, as well as the patron who is creating the library card. Now that we've established our user stories and data models, let's get to work implementing our user model and getting our basic login and registration working in our Express application, including password encryption. All right, let's go ahead and start working on our user model and all of the things related to our users. Let's go ahead and get rid of our console for now so we have more real estate by saying Control tilde. And the first thing we need to go ahead and do is create our models directory. So new folder, and I'm going to say models. And inside of models, we're going to go ahead and create a new file. And this is going to be called user.ts. This is going to be a file used to store code related to our user model. Inside here, we're going to go ahead and create an interface called iUser. So export interface iUser. And our interface is going to have the same types that we had for our model. So we're going to need a type. Our type is going to be of type admin or employee or patron. Then we need our first name, which will be of type string. We need our last name, which will also be of type string. We need our email, which will be of type string. And finally, we need password, which will also be of type string. That is our entire user model. Now we need to go ahead and create a new directory called DAOs. So under source, new folder, DAOs, and this is going to be our data access object. So I'm going to go ahead and set this up similar to how I would set up all my other backends. Typically, the way that I set my backends will have these data access objects, which is going to be used for creating objects that will actually talk to our database. Inside here, we're going to set up something called a schema, and we're going to get into that as we go. Inside of our DAOs folder, we're going to set up a new file called user.dao.ts. And inside of our user.dao.ts, we need to import a couple things. First, we'll go ahead and import Mongoose, schema, and document from Mongoose. We also need our user model, so import iUser from models/user. And then we want to go ahead and set up an iUser model interface. The reason behind this is because whenever we create a schema, the documents that get stored on MongoDB are automatically going to be created with some extra functionality or some extra properties. So whenever we go ahead and extend our document here, it's going to give us those special properties that get generated by MongoDB and allow us to access them on an interface. So we're going to go ahead and say export interface. We're going to call this iUser model. And this is going to extend iUser and document. We're not adding anything new inside this interface because we're going to take everything, like I said, from the user interface, as well as the things like the underscore ID and other things that come along with creating a document and a collection inside of MongoDB and put them into one interface for us to use easily. Now we need to go ahead and set up our schema, which is going to define the objects that go into our database. To do this, we're going to say const user schema is equal to new schema. And inside of our schema, we're going to set up an object. And inside this object, we're going to have type is equal to a colon, and we're going to have another object. Type will be string and required will be true. Keep in mind here that this type string is a Mongoose string, not an actual like string. That's why it's an uppercase right there. So just keep that in mind. Then we'll have first name. This will also be an object with type string and required true. We'll have our last name with an object, type string, required true. We're going to have our email field. This one will have type string again, required true again. But this one is also going to have unique, set to true. This is to prevent people from signing up with the same email more than once. We only want one person to have one single email. Since we're not setting up a username or anything, that's how we're going to do that. Finally, we'll have our password. Once again, we'll have an object with type string and required true. And now what we want to go ahead and do is we want to go ahead and add a comma and add a new object, which will kind of allow us to import some more settings. We want to say version key is equal to false. We do not care whenever we change the user object, so we're going to go ahead and get rid of that. Finally, we want to be able to actually use this, so we're going to say export default, and we're going to say mongoose.model, and this is going to take in the iUser model, and then we're going to go ahead and do parentheses user, and we need our user schema. So this is going to create our database collection for us. The name is going to be of type user, and then it's going to be based off of our user schema. And now we can use this DAO object or this mongoose.model object to go ahead and talk to our database from our application. As we mentioned earlier, we're breaking up our server-side application into different layers to provide concrete separation of concerns. So to interact with our DAOs, we want to create a service layer. The service layer is the layer which performs our primary business logic. For example, creating new users. We want to start out by creating a new directory called services. Then inside of services, we're going to create a new file called userservice.ts. And now this is where our user service is going to be created. So we need to import a couple things. Firstly, let's go ahead and import bcrypt from bcrypt. This is going to be the encryption library we're using. We're going to go ahead and pull in our config from /config. We're going to import user DAO and iUser model from our DAO/user DAO. Then we also need our iUser from our model/user. Now that we have everything we need imported, let's go ahead and set up our function for registering the user. To do that, we'll go ahead and say export async function. We're going to go ahead and just call this register. And register will take in a user of type iUser, and it will return a promise of type iUser model. Now inside of here, we're going to go ahead and say const rounds is equal to config.server.rounds. Now we have not set this up yet, but we're going to in a second, so don't worry about it at this moment. Then we're going to say try catch. We're just going to catch an error of type any. Now back inside of our try, we're going to say const hashed password is equal to await bcrypt.hash. And this function is going to take in the user.password and the amount of rounds to salt, so that'll be rounds. Then we want to go ahead and say const saved is equal to a new user DAO. And inside this, it'll take an object with ... user and password, which will be set to hashed password. So we are going to destructure the user object that we got passed in and then replace the password on the user object with our hashed password. Now we want to go ahead and save this user. So to do that, we'll say return await saved.save, and that will save the user to our database and then return it. And then if we have any errors, we'll go ahead and say throw new error. And inside of the constructor, we'll say unable to create a user at this time. We're going to come back later and actually refactor this to throw a special type of error. That way we can catch it and do some special logic. But now we need to go ahead and go into our .env file. And inside of our .env file under server_port, we're going to go ahead and say server_rounds. We're going to set this equal to 10 and save that file, and that's good to go. Let's go ahead and close out of env. And then we want to go ahead and go into our config. And inside of our config, we're going to set up a new constant called const rounds, which will be a number. It will be equal to process.env.server_rounds question mark number process.env.server_rounds then colon math.floor math.random times 11. This will see if we have set our rounds inside of our .env. If not, we'll pick a number between 0 and 10. You should probably go ahead and set this up though to make sure that you do have the rounds. And then inside of our server object, we're going to go ahead and add a property for rounds. And this will be equal to rounds. Now save, and now you can see that our user service is no longer red, and we're good to go on that front. Now let's go ahead and close out of our index.ts inside of configs. We do not need that open anymore. Now let's go ahead and talk about our next layer. So the next layer is going to be the controller layer. This is where our requests are going to get processed and our responses will get returned back to the client. We need to create a new directory now called controllers. And then inside of our controllers, we're going to make a new file called authcontroller.ts. So our auth controller is going to be where we do our basic authentication for users, such as registering and logging in. And then in the future, this could also house code for verifying JWTs and other things like that. So of course, we're going to need to go ahead and import a few things into our controller. So the first thing we're going to import is request and response from Express. We're also going to need our register function from our services/user service. We're going to need our iUser from our models. And now we are ready to go ahead and set up our controller functions. So we're going to go ahead and create a new function that we'll call handle register. To do that, we'll say async function handle register. And this is going to take in a request and a response. And it's not going to return anything. It'll just be void. So the first thing we want to do is we want to extract the body from the request. So we're going to say const user of type iUser is equal to rec.body. So here rec.body is going to be the JSON body of our request. And we're going to go ahead and store that into our user variable. Now we want to go ahead and say try catch. We're just going to catch an error of type any, and we'll deal with that in a second. Now inside of our try, we're going to go ahead and say const registered user is equal to await register, and we'll pass in the user that got passed to the body. Now, if this works properly, we're going to go ahead and say res.status. We're going to say 201 because the user was created successfully. Then we're going to say .json. And inside our JSON, we're going to pass a message. The message will say user successfully created. We're also going to go ahead and pass a user object. Now, the user is going to be slightly different from the user that got passed because we do not want to include the password. So we will say _ID, and this is going to be equal to registered user._ID. We're going to have type, and this will be registered user.type. We will have our first name. This will be registered user.first name. We'll have last name. This will be registered user.last name, and we'll have email. This will be registered user.email. Now that we have this all set up, what we can go and do is go into our catch, and if we have some sort of error, so for example, it might be because the user already exists or just something isn't working, we'll say res.status. We'll say 500 for a default server error or a default internal server error, and we'll say .json. And inside the JSON, we'll have an object with a message, and the message will say unable to register user at this time, and we'll also pass the error, which will be the error.message. Now that we have our handle register complete, we need to go ahead and export it. So we're going to go say export default. And inside of our object, we're going to go ahead and export handle register. Now this function is ready to be used with a route. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and create a new directory inside of source, and this is going to be called routes. And then inside of routes, we're going to make a new file that's going to be called auth routes. Inside of our auth routes, we're going to import a couple things. First, we're going to import express. We also need to go ahead and import our auth controller. Now we're going to go ahead and set up our router. So const router is equal to express.router. And then we need to set up our actual route. So we're going to say router.post, and this is going to go to /register, and we're going to use the handler as authcontroller.handleRegister. Now let's go ahead and say export equal to router. So what we're doing here is we're telling our Express application that we want a post request that can handle /register. And then whenever we get a post request to /register, it's going to be handled by the authcontroller.handleRegister. Now we do need to do one more thing. We're going to go ahead and create an index.ts inside the routes folder. And then inside of our index.ts, we're going to go ahead and import express request and response. We're also going to go ahead and import our auth routes. And inside this index.ts, we're going to go ahead and set up a function that goes ahead and registers all of our routes. So we're going to say export function. We're going to call it register routes, and it's going to take in an app of type express. And inside, we're going to go ahead and say app.use, and then this is going to say /auth, and it's going to point to our auth routes. So what this is going to do is it's going to take in our Express application. It's going to say, hey, we want these routes to be mapped to /auth. So more or less what's going to happen, whenever a user calls localhost 8000 /auth and then /register, it's going to point to our authcontroller.handleRegister, do all of the logic, and send the data back. And if they call something else, it's not going to work because there's no endpoints for that. So now what we want to go ahead and do is we want to go back into our server.ts, and we're also going to go ahead and take our health and copy it into our register. And now instead of registering this, we're going to go ahead and import our register routes. And now we're just going to call register routes, and we're going to pass in our app. And now all of our routes will automatically be set up for us, and we don't have to list them all inside of our server.ts. Now we can go ahead and test everything out and make sure that's still working. So let's hop into Postman, and let's make sure our health is still working since we did move that into our register routes. As you see, this is still working. So now let's go into our auth, and I already set up our register. So now let's go ahead and first go ahead and make an admin. Their name will be admin. Their last name will be user. Their email will be admin@library.com, and their password will be password. So let's go ahead and try to post this user. As you see, we get user successfully created. Now let's create an employee. The name will be Veronica. Last name Vaughn. Their email will be veronica.vaughn@library.com, and their password will be librarian1. And let's go ahead and create them. Successfully created. Let's create our patron. This one will be Summer. Last name Smith. Email will be summer.smith@mail.com, and password will be password. So now if we go ahead and submit that, you can see we successfully created a user with a random ID. Let's go ahead and take a look at Compass to make sure all of these users are inside of our collection. So now going into our library DB, users, and now you can see we have our 3 users. So now we can successfully post them, but let's go ahead and make sure we have a little bit extra logic to deal with errors, as well as make sure that the requests are actually valid. So let's hop back into our code. So let's go ahead and clear some things up. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of index.ts because we do not need that currently, and we do not need server.ts for a while. We probably won't need user either or user.out. We're primarily going to be working service, routes, and controller. So now what I want to go ahead and do is I want to set up a new file for errors. So inside of a new directory that we'll call utils, we're going to create a new file called library errors. Now this is going to be where we kind of store our library errors. Now unfortunately, JavaScript does not have great error handling, and because of that, TypeScript also doesn't have very good error handling. So that's why I'm kind of just putting things inside of one single file. Now of course, if you wanted to, you could create some sort of errors directory and then put all of the errors in there, so you guys can do whatever you like, but at least this will allow us to kind of throw different types of errors if there is some sort of issue different than just some sort of internal server error. So what we're going to go ahead and do is the first thing is I'm going to go ahead and say export class. I'm going to say unable to save user error, and this is going to extends error, and inside we're going to have a constructor. This will take in a message string, and we're going to say super message. So this is how you create custom errors. Now I'm going to go ahead and close out of our library errors, and then inside of our user service, now instead of throwing an error of type any, we're going to go ahead and import our unable to save user error, and now inside of our catch, instead of throwing a new error, we're going to throw a new unable to save user error, and we'll pass in the error.message. And now we can check the type of the error whenever we get into our auth controller. So now let's head back into our auth controller, and we want to make sure that if the error was in fact because the user is trying to register a duplicate account, we want to send back a 409 because it's a duplicate record. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and check the error message inside of the catch block, and then go ahead and send back a special response. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and make an if statement, and inside the if statement, we're going to say if error.message.includes, and we're going to check to see if it includes E11000 duplicate key error collection. If this is the case, we're going to say res.status 409.json, and it's going to have a message. It's going to say user with email already exists, and we're also going to pass back the error, which will be error.message. Otherwise, if it's some sort of other error, we'll go ahead and just return the res.status 500 because it was some other error that we couldn't maybe stop. So if we hop back into Postman really quick and we try to re-register summary here, we should get a user with email already exists, and we have a duplicate key for email. So now they cannot register twice. So now let's go ahead and set up one more thing before moving forward with logging in. We don't want the users to randomly spam our database with incomplete or incorrect records. So the final thing we want to set up is request validation, which will stop any requests from hitting the service layer if they're inaccurate. To do this, we'll go ahead and create a new directory that we'll call middlewares. And then inside of middlewares, we're going to create a new file called validation.ts. Now inside of validation, we need to import JOI and object schema from JOI. We also need to import next function, response, and request from Express. And we also want the iUser from the models. So we're going to first set up a function to actually validate our request. To do this, we're going to say export function. We're going to call this validate schema. And this is going to take in a object schema. This is going to return void, so we're not going to have a return. Inside our validate schema, we're going to say return async. This is going to take in a request, response, and next, and be an arrow function. Inside this arrow function, we're going to have a try catch. It'll catch just any error. Inside the try, we're going to say await schema.validate async. And this is going to take in the request.body. And if it succeeds, we'll call next. If we catch an error, we're going to say return res.status. And this will be a 422 for invalid.json. The JSON will take in a message which says object validation failed. Please include a valid object. Then we'll go ahead and set up our schema. So the schema is how we're actually going to go ahead and validate against. So we're going to say export const schemas equal to an object. And the first schema that we're going to validate against is user. So inside user, we want to set up another object called create. So this is going to be the object that we use to make sure the information passed to this request is proper. So this is going to be joi.object. This is going to be of type iUser. And inside of this function, we're going to say type will be of type JOI string. We want to make sure it's .valid, and a valid string for this response will be admin, employee, or patron, and we want to mark that this is required. Next, we have first name. This is also a JOI.string, and this is just required. Then we have last name, which is also a JOI.string, also .required. Then we have email, which is also a JOI.string. This one we're going to say .regex, and I'm going to copy some regex. This will be available with the assets below for free, or you can pause here and and copy it. This will also be .required. This regex is just a very basic email checker. It's just going to make sure it has values, the @ symbol, dot, and then whatever else. And finally, password. This will once again be a JOI.string, and it's also going to be .required. So what this is going to do is we're going to pass this schema to our route. It's going to make sure that our type, first name, last name, email, and password are all there whenever we go to create a user. So now we're going to go ahead and set up our route to use this. So now we'll go into our auth routes, and now let's go ahead and import our schemas and validate schema. And now inside of our router.post, after our /register, we want to say validate schema. We want to pass it schemas.user.create. And what this middleware is going to do is before we actually call the auth controller.handle register, it's going to call this validate schema with our schemas.user.create. Our validate schema will get the request.body and check to make sure it has type, first name, last name, email, password. If it does, it'll pass this request body on to the auth controller. As we can see here, it calls next, and then it'll call the next function, which will be the auth controller.handle register. If we don't have all the data, it'll throw an error, and it'll catch the error and return this JSON string here instead. So let's go ahead and go back into Postman. So now if we say this is something like librarian and send, we should get a 422, object validation failed. Or if we example, completely leave out password and send it, it'll also get that failed. So now they have to pass in all of the information and it has to match our parameters. Now that this is all good to go, let's go ahead and take a look at what it's going to take to authenticate and log in a user. Before we get too far here, I just wanted to mention that I accidentally spelled middlewares wrong, the directory right here. I went ahead and renamed that and it refactored inside the validation as well. So if you guys accidentally spelled something wrong as well, just know that you can just go ahead and rename and that's good to go. So now at this point, we have the basic structure of our project down, and everything from this point on our backend development is going to basically follow the same set of steps. Set up a model, set up the DAO to talk to the database, set up service methods to interact with the DAO, set up our controller functions, set up our routes and register them with the application, and then circle back to any specific error handling and validation that you want. It's pretty much that simple. So from this point on, I'll put less focus on exactly what and why I'm doing things and just kind of walk you through coding the rest of the backend, starting with setting up the rest of the auth functionality, which is logging in the user. So as I mentioned, we'll go ahead and go back to our user service, and let's go ahead and create a new function to log in the user. So we'll say export async function, and we'll say log in, and log in will take in a set of credentials. The credentials will be an object with email, which is type string, and password, which is type string, and this function will return a promise of iUser model. Now what we're going to do is we're going to destructure our email and password from credentials. So let's say const curly braces email password is equal to credentials. Now we're going to have direct access to the email and password for easy use. Then we want to set up a try catch. For now, the catch is just going to catch a regular old error. And inside of our try, we're going to go ahead and say const user is equal to await user dial.find1. And inside, we're going to pass in the email. So what this is going to do is it's going to search our database for a user, and it's going to search specifically for the email. Since the email is unique, it should only ever find one, but find one will make sure that we only ever return one single user. Now we need to check to make sure we actually got a user back. So we're going to say if not user. If it didn't return a user, it's going to be null basically. So now we're going to go ahead and throw a new error, and the message will say invalid username or password. So since we could not find a user by the email, we're going to go ahead and be like, hey, it doesn't exist. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and say const valid password, which is of type boolean, is equal to await bcrypt.compare, and we're going to compare the password that was passed as a credential as well as the password that was on the user object. So what this is going to do is it's going to take our hashed password along with the password that got passed along with the login, and it's going to make sure that they are actually the same. So now I'm going to say if valid password. This means that the login is successful because we successfully found the user and their password match. So we're going to go ahead and return the user. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and throw a new error. And once again, our message will say invalid username and password. Now inside of our catch block, we're going to go ahead and just say throw new error. And we're going to go ahead and rethrow the error with error.message. So now what we're going to do once again is we're going to search our database for a user by their email. If if the user doesn't exist by their email, we'll go ahead and say, hey, that's the wrong email, so they don't exist. Then we'll check the password by saying valid password and compare the password to the password on the database. And then if the password is valid, we go ahead and return that user that's successfully logged in. Otherwise, we'll throw the error. And then we also have a catch-all in case something does go wrong here. So then that's where we just rethrow this error and we can deal with that in the controller later on. So now, like I said, the next step will be setting up the auth controller. So back inside our auth controller, we'll go ahead and set up a new function. So async function, and we'll call this handle login. This is going to take in a request object and a response object, and it doesn't have a return type. So we're just going to go ahead and open up this function block. Now, once again, we'll go ahead and grab the credentials out of the body. So we'll say const credentials is equal to rec.body. Then we'll need to set up a try catch once again. And our catch is just going to catch an error of type any. Now we need to make sure that we import our logged in from our service. So we'll go ahead and make sure we say login at the top, and inside of our try, we're going to go ahead and say const logged in, which is a iUser model, is equal to await login, and we'll pass in the credentials. We notice that there is a red squiggly. We need to also go ahead and import our iUser model, so we can do that here. So now we'll go ahead and see if we can log in. If we do successfully log in, we don't catch an error, we'll say res.status. We'll give it a 200. We'll say .json, and then we'll have an object with message. The message will say user logged in successfully, and our user object will have our ID, which will be logged in.id. It'll have type, which will be logged in.type. It'll have first name, which is logged in.first name. It'll have last name, which is logged in.last name. Finally, it'll have email, which is logged in.email. And again, we're doing this because it's not best practice to send back the password. Even if it is hash, we probably shouldn't send it back. Then inside of our catch, we're going to say res.status 500. So we'll default to an internal server error.json, and inside we'll pass a message. The message will say unable to log in user at this time. We'll also pass back the error, which will just be error.message. We'll circle back to this a little bit later on once we're ready to actually handle different types of errors. One final thing, we need to go ahead and export the handle login from the export default at the bottom. So now our controller is ready to go. So now we need to go ahead and come back into our auth routes, and we need to go ahead and register the route for this. So for this, we're going to go ahead and say router.post again, and this will be /login. And of course, this is going to say auth controller.handle login. And since we have our routes being registered inside the index.tx, that's all we have to do to get this login working. So now if we go ahead and hop into Postman to test it out, as you can see, I also have a login ready to go. And now if we want to go ahead and say admin at library and password, this is the admin login, and send it. You can see user logged in successfully, but now if we say pass instead of password, so it's wrong password, it'll say invalid username and password. We put in the correct password and then maybe mess up the email and go ahead and submit again. You'll see once again, we get invalid username and password. We undo that and send it again. We get the user logged in successfully. So that's set up and ready to go. So let's go ahead and set up our error handling and our validation. Back in here, we're going to go ahead and open up our library errors once again. And then inside of library errors, we're going to go ahead and create a new class. So export class. This one will be called invalid username or password error. Once again, it'll extends error. We'll need a constructor with a message string, and we'll call super message. So once again, a very simple error here. Now what we need to go ahead and do is we want to throw this new error inside of our user service whenever the user fails to provide proper username and password. So we're going to go ahead back into our user service. We want to make sure we import our invalid username and password inside of this import. Then we need to go down to our login function and set this up. So now if not user, then we want to throw a new invalid username and password error, and we'll pass in the message invalid username and password. And we'll do the same exact thing once again here inside of the not valid password. So instead of throwing a new error, we'll throw a new invalid username and password error. And once again, we'll pass the message invalid username and password. Let's also make sure we spell invalid correctly up here. Now what happens is if we do not have a valid username or password, it'll be caught by this catch here. So now instead of throw new error, we'll go ahead and just say throw the error that was passed, and then it'll just rethrow. That way our controller can deal with it, and then we'll have a special type of error in case something goes wrong, or if there's just some weird other issue that happens, like an internal server error whenever we are trying to log in, then we can also let the user know that. So now we need to go back to our auth controller, and then inside our handle login, we need to add some custom logic into our catch block to know whether or not it was kind of like one of those special ones. So we're going to say if our error is an instance of the invalid username or password error, then we need to go ahead and make sure we import this. So go ahead and import this. So if this is the case, we're going to say res.status of 401 was this unauthorized.json. We're going to pass a message. The message will say unable to log in user at this time. Then we'll pass the error as error.message. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and just do the 500. So once again, if they pass in an incorrect username and password, we'll make sure to send back 401. That way our front end knows, hey, this was because they passed in the wrong username and password. If for whatever reason there's some error with our database or connection or something, and we get some other error, we'll send a 500 because it wasn't actually related to the invalidation of the password or username. That looks good. So now what we want to go ahead and do is go back to our validation and make sure that the user sends in correct information. So in our validation below create, we're going to create a new one called login, and this login will be joi.object of type. We're going to make a custom object here with email of type string and password of type string. Now here we're going to have email will be equal to a joi.string.regex, and we're going to go ahead and borrow the regex from above, and this will be .required. Then we'll also have our password, which is also a joi.string and is also required. So there we have a very simple schema. So now let's go ahead and go into our auth routes and actually validate this. So auth routes, we're going to come in here before the auth controller to handle login and say validate schema. And this time we're going to validate the schemas.user.login. So now we're going to make sure that the user is proper whenever they go ahead and try to log in. So let's go ahead and go back into Postman and make sure that we get the 401 and make sure that they have to pass in everything properly. So in here, so now if we, for example, don't pass in a proper email, we should get an invalid. As you can see, object validation failed because it doesn't have the .com in the email. And then if we pass in an incorrect password and send, you should see invalid username and password because that's not the correct password. So now we have login and registration done. Now I think we're ready to go ahead and hop in and take a look in Introduction to React and try to get some logging in and registration done on the React side of things. Now that we have the first of our basic functionality set up, let's review React and set up our skeleton application and get user registration and login set up. React is a lightweight JavaScript library created by Facebook in 2011. It is used to create fast and responsive single-page applications. A single-page application is a web application which is rendered on a single page. New content is loaded into the single HTML document to simulate navigating to new pages. This removes page loading on navigation and speeds up and makes the application feel fast and responsive. It's important to note that React is a library and not a framework like Angular. This means that it is unopinionated and lightweight. React comes out of the box with minimal features, basically only the necessary features to develop a single page application. If you want or need more functionality, you add what you need through dependencies and other libraries rather than having all the features of a framework shipped with every application like Angular, when you might not need all of those features. Being unopinionated can also be a drawback of React though, and this is because of not having a specific way to do everything like a framework such as Angular can make you run into decision fatigue. Luckily, this tutorial should help you eliminate that because I'm walking you through the modern approach to React, and it should cut down on a lot of this drawback. Now, the old way of creating a React application was using the Create React app, which used Webpack and was relatively slow to rebuild the application, especially during the development when change was being made frequently. Now, the preferred method of generating a React application is using the Vite JavaScript project bundler. It's much faster and more reliable than Create React app. And to create the application, we use npm create v at latest application name. Let's go ahead and hop back into VS Code, get our application set up, and get our skeleton code up and running. Now that we're back inside of VS Code, we need to go ahead and open up a terminal with Control tilde, and then we actually make a new terminal with the plus sign, and we'll actually make it a little bit bigger so we can see what's going on. To generate our application, we're going to go ahead and use npm create Vite at latest, and then we're going to say library-app, and then go ahead and hit enter. This will start the CLI application for generating a Vite application, and then we can go ahead and set up our app. So we're going to go ahead and choose a React application. We want to make sure we just choose plain old TypeScript, and then now we are good to go. So now we need to go ahead and cd into library app, and now we need to go ahead and run npm I to install everything. Now that everything's installed, we can go ahead and run npm run dev, and this will start up our dev server for our React application. Now we can go ahead and open up a web browser, and if we go to localhost 5173, you will see we have our application and it has all of the skeleton code and everything else that we don't want or need. So now we want to go ahead and go through, clean up our skeleton code and get started with our React application. Our application will come with a lot of pre-generated skeleton code that we do not want. So we want to go through and make sure all of this code is cleared out and we have a blank canvas ready to go. All of our application code for our React application will be stored in the source folder right here. And then any icons for the top bar should be placed inside the public folder here. The main files we're concerned ourselves with is index.html, main.tsx, index.css, and app.tsx. Let's go ahead and open up index.html. With index.html, you'll never actually touch this file outside of possibly changing the title of the application. So for example, here we could say library management system. And if we go back to our web browser, you'll see now the title is library management system. But the main purpose of this index.html is this is where React is going to actually inject all of the code that we write. So if you take a look, you'll find a div with an ID equal to root. This is the actual div where all of our component code that we write will automatically be rendered by React for us. Moving on, let's take a look at the main.tsx. The main.tsx file is where our application is actually bootstrapped, meaning React will take our application code and inject it into the root div, as you can see by the React dom.createRoot function call right here. You can see that the function call takes in what looks like custom HTML tags, including React.strict mode and app. We're not going to be going into detail about strict mode, but the cliff notes for this are that React was developed all the way back in 2011 and things have changed substantially, and React was not working exactly how Facebook wanted, so they created a custom wrapper for applications instead of completely rewriting all of the code for React. The React.strict mode has some interesting quirks we'll mention later when building more complex pieces of our application. Next, we have this weird app tag. This is the entirety of our application. Everything we want to display on the screen at any given time will be inside of this app, and now that we understand that, let's actually take a look inside of our app. As mentioned above, app will be where all of our application code goes, kind of. React is a component-based web application library, meaning that we write all of our front-end user interface in small reusable pieces called components. There's actually two ways of creating components in React. There's class-based and function-based. Class-based components are an older style that you may see still out in the wild. However, React has come a long ways, and with the inclusion of hooks, function-based components now have all the functionality of a class-based in a more concise way. So at this point in React, you should be writing all of your components using functions and hooks. We'll talk a little bit more about hooks later on. You'll also notice that the file extension on the app component is a little bit strange. It says TSX, not TS. This is because React uses a special syntax called JavaScript in XML, or if you're using TypeScript, TypeScript in XML. This allows React developers to write the entirety of their React components in JavaScript/TypeScript. We'll use the JSX/TSX extension to signify that the file will be returning some sort of JSX/TSX element. When looking through the application code, you can easily spot which tags are regular HTML tags versus which tags are JSX just by looking at the casing. The lowercase tags will always be regular old HTML, while tags that start with uppercase like our app tag will always be JSX. Now there are some quirks that come along with using JSX, like having naming clashes for things such as classes on HTML tags, but we'll work around those as we go. Before we start writing custom components, a quick note about rendering in React. To increase performance, React uses what is known as a virtual DOM. Because writing to the real DOM is performance heavy, React keeps track of a virtual DOM tree, and the only way to refresh the DOM tree on the browser is when the UI changes in the virtual DOM. If you don't know what the DOM is, I highly recommend you look into that on your own time. Now that we have a better understanding of what's going on inside our app component, what JSX is, and the general idea behind React, let's go ahead and modify this component to do our customary hello React in the app component. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and just clear out everything. So go ahead and delete these imports. We will not need them, not even the app.css. We're going to go ahead and clear out this use state. We're going to go ahead and clear out this return. So in order to be a React component, you have to return some sort of JSX, and it has to be inside of one single component or one single element. So we'll go ahead and make a parent div, and inside this parent div we'll make an h1 that says hello React. Now if we save and actually go into our browser, you'll see we have hello React. The styling is a little bit weird because we need to go through and actually clean up some other things. So back in here, the last thing that we want to talk about is our index.css. So index.css is going to be the globally shared CSS for our application, and what we're going to want to go ahead and do is we want to get rid of all of this because we do not want our root skeleton code, and what we're going to go ahead and do do is we're going to set up some global CSS for the project. That way we can just kind of make things a little bit easier and get rid of a lot of the styling that we would have to do normally. So the first thing we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and bring in a Google font. Now this Google font will be in the description, so don't worry. So as you can see, we went ahead and imported our Google font. This is called Enter and it looks really nice. Now we're going to go ahead and set up some primary colors and things we're going to use a lot. To do that, we're going to say :root, and inside here we're going to say -- background - primary. This is going to be hashtag EEF0F2. Our next color is going to be -- background - secondary. This will be hashtag F3F3F3. It doesn't look like it's a different color in this slide, but trust me, it definitely is. Next we'll have our -- text. This will be hashtag 0C120C. Then we're going to have our -- text - secondary. This will be hashtag 7A7978, which is going to be a little bit of a darker gray. Then we're going to have our -- primary. This will be hashtag 3626A7. This is a purple color. We'll have our secondary color, which will be hashtag 0DAB76. And finally, we're going to have -- box shadow. And this is going to be RGBA 100, 100, 111.2, 0px, 7px, 29px, and 0px. So these are all just going to be basically variables that we can use throughout our application. Now we're going to set up a few of our main styles. So we're going to go ahead and first say HTML, body, and root. So for this, we're going to have width 100%, height 100%, font family, enter. And this is sans serif. We'll have our background color, var -- background primary. And finally, we'll have color, will be var -- text. So now we don't have to go ahead and try to remember all of those different colors, hash codes, and everything like that. Now we're going to go ahead and reset our global CSS. This is going to come from a forum or a blog that I found. So here is the link to the blog. So go ahead and set up our global CSS. We're going to say star. We're going to say star : before and star : after. And this is going to say box sizing is border box. Then we're going to have star margin 0. So reset all of our margins. We're going to have body. This will be line height 1.5. And we'll have WebKit - font - smoothing anti-aliased. Next, go ahead and do some stuff with images and whatnot. So we'll have image, picture, video, canvas, and SVG. Let's make some space here. So this is going to be display block, and it's going to have max width 100%. Just resetting some of the default styles for those. We're going to reset some default values for inputs, button, text area, and select. And here we're going to have font as inherit. Then we're going to have our P, H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. And this is going to say overflow wrap. This will be break word. Then we're going to have hashtag root, hashtag _ next. This is going to say isolation, isolate. And now we'll set up our reusable CSS for the application. So this is basically just going to set up our sizing and stuff, so we don't have to set all of our different components. So H1 is going to be font size 3 rem and font weight 900. So it's going to be big and thick. H2, our font size will be 2.5 rem and font weight will be 800. H3, our font size will be 2.25 and our font weight will be 700. H4, our font size will be 2 rem, font weight will be 600. H5, font size 1.75 rem, font weight also 600. H6, font size 1.5 rem, font weight also 600. I typoed. H5 should be 600. Finally, P tag, our font size will be 1.25 rem, then our font weight will be 400. Now we have a couple other classes that we're going to share. First is .page. This is going to have width 100%. It's going to have height fit content. It's going to have display flex. It'll have flex direction column, justify content center, and align item center. Then we have one more, .page container. And .page container will have width 75%, height 100%, padding 16px, display flex, flex direction column, justify content, space between, align items, flex start, background color, var -- background primary. Finally, box shadow, var -- box shadow. Now this was quite a bit of work up front. However, this is going to save us quite a bit of time as we move forward because we're going to have a lot less stuff to style as we're going. Also, if we go ahead and go back into our application on the web browser, we should see that's a little bit more normal. Our font is loaded in and everything looks good. The margin margins and everything are reset, so we should be good to go. So now let's go ahead and start developing our React application. So whenever we do develop React applications, the main UI elements are going to be contained inside of something called page components. So let's go ahead and go back into our VS Code, and let's go ahead and make a new directory inside of source called pages. So then inside of our pages directory, we want to go ahead and make a new directory called homepage. And now homepage is where our component for the homepage is going to live. Inside of homepage, we're going to go ahead and create a file called homepage.tsx. We're going to make another file called homepage.css. So this is how we're going to go ahead and store our files. We're going to make sure we group them into a folder that have the name of the component and then also the CSS of the component. So back inside of our homepage.tsx, let's go ahead and create a homepage. So we're going to say export default function. We're going to say homepage. This is going to return a jsx.element. And what we're going to do is we're going to say return. And inside the return, we're going to make a div with class name page. And inside of here, we'll have homepage. So I mentioned earlier about how there's some weird clashing and stuff between HTML and JSX. So this is one of them. Whenever you have things like class and other things like that, whenever you create them, instead of having dashes or things like that, you're going to use camel case such as class name here. So now whenever we're using React, we'll build out these pages and then we'll put them inside of our app component as we see fit. So now we're going to go ahead and go into our app component, and at the top, let's go ahead and import our homepage with import homepage from pages/homepage/homepage. And now instead of saying hello React, let's replace that h1 with the homepage. Since we do not need any children or anything, we can go ahead and make that a self-closing tag. And now if we go ahead and go into our application again inside the web browser, you'll now see homepage in the top. It's really small right now because it's not a H or anything like that, but we should be good to go. So before we move forward with the login form and everything like that, we need to talk about data and how it pertains to components. If you want your component to store data, you'll have to do something in a state variable. State in React is going to be immutable, meaning that once you set it, you cannot change it. If we want to store some state in a function-based component, we'll have to do so using the useState hook, and you can import the useState hook from React. A hook is a special function which allows us to hook into the React component lifecycle, and to use the useState hook, we include the name of the state we want to store and a mutator to update the state. So let's set up a piece of state that allows us to conditionally render the login form. To do this, we'll set up a state in the app component called display login, and we'll set it initially to true. So we'll go ahead and import useState from React. Then at the top of our app function, we'll go ahead and say const, and then square brackets. We're going to say display login, and set display login will be equal to useState. We're going to pass in Boolean as the type of the state, and then we're going to go ahead and pass in true. So this is how we set up our state. On top of displaying the login, we also probably want to go ahead and store the user that got logged in our app component. That way we can share across other components. But before we do that, we're going to go ahead and need a type for our user. So let's go ahead and go into our source and create a new directory called models. And then inside of our models, let's make a new file called user.ts. Now inside of user.ts, let's go ahead and say export type user equal to and an object. And here we'll have underscore ID, which is a string. We'll have type, which can be admin or employee or patron. Then we'll have our first name, which is a string. We'll have our last name, which is a string. And we'll have our email, which is a string. Now our user is done. We can go ahead and close out of this. And back inside of our app, let's go ahead and say const and then square brackets. And we're going to say logged in user and set logged in user. This will be equal to useState. And we'll pass in our user type. And then we'll go ahead and just have empty parentheses. Let's go ahead and import our user by hovering over it and just go ahead and import user from models. And now we have a way of actually setting a user. And whenever we set this to parentheses that are open, it will just be undefined by default, which is perfectly fine. Now, let's go ahead and talk about how we can pass data from one component to another. We can pass one component state to another component through something called props. We can do this as long as it's from a parent to a child component, meaning we can only pass data one way, and that is down the DOM tree. So inside of our home page, if we want to display the login form dependent on the state inside the app component, we'll need to pass the display login value from the app component down into the home page. So to do this, we're going to have to set up props inside of our home page. So let's go ahead and hop back into our homepage.tsx. And what we're going to want to do in here is we're going to go to the top of the file go make some space and we're going to make a new interface. We'll call this homepage props, and this will take in a display login, which is of type Boolean, and we can save that. And now we need to specify the component should take in a prop. So now inside of the parentheses, we're going to say props, colon, and then homepage props like so, and that'll take in those props. Now we can go ahead and do some interpolation. So to interpolate some data, what we can go ahead and do is we can add some curly braces, and we'll say props.displayLogin, and we're going to use a ternary statement. So question mark. If props.displayLogin is true, let's go ahead and return a p tag, and inside the p tag we'll say displaying the login form. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and just return an empty React fragment. You'll be seeing these around a little bit. These are what are called React fragments. These basically just allow you to return nothing or just a container that has no styling or anything like that. This is useful because, like I said before, a component has to return one singular element, so you can wrap all of your elements into a parent fragment and work just fine if you do not want to use a div. Now, if you guys notice, you might see that our app.tsx is now red. This is because whenever we set this props colon homepage props, now anything that calls or uses the homepage component is going to expect some props. So we go back in here, it's going to say, hey, you're missing the props. So we're going to go ahead and come in here and say display login equal to curly braces. And then inside here, we're going to go ahead and put display login. So now we can save that, and now our arrow go away. So now you can see that we have this set to true. So if we open up our web browser, you can see that it says displaying the login form. And if we go back in here and say false here and save it and go back into our web browser, you'll see that it's not displaying anything because it shouldn't. So now we can go ahead and basically toggle whether or not we should be able to view the login component based off some global state stored inside of our app component. Let's go ahead and put this back to true for now. And now we can go ahead and continue working on our login form. So now we're going to go ahead and make another new directory inside of our source. This is going to be called features. Features is where we're going to store the primary components of all of the different features that our application is going to have. So now we're going to go ahead and make a new folder inside of features called authentication. And then inside of authentication, we're going to make a new folder called components. And then inside components, we're going to make a folder called login form. And we're finally going to make a login form.tsx and a login form.css. Right now, it might not make too much sense, but as we get working and put things together, it'll make a lot more sense later. But now we're going to go ahead and import React, use ref, and use state from React. And then we're also going to go ahead and import login form.css. Now we'll go ahead and say export const login form. This will be of type react.fc equal to an arrow function, and react.fc just stands for react.function component. Now it's complaining, so we need to return something. So let's go ahead and return. And I'm just going to make a form. We'll have a class name of login form. And now it's not complaining anymore because we are returning a single element. So we imported use ref and use state. We've already talked about use state. So let's go ahead and set up a state for if there is an error. So we'll say const square brackets error and set error equal to use state of type Boolean, and we'll pass in false. Then we're going to set up something called a ref. So we're going to say const email ref equal to use ref. This is going to be of type HTML input element, and this is going to be parentheses and null. We're also going to set up a const password ref equal to use ref of type HTML input element. This will also be null. So a quick note on use ref. Since we are working with the virtual DOM, we don't actually have access to the actual DOM elements. Use ref allows us to get a reference to the DOM element, and this is going to allow us to get the data out of our input forms. This is going to allow us to get the data out of our input instead of using another less efficient trick, which is looking for a change every single time. This way, whenever you go ahead and hit submit, you can just grab the data out of the input instead of reloading the page on every single change. So now let's go ahead and set up the HTML for our login form. We're going to go ahead and have an H2. The H2 will just say please log in. We're going to have a curly brace, and inside here we're going to say error question mark. And if there's an error, we're going to have a p tag with a class name login form error, and this will say username or password incorrect. Otherwise, we'll just return nothing. So if they log in successfully or they're not even tried to log in yet, everything's good to go. Then we're going to have a new div with a class name equal to login form input group, and inside we'll have an H6 with email, and we'll have an input with a class name equal to login form input. We're going to have a placeholder equal to email. We'll have a name equal to email. We'll have required and ref equal to curly braces email ref. We're going to go ahead and copy and paste this div just to save a little bit of time. And now instead of email, it's going to say password. Our input placeholder will be password. Name will be password. Type will be password. And our ref will be password ref. Outside the div, we'll have a button with a class name name, login form submit. It'll have an on click equal to curly braces, and then this will be handle login user. We'll need to create this, and the button will say login. And finally, we'll have a p tag that says don't have an account, and a span for the class name equal to login form register, and the span will say create one here. So now obviously we need this handle login user. Whenever we are registering events on a element, we're going to use the on and then whatever. So on click, on change, on whatever it is that you're watching for. So for example, on click, and we'll pass in the function handler. So let's go ahead and make this function. We'll say const handle login user equal to async, and then parentheses. We need to pass in the event. So react.mouse event, and this will come from an HTML button element and make it an arrow function. So the first thing we need to do is we need to make sure that this does not submit the form with form data. So we're going to say e.prevent default. Then because we set our refs initially to null because there's nothing for it to load before it actually loads the page, we need to make sure that both of these are not null. So we're going to say if, we're going to say email ref and email ref.current and password ref.current. Then we'll do the logic of our handle login. Now we're getting close to be able to actually log in a user, but first we need some way of making a request. So we could use fetch, since whatever node version, like node version 16, 17, 18, you can use fetch. However, we're going to be using Axios because I think I like it a little bit better. So we're going to go ahead and open up a terminal with control tilde, and I'm going to make a new bash. I'm going to cd into library app, and I'm going to run npm I Axios. So Axios is basically a HTTP client that allows us to make HTTP requests. So now that it's installed, I'll close out of this, close out of our terminal, and now let's go ahead and import Axios into our login form. And we're going to use Axios to call an HTTP request for a login. So inside of handle login user, we're going to go ahead and say try, and catch. Inside the catch, we'll just say e, and then we're going to go ahead and say const request is equal to await Axios dot post. And we're going to post to http:// localhost8000/auth/login. And we need to pass in the body, so do an object. We're going to say email is emailref.current.value. We're going to say password is passwordref.current.value. And then outside of here, we'll go ahead and say set error to false. And for the time being, we'll just console.log rec.data.user. So we'll make sure that we get the data back and everything's good. And then if we do catch an error, we'll go ahead and set error to true. So now whenever we click the button and we have proper information, we'll go ahead and actually display the information, or actually display the user inside the console, and we'll set this up a little bit later to actually log in the user. So now we need to go ahead and bring the login form into our homepage. So let's go into our homepage.tsx, and above the interface, let's go ahead and import our login form. All right, and now instead of just displaying some text, we'll actually display the login form, and we can save, and now we can go ahead and see what goes on. So if we come into our application on the web browser, you can see we have email, password, everything else, and let's go ahead and open up our console. Inside of our console, we don't have anything, so let's go ahead and try to log in as admin. So admin@library.com and password. We hit login. You can see we get the user information back, but if you put in the incorrect password, we should get an error saying username and password incorrect. Great, so this is working how we expect it. Now let's go ahead and style up our login form.css just so we can get it done. So into login form.css, we're going to set up a few things. First, .login form. This is going to be simple. Let's have a width 100%, height of 100%, display flex, flex direction column, align item center, justify content, flex start, and we'll have a padding of 32 pixels. It's going to look a little bit weird to start out because we don't have our modal and everything set up, but you'll see how it goes as we get there. Next, we'll have a .login form error. Inside, we'll have a margin bottom of 16 pixels. We'll have a red color of CB4C4E. As you can see, it's kind of like a muted red color. I like it. Then we'll have a .login form input group. Our input group will have a width of 100% and a margin bottom of 16px. Then we'll have our login form input itself. This again will also have a width of 100%. The input will have a height of 2.5 rem. The font inside the input will have a size of 1.25 rem, and our padding will be 5 pixels inside. Now we need our login form input placeholder, and our placeholder text color will be var --text secondary. Then whenever we focus on the form input, we want to make sure we have no outline. Our login form submit button will have a width of 100%, a height of 2.5 rem, border of none, background color of secondary, border radius of 5px, font size of 1.25, margin bottom of 16px, and a margin top of 16px. Let's set up a hover effect on our login form submit. We'll have a cursor pointer, a background color of primary background, color of primary, a box shadow of box shadow, and a border 2 pixels solid, the primary color. Almost complete here. We just need a couple more things. We'll say .login form register. This will have a color of primary. It'll have a cursor pointer, and it'll have a margin left of 4px. We also need a hover effect on our login form register, and this will be text decoration of underline. Assuming that I typed everything properly, let's go ahead and take a look at what our login form now looks like. So as I mentioned, it does look a little bit scuffed just because of the fact that it's kind of the full page size right now, but we're going to set up a modal a little bit so it'll look a lot better. If we go ahead and put in the correct password and log in, our login error goes away. We go ahead and put in the incorrect password again, the login form error comes back, and it looks great. So let's hop back into our VS Code. So at this point, we have our user inside of our login form, but we don't actually have any way to send this user back to our app.tsx. So let's just think about this for a second. Imagine that we want our user inside the app.tsx. That way we can know when to show things and not to show things and things like that. Unfortunately, with React, like we saw, we can only pass data from the app component down to the home page because it has to go one way. However, there is a special way of sending data back up to a parent, and you can do this by creating a special function that you pass into the child component that will update the state inside the parent component. This is a little bit confusing, but let's go ahead and just set this up. So what we're going to go and do is first we need to go ahead and create a function inside of our app component that will modify our logged in user. So let's go ahead and say const update logged in user. This will equal to an arrow function that takes in a user. And all we want to do is say set logged in user to the user passed in. Now we actually need a way of calling this update logged in user from the child component. So now we need to go back into our homepage.tsx and actually modify our homepage props. So let's go ahead and add in the update logged in user here as a function. Let's go ahead and import our user. And you immediately notice that our app.tsx is complaining, and this is because we're not passing in the proper function that we need to do, and we can deal with that in a second. Now, obviously, the homepage doesn't actually have the user. The login form is what has the user, so now we have to go down another layer. So now let's go into our login form, and we need to set up a login form props. So let's go ahead and do that up here. We'll say interface login form props, and this interface will take in an update logged in user function again, and this function should take in a user. Let's go ahead and import our user. Now we're going to use our diamond notation. We're going to pass in login form props, and then inside of our parentheses, we're going to break these props apart using the curly braces, and we're going to say update logged in user, and we're going to save. Now again, keep in mind that we're going to have errors all over the place. We're going to fix this in a second. So now whenever we log in a user, instead of just console.logging it, we're going to go ahead and call update logged in user with the rec.data.user. So now we need to go back down the chain. So now inside of our homepage, let's go ahead and pass our login form the props that it wants. So now inside of login form, let's go ahead and say update logged in user will be equal to props.update logged in user. And we still have one more error in our app.tsx. So let's go ahead and also modify that. So now here we need to also pass in the update logged in user, and we'll set this equal to update logged in user. Let's also go ahead and go up to our import, and let's import use effect, and let's set up a use effect down here to actually console.log whenever the user logs in. So we'll say use effect, and this will take in an arrow callback function. And then we also need to pass in the dependency array. So we're going to say logged in user, and then inside of the use effect, we'll say console.log logged in user. So let's take a quick pause here and take a look at what this use effect is. So use effect is another hook that comes with React that allows us to do some effect or do something whenever some lifecycle function happens inside of our component. So use effect will run whenever the component mounts, whenever the component unmounts, and then whenever something inside of our dependency array changes. If you only wanted this to run once whenever the component mounts, you would have an empty dependency array like this. If you wanted this function to run every single time something changed, such as logged in user, you would pass in logged in user. And then if you want something to run whenever the component unmounts, you'd make a return statement like so. This would take in a callback function, and then you could do something like console.log component unmounted. We're going to be seeing something like this later on. We're not worried about this component unmounting right now, so I will go ahead and get rid of this. All we really want to do is watch for our logged in user to change, and then we can go ahead and actually store that user and console log it. Let's go back into our application. Let's open up our console. Let's go ahead and refresh. So we see undefined right now because there's no user logged in. Let's go ahead and log in the admin. So admin@library.com and then password. And if we hit login, you should see now we print out the library, and this is actually coming from our app.tsx. So now what's basically happening is we are making a request in our login form.tsx, and whenever we get this, we call the update logged in user, which is a function passed to us from our home page. Then our home page also calls this, but this is also passed from the app.tsx, and then inside the app.tsx, we are calling update logged in user, and then we set the logged in user, which is the state inside of our app.tsx. Now this is kind of messy, and while it works, as we scale up our application, passing props from the top component deeper and deeper is what's known as prop drilling, and it can quickly become confusing and hard to keep track of where everything's actually coming from, as well as having to pass data up through multiple components through functions is also very confusing as you start building this up. This is exactly why the engineers at Facebook came up with their Flux design pattern in Redux. And now we'll take a quick moment to talk about Redux is, and then set up Redux toolkit to more easily manage our state and get our login registration up and running even better than it is now. Redux follows the Flux design pattern, which was architected by Facebook to specifically combat/work with React's unidirectional data flow. It outlines a pattern to pass state information through an application, and Flux was designed to use a centralized store to store the shared application state. We're going to use dispatchers to send actions from components in the application to make changes to the state of the store, and then when the store gets updated, the views update to display that new information. Here's a little bit more information about each of the components we'll be interacting with in the Redux library. The store manages a collection of objects that represents the application state. We can have one or as many stores as we like. For this application, we'll just be utilizing one centralized store. You can think of it as a single source of truth for our entire application state. When a store gets updated, it can alert all the components that are relying on the data within it to update. The dispatcher is the heart of the Flux flow. In older versions of Redux, we had to manage it ourselves, but with the Redux toolkit, it's pretty much abstracted away. Dispatchers are functions that are called upon to update information from an action, and it gives the store a new representation of the data to hold. Actions are simple JavaScript objects which hold a type and an optional payload. These are sent by the dispatchers to the reducers, and our reducers are functions that calculate the new state of the store based on the previous state in the action that was called. Redux is a general purpose library for the Flux design pattern, and it was created to be used with any JavaScript project with proper adapters. So to be used with React, we'll also need React Redux, as well as a Redux.js/toolkit, which is the new and improved way of implementing our store and the reducers. To install these, we'll run npm install Redux, React Redux, and Redux.js toolkit, and we'll look into setting all of this up in the following steps. Now let's get our Redux all set up and ready to go. So we need to go ahead and say Control-tilde to open up our terminal, and let's make a new bash. We want to make sure we cd into library app, and we're going to go ahead and say npm I, and we need to install Redux. We need to install React-Redux. We need to install Redux.js/toolkit. Go ahead and hit enter, and this will go ahead and install everything. So let's let it do its thing. All right, we can go ahead and close out of this and close out of this. The first thing we need to do to get Redux up and running is to get the Redux store working. So we're going to go into our source directory up here. We're going to go ahead and make a new directory with new folder and go ahead and call this Redux. And then inside of Redux, we're going to go ahead and make a new file. So go ahead and right click new file, and we're going to go ahead and call this Redux store. All right. And then inside of Redux store, we can go ahead and start setting this up. So first we're going to go ahead and import configure store from @redux.js/toolkit. So this will be the function that allows us to set up our store. So now we're going to say export const store is equal to configure store, and inside the object of the store we're going to say reducer, which is just an empty object to start. So inside of the reducer object, this is where we're going to go ahead and set up our reducers, which we talked about previously. Now we need to export a couple of things for TypeScript. So now we're going to say export type root state. This will be equal to return type of store.getState. Then we also need another type, so export type app dispatch. This will be equal to type of store.dispatch. So these two types will make our lives a lot easier whenever we're working with state and working with Redux. So that's why we have them, just because whenever you're working with TypeScript, it makes things a little bit more complicated. All right, so now that we have this out of the way, I am going to go ahead and close out of a couple things such as login form CSS, index CSS, homepage, and homepage CSS, as well as app.tsx. Again, we might open these up in a little bit, but we're going to go ahead and close out of those for now. So now, whenever we actually work on our application, we're going to store individual pieces of the store or state inside of things called slices. And then each of these slices are going to have actions and reducers that go ahead and modify our store. So we need to go ahead and create a new state, or a new slice, I should say, for our authentication services, basically. So we're going to go ahead and go into our Redux, right click and make a new folder. And we're going to call this slices. And then inside of slices, we're going to right click, make a new file. And we're going to go ahead and call this authentication slice. Cool. So now inside of our authentication slice, we're going to set up a couple of things. So first, we need to import a few things. We're going to import create async thunk, create slice, and payload action from redux.js/toolkit. Then we also want to import our user from our models. And finally, we'll also import Axios from Axios. All right, now we need to set up kind of like the state or what the slice is going to keep track of. So we're going to say interface authentication slice state. And this will have a logged in user, which is either a user type or undefined. This will have a loading, which is Boolean. This will have an error, which is also Boolean, and this will have a register success, which is a Boolean. We also need the initial state for our slice. So what is the slice initially holding? So I can say const initial state, which is of type authentication slice state, is equal to an object. And inside this object, we'll have logged in user equal to undefined. We'll have loading equal to false. We'll have error equal to false. And we'll have register success equal to false. Now that we have our initial state set up, we need to go ahead and set up the actual slice. So to do this, we're going to say export const authentication slice will be equal to create slice with an object. And then inside the object, we'll have a name equal to authentication. We'll have our initial state. And we're going to have reducers, which is an empty object. So obviously this is going to be the name of our slice. This is the state that the slice holds initially. And then this is going to be our kind of list. It's technically an object, but it's going to store all of the different reducer functions. Now we need to go ahead and export a couple things. So now we'll say export const object is equal to authentication slice.actions. So this is going to allow us to basically export the names of our reducers. That way we can call them inside of different functions or inside of different components. We're also going to say export default authentication slice.reducer. And this is going to allow us to register all the reducers that we have inside the slice inside of our store. So now that's what we want to go ahead and do next. Let's hop back into our store. Inside of our store, we need to go ahead and import authentication reducer from authentication slice. And then inside of our reducer object, we can say authentication is equal to authentication reducer. So now we have successfully registered reducers for authentication slice, and we can actually start playing around with this. But before we do that, we need to set up a couple other things. Primarily, we need some sort of payload object to pass around to our dispatcher, basically, or to our reducer objects. That way we know how to log the user in. So to do that, we're going to go into our user model, and we're going to create a new interface. So we're going to say export interface login user payload. And then here, this is going to be the different objects, the different parameters that we need to log in a user. So we'll need an email of type string, and we'll need a password of type string. So now we can use this interface inside of our authentication slice to actually pass data from our component to our reducer. So now let's go back into our authentication slice, and now we can set up the actual method or a function that will actually log the user in. So below our initial state, we'll go ahead and say export const login user, and this is going to be equal to create async thunk. In Redux, to be able to actually make an API request, you have to use something called a thunk, and with the Redux toolkit, you're going to have to use create async thunk, and we're going to set up our reducers in a little bit to work with this. So create async thunk needs a path. So for the path, we're going to say auth/login. It also needs the callback function to make the request. So we're going to say async, and this will be a function. And this is going to say user : login user payload. If we hit enter, we can actually just automatically import this. And this is also going to need thunk API. Thunk API is something that just gets passed automatically. Don't worry about where it comes from. And this will be an arrow function. Then inside of our arrow function, let's set up a try catch. Inside our catch, we'll just put E. And then if we do catch an error, we're going to say return thunk API.reject with value E. Now this is going to come and play in a little bit, but basically this is going to say, hey, the request failed. So let's go ahead and do something. So we're going to set up a special reducer to deal with that in a second. Let's hop back into the try block. And now we're going to go ahead and say const request is equal to await axios.post. And inside the post method, we're going to say http://localhost 8000/auth/login. We're also going to pass in the user as data. Then below that, we'll go ahead and return rec.data.user. So now that is our request. So now how do we actually set this up? Well, we need to go down into our create slice, and we need to set up something called extra reducers. And these are special reducers specifically for things like async thunk. So we're going to say extra reducers, and this will be a function. So we're going to go ahead and say parentheses builder, and this will be an arrow function. And then inside this arrow function, we're going to add the different logic. So first we'll do the pending logic. So again, this is basically just a very basic promise. So there's going to be pending, they'll be fulfilled, and then they'll be rejected. So while we are pending, let's go ahead and say builder.addCase. And then this is going to be login user.pending. Then we're going to have another callback function that takes in state and action. This will be an arrow function. And then inside this callback function, we're going to modify the state. So we're going to say state equal to. We're going to use our basically breaking apart the state. We're going to say dot state. And we're going to say error false. We're going to say loading true. And then we're going to go below this. And we're going to go ahead and return the state. So that will modify and return the state. Now we need to do the resolved logic or fulfilled, whatever you want to say. So for this, we're going to say builder.addCase. This will take in login user.fulfilled. So what do we want to do if the request was successful? This is going to take in a callback function that takes in state and action. Again, this will be an arrow function. And then in here, we're going to go ahead and say state equal to. Again, we'll break the state apart. So dot state. We're going to say loading equal to false. And we'll say logged in user is equal to action.payload. Now we'll go ahead and return the state. And the action.payload comes from here. And this is going to come from whatever return here. Now, obviously, we don't have any action here, so we're not using it. But if we did, we could go ahead and mess with that. But this is where the action is coming from. Finally, let's go ahead and do something for the rejected logic. So once again, we'll say builder.addCase. This will be for login user.rejected. This will also take in a callback function with state and action, which is an arrow function. So now in this case, if we hit this part where we say thunk API.reject with value, we do technically get the value back in the action, but I'm not worried about that. All we're worried about is if it actually did fail. If that's the case, we'll go ahead and say state equal to an object again, and we'll say dot state, and we'll say error equal to true, and we'll go ahead and return the state. So that is how we set up our asynchronous thunk, or basically how we set up an asynchronous call inside of our slice. That way we can go ahead and grab the user. So basically what's going to happen as soon as we make the request, we'll go ahead and we'll get the loading as true and make sure to reset error, because obviously if we just made the request, there's no error yet. If we get the user back, we'll go ahead and set the logged in user and also set loading to false. Otherwise, if we get rejected, we should also probably go ahead and say loading false as well. Small bug that I didn't see. Make sure that we're not loading anymore, but this time around we have an error. All right, so now we set that up. Before we actually use Redux, we need to set up something called a provider, which will basically give the state to the entire application or the section of the application that you want to use. Because like I said, you don't have to use Redux as a global store. You can use basically different slices for different parts of your application. So you could have basically a home slice or a home store or maybe some other stores. We're just doing global because it makes it a little bit easier. But to do that, we're going to have to go into the main.tsx file. And inside here, we need to go ahead and import provider from React Redux. We also need to import store from our Redux/Redux store. And now what we need to do, we need to wrap the entire React application inside provider. So we're going to go ahead and say provider, and we need to say store equal to store. And then we need to go ahead and close this around the React. So we'll go ahead and make a closing tag of type provider. Whoops, I accidentally closed it here. There we go. A little bit of a typo there. So now we are providing our store to the entire application. Again, if you only want to wrap certain parts of your application with a certain store, you can also do that. Just make sure you don't try to access stores outside of the provided scope. So now we can go ahead and go back into our login form and set up the login form to dispatch directly to Redux rather than passing the state around, and you'll see how much easier it is. So let's go ahead and hop back into our login form. Now inside of our login form, we're going to go ahead and we're going to clear out this handle login user. We'll keep e.prevent default. That way the form doesn't try to do what's default. We also do not need our error anymore. And of course, this is going to break now because we need to set up a couple of things. Let's go ahead and first import the things that we need. We do not need Axios anymore. We're going to go ahead and import use dispatch and use selector from React Redux. We're going to also import our app dispatch and root state from our Redux store. And finally, we're also going to import our login user from our authentication slice. Now that we have all of these set up, we can go ahead and set up our dispatch and our state. So we're going to say const auth is equal to use selector. And inside of use selector will be a callback function. This is going to take in the state of type root state. And this will return state.authentication. So So this will get basically the initial state from the store and also update anytime that the authentication state updates. Then we'll also say const dispatch of type app dispatch is equal to use dispatch. And then we can go ahead and set up our handle login as well as our error. So since error is complaining, let's go ahead and fix that first. So instead of error, this is going to be auth.error, and that fixes that problem. And now let's go ahead and deal with the handle login user. So again, we're still going to have to check to make sure that the email ref and password ref are active. So we're going to say if, and I probably shouldn't delete all this, but we'll say if email ref and email ref.current. And we'll also say and password ref and password ref.current. Then we'll go ahead and try to make the request. So now we're just going to say dispatch. This will say login user, and inside login user, we need the login user payload. So let's make an object, and we'll say email. This will be email ref.current.value. We'll also say password. This will be password ref.current.value. And now we can go ahead and save. And now this is all we have to do. This will actually go ahead and update the actual state inside the slice. So now we can go through and remove a couple of things. So first, let's go ahead and let's get rid of this login user form props. We do not need it. We'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of this part. And this is obviously going to break a couple things. That's fine. We need to go into the home page. And now this is broken because this no longer accepts this. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. And now that is super cleaned up. And now we can also get rid of the update logged in user from that props. And now we can also go into our app component. So let's find our app, and we can also get rid of update logged in user. We do not need that anymore. We do not need this update logged in user inside of app either. And then instead of log in user here, we're going to set this up to be the state. Above the homepage import, we'll go ahead and import use selector from React Redux. We'll also go ahead and import root state from the Redux store. And now instead of using state, what we're going to say is we're going to go ahead and say const logged in user is equal to use selector. And then again, this will once again take in a callback function with state root state and return state.authentication.logged in user. So now we clean this up significantly. We don't necessarily need this import anymore. So let's clean that up. And we are still technically not really using display login or anything. So that's something that we would want to fix up. But technically speaking, we should be able to have the same exact logic that we had before. So let's go ahead and hop back into our application and take a look to see if it has the same logic that we had whenever we were passing the state through properties. So let's go ahead and log in the user. So we're going to say inside the email, we'll say admin@library.com. And inside the password, we'll say password. I believe that's what our password is. We'll go log in and let's see, did something go wrong? So we did get our object back. Everything's working. And also a cool thing about Redux, if you right click, you can click on Redux DevTools. If you have this installed in Chrome, you can go ahead and open up a new panel and we can actually take a look at what happened. So you see that we had an auth login pending, then we have an auth login fulfilled. And if we actually take a look at our raw state, you can see that our authentication has a logged in user and everything else set to false. So that is working as expected. Everything's good to go. So right now, this does kind of look a little bit ugly. And my plan is to actually have a pop-up modal that you can click on, maybe log in or something from the navbar and have this pop up. So let's go ahead and move forward and actually set up that modal. That way this just doesn't pop up all the time. And we'll also deal with when we should actually show and not show the modal as well. Back inside of our code here in the app.tsx, we're going to do some more cleanup and we're going to get our login register modal set up and working. So to start out, we are going to get rid of this display login. Yes, this is going to break everything. We're going to get rid of display login in the home page. Don't worry, we're going to clean this up. Then we're going to go back into our home page and we're going to get rid of the home page props and the user model. And we're also going to go ahead and get rid of props from here. And then this is just going to basically have homepage in here. So we're going to close out of this for now, and we'll just have login form. So again, just cleaning up a little bit of stuff here. Now we need to go ahead and set up a new slice inside of our Redux slices. So we're going to go into our slices, right click, new file, and this is going to be called modal slice. This is going to basically store the state on when we should or should not see a modal pop up. So again, we're going to import create slice and payload action from Redux.js toolkit. Once again, we're going to go ahead and set up an interface and we'll call this modal slice state. Inside the interface, we'll have display login, which will be Boolean. We'll have display library card, which is a Boolean. and we'll have display alone, which is a Boolean. So these will be all of the different modals that will need to be able to be toggled in the future. Then we'll say const initial state of type modal slice state will be equal to an object. And then here we'll have display login to true for now. This will be changed later. We'll say display library card to false. We'll say display loan to false. Now we can go ahead and set up our slice. So we're going to say export const modal slice is equal to create slice. Inside of our function, we'll go ahead and pass an object. The name will be modal. Then we need our initial states, then our reducers. So reducers are super simple. So go ahead and just set all these up. First, we'll say set display login. This will take in state and action of type payload action Boolean. Then we'll say state equal to an object with state and display login equal to action.payload. Then we need to return the states. Next, we'll have our set display library card. This again will take in state and action of type payload action Boolean. This one will once again say state equal to an object. Then we'll have state, and we'll say display library card is equal to action.payload. Once again, we'll return the state. Finally, we will have set display loan. This will take in state and action of type payload action Boolean. Inside, once again, we'll say state equal to an object, state, and then display loan is action.payload. Once again, we'll go ahead and return the states. Always make sure you return your state in your reducers. This is like the #1 cause for bugs for me. Also, something to note, technically, we could make these all into one, more or less one reducer. It's a little bit hacky and a little bit less straightforward, so I went with the more straightforward route. If you guys can figure out how to go ahead and make these into one reducer, go ahead and do that. It basically uses some weird, not weird, but some JavaScript tricks. So go ahead and do that if you like. I'm just gonna do it this way because it's a little bit more straightforward. So now we need to go ahead and export a couple things. So say export const, and we're gonna export the set display login, set display library card, and set display loan. This will be equal to modal slice.action. We also want to export default modal slice.reducer. So similar to the authentication slice, when you go back into our store, and inside of our store, let's go ahead and import our modal reducer. Then inside of our reducer, we're gonna go ahead and say modal. This will be modal reducer. So now we should have access to that modal slice. And I think for the time being, we can go ahead and close it out of our Redux store, our authentication slice, as well as our modal slice. I don't think we're gonna need app.tsx either. We may need login form. I don't think we need user or main.tsx. I'm just trying to keep things a little bit more clean. So now what we're gonna go ahead and do is inside of our homepage, let's go ahead and import our use selector and our root state. That way we can actually show the modal whenever it's true. So I'm gonna go above this component. I'm gonna say import use selector from React Redux. I'm also gonna import root state from Redux store. And what I wanna do inside of our homepage component, I wanna set up a display login state from our Redux store. So I'm gonna say const display login is equal to use selector. So again, this will take a callback function that takes in state and root state. And this will return state.modal.display login. Now let's go ahead and modify this. Let's only show login form if display login is true. So we'll wrap this in curly braces and we'll say display login question mark. And if that's the case, we'll display login. Otherwise, let's go ahead and just display an empty fragment. All right, now we basically have the same exact functionality that we had previously. If we go into our app really quick, you can see that we have it set to true. So it shows up. And I guess we shouldn't have closed out our slice, but if we go back into our slice and go ahead and set this to false and go back into our application, you can see it's not there anymore. So let's go ahead and set that back to true. And let's go ahead and start working on the modal. So whenever we have components that are going to be more or less shared across the entire application, we're going to put those inside of a directory called components rather than like a feature. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go to our source. I'm going to say new folder. And inside here, I'm going to say components. And then inside of components, I'm going to make another new directory, a new folder. And this is going to be called modal. And then inside of modal, I'll make a new file with new file. This will be modal.tsx. And of course, let's go ahead and make one new file and we'll say modal.css. Hop back into modal.tsx. Let's go ahead and import our ./modal.css. That way we don't, for some reason, not find or see the modal CSS. And then we're going to also set up some props. We're going to say interface modal props. And this will take in a toggle modal as a function. And it's going to take in content as a JSX element. And now I know what you're probably thinking. Ethan, why in the world are we passing in a function as a prop? We're not passing data back up to the parent in this situation. In this situation, we're trying to make a completely reusable usable modal. So being able to toggle the modal might depend on whichever different piece of state or whatever we need to toggle. So that's why we're going to just go ahead and pass in some custom function. That way we can handle that. So let's go ahead and export const modal. This will be react.fc, and this will take in modal props, and then equal to arrow function. Inside the arrow function, this is going to take in an object with toggle modal and content. Now we want to go ahead and return, and let's go ahead and return a div with a class name of modal bg. Then we're going to have another div with a class name of modal. Then we'll have an h5 with a class name modal exit. This will have an on click on it. The on click will call toggle modal. Then this is just going to have an x, and then below the h5 we're going to use our curly braces, and we're going to pass in the content. So this is just going to take in whatever content we want the modal to show and then display it, as well as close whenever we click on the x. Let's set up our very basic modal styling. Let's go into our modal.css. Let's start out with .modalbg. So this will be z-index1. We'll have a background color of RGBA 000.2. Then we'll have width 100%, a height of 100%. We're going to have a position of absolute, and we're going to have a top 0 and left 0. So this is going to be a component that takes up the entire page, starting at the top left corner. That's going to put a background color of basically very light gray that's transparent. Now let's do the modal. This is going to be the actual text or the actual block that you see. So this one will have a z-index of 5. It will have a width of 30%, a height of fit content, a display flex, flex direction column, align item center, justify content, flex start, border radius 16px, box shadow, var -- box shadow, background color, var -- background primary, position sticky, top 50%, left 50%, transform translate -50%, -50%, padding left 16px, padding right 16px, and padding bottom 16px. So this is going to basically make a rectangle that fits content the height and is a max width, basically max width 30%, or should be max width 30%. Everything inside will basically be centered and going from top to bottom. And what the sticky in the middle is going to do is whenever you start having pages that scroll, it messes a little bit with where the position is. So we want to make sure it just sticks in the middle of the page no matter how tall the page is, or basically stick in the middle of the viewport no matter how big the page is. So that's good to go. Now let's go ahead and do our modal exit. Modal exit will have align self, flex start, and it's going to have a cursor pointer. Now this is good to go. Now again, keep in mind that this is only the skeleton, or kind of like the parent component that's going to actually hold the information for each different specific modal, because we're going to have several different types of modals. So before we actually use this, we're going to set up basically an export module type thing. So inside of components, we're going to make right click, new file, and we're going to make a folder called index.ts. And inside of index.ts, we're going to import modal, and we're simply going to export modal. Now this seems kind of silly, but it's going to allow us to basically import modal just from components rather than import from components /modal/modal. So it's going to cut down a bunch of writing. It's going to make things look a lot cleaner. And then also you can start making components inside components and things like that. And then if you only want the user to be able to access basically things from inside here, you can do that, and then it will be more viewable and kind of make a little bit better structure. So we can close out of our modal stuff for now. And now what we want to go ahead and do is inside of our authentication components, we want to go ahead and make a new folder. So right click, new folder, and we're going to go ahead and call this login register modal. And inside of login register modal, let's go ahead and right click, new file, and we're going to go ahead and make login register modal.tsx. And we'll right click again, make a new file, and login register modal.css. Cool. So now back inside of our TSX, we need to import a bunch of stuff. Actually, what we'll probably end up doing is we'll import it as we grab it. We will go ahead and import our modal really quick. So import modal, and this will come from components. And we'll also go ahead and import our CSS. So import login register modal.css. Let's go ahead and export const login register modal of type react.fc, which is an arrow function. We'll set up a return, and let's simply just return our modal for now. So we'll go ahead and say modal. Modal has to take in our content. So we'll just go ahead and say content. And for now, we'll just set this up as an empty fragment. We also need our toggle modal. This will just set up as an arrow function that does nothing currently. And now we are good there. Now we can start working on everything we need. So let's first go ahead and say const auth state. This will be equal to use selector. If we hover over, we should be able to go ahead and import use selector from React Redux a little bit faster. And then this is going to take in a callback function with state root state. If we hit enter, it'll automatically import it for us. This will return the state.authentication. Let's also set up our dispatch. So const dispatch. This will be app dispatch. Go ahead, hit enter here, and this will go ahead and import it for us. Equal to use dispatch. Again, if we hover over and hit this, this, we can go ahead and update the import from React Redux just to save a little bit of time. Then we're going to go ahead and set up some state. So we will go ahead and say const login and set login. This will be equal to useState of type Boolean. Go ahead and import useState from React. And this will start out as true. Then we want to go ahead and set up our close modal and toggling login. So we're going to go ahead and say const close modal is equal to an arrow function. So what close modal is going to do is going to call our dispatch, and dispatch is going to call set display login to false. If we hit enter, it'll go ahead and import that from the Redux slice. Let's go ahead and put in false. So now that will close the modal whenever we hit the X. Well, we need to set that up, but it will. Then we want to go ahead and say const toggle login is equal to an arrow function. This will say set login to not login. The reasoning behind toggle login is this is going to be a shared modal between logging in and registering. So we need to know which modal to actually show or which form to show. So basically, whenever login is true, it'll show the login form. Whenever login is false, it'll show the register form. Finally, let's go ahead and set up a use effect. So use effect. Let's go ahead and hit enter and import that from React. Of course, this will take a callback function like before. Let's go ahead and set up our dependency array. Inside the dependency array, we have authState.loggedInUser. So the use effect will rerun whenever the logged in user changes. And whenever we log in a user, it's going to go from undefined to basically not undefined to a user. And then vice versa, whenever we log out in the future, it'll also go from a logged in user to undefined. So this should work just fine. So now inside here, we're going to say if authState.loggedInUser. If there is a user logged in, we're going to call close modal. So we won't let the user just close it on their own. We'll go ahead and close it automatically. And then we're going to set up a return statement to clean things up. So we're going to go ahead and say return. This will take in a callback function. And whenever we are cleaning up, we're going to check to see if the authState.loggedInUser is set. If the user is logged in, we're going to say local storage.setItem. And we're going to set the user ID to authState.loggedInUser._ID. So we're going to store the information in the local storage. That way, whenever we come back later on, we can check that local storage and see if the user is already logged in previously. So now we need to go ahead and finish up the modal. So now in the content, instead of just being an empty slice, we're going to say login question mark. So if login is true, we're going to show login form. Otherwise, for the time being, we're just going to show an empty fragment. Save. I'm not sure what the error is here. Oh, we need to import this. So go ahead and import this. By clicking on the blue icon, we must have deleted it. Same thing with toggle modal. So now we're going to go ahead and say close modal and save that. Now we had to make a little bit of a change here inside of the login form to make it so that we can actually basically toggle the login after we register. So we're going to go back into our login form. And now what we're going to do is we are going to unfortunately make a new props again. So we're going to make a new interface and we're going to call this login form props. And this is going to say toggle register, which is void. Let's go ahead and pass those in and break the object apart. And what's going to happen is we're going to go down here where it says don't have an account, create one here. And where it says create one here, we're going to make an on click. And the on click is going to be toggle register. So this is one of those cases where we still need to pass an object or pass a function. Unfortunately, it is what it is. We're just going to make it work. So now back in our login and register modal, inside of our login form, we're going to go ahead and say toggle register. We're going to set this equal to toggle login like so. And there's still one more thing broken. So to fix this, we're going to go into our authentication. We're going to right click, make a new file, and this is going to be index.ts. So similar to the other one, these are the things that we want to be used in outside of this package. We're going to import login register modal. Then we're going to go and export this. Now this signifies that we only want the user to export or use the login register modal outside of this authentication folder. Now we need to go back into our home page, and inside of our home page, instead of login form, what we're going to have here is we're going to have the login register modal. If we enter, it'll actually go ahead and grab that. And this shouldn't take in any props. Let's go ahead and get rid of the login form. Now we can save. And now let's go ahead and open up the app. Fingers crossed I didn't type anything and everything's working out properly. So now you can see we have a login and register form here. If we go ahead and put in admin at library again and put in the password, if we log in, theoretically it should close out the modal, and then we should also be able to see some local storage. So let's take a look. So as you can see, the modal closed out. If we go into our Redux, you can see that login fulfilled, and we also set display login, which closed out of it. We also go into our inspect and go into our application and make this a little bit larger and go into our local storage and HTTP. You can see that our user is logged in. I'm going to go ahead and close out of this just because I don't want to keep the user logged in. So that is all good to go. So let's go ahead and set up our registration now. Let's go ahead and get our registration up and running. So to do that, we need a new payload to actually send the data to register users, since it's slightly different than logging in. So to do that, we need to go into our models, and then we need need to go into our user. And let's go ahead and set up a new interface. So export interface, and this will be register user payload. It's going to be used similarly to the login user payload. We're going to dispatch this object to the reducer to determine how we're going to register them. So we need to go ahead and say type is equal to admin or employee or patron. Then we need first name of type string, last name of type string, email string, and password string. So this is basically a stripped down version of the user that allows us, I guess it's more advanced than user because it also has password, but basically it's like a user, but it has extra things to be able to actually register them. So now similarly to how we logged in the user, we need to go back into our authentication slice and set up an async thunk to actually register the user. So to do this, it's going to be very similar. So we're going to say export const register user this time. This will be equal to create async thunk inside of the function call, or we'll call the path auth/register, and we'll say async function. This is going to take in user, which is of type register user payload. We'll go ahead and hit enter to automatically import that. We also need to pass in the thunk API. This will be an arrow function. Inside of our function, let's go ahead and say try catch. We'll catch E and return the thunk API dot reject with value. Pass in E. Another very common bug that you'll run into is you'll forget to return on the thunk API dot rejected value. Always remember to return, otherwise it's not going to actually be rejected whenever you have an error. Then we'll say const rec is equal to await axios.post, and inside of our post we'll say http:// localhost 8000/auth/register. We'll also pass in the user as data, and then once we get that back, we'll say return rec.data.user. So there is our async thunk. We're just going to make the Axios request and then get the data back, and then we want to go ahead and set up our extra reducers like we did before. So we'll start out with the pending logic. We'll say builder.addCase. This will be register user.pending, and this will take in state and action. We'll say state is equal to an object. We'll say .state, and we'll say error false, and we'll say loading true, and we'll return the state. Then under our resolved logic, we'll go ahead and say builder.addCase. This is going to be register user.fulfilled. This will take in state and action and a callback. And then here we'll say state is equal to an object. We'll say .state. We're going to say loading false, and we're going to say register success true. Once again, we'll return the state. Finally, we'll do our rejected logic. So we'll say builder.addCase. This will take in register user.rejected. This will take in a callback function, state and action. Here we'll have state equal to an object, .state, and error true. Another bug, I'll go ahead and set loading equal to false as well. Forgot that inside of my other code. And we'll go ahead and return state. And now that this is done, we also need to set up a non-extra reducer inside reducers. We should say that. We're going to call this reset register success, and this will take in state. And all this is going to do is say state equal to an object, and we'll say .state, and this is going to say register success false. So this is going to be needed a little bit later on. We'll go ahead and return state. And now at the bottom, inside of our export const, we need to go ahead and pass in that reset register success. Now our authentication slice should be good to go. Now let's go ahead and close out of it. Let's close out of user. I do not think we need login form currently. We might still need index.ts, so we'll keep that open. We'll close out the login register mode.css, which I guess technically we didn't need CSS for, but it is what it is. So now let's go ahead and set up our register form. So inside of our feature/authentication/components, let's right click new folder, and we're going to go ahead and say register form. And then inside of register form, we'll right click new file, register form.tsx, and right click on register form again, new file, register form.css. All right, and let's hop into our register form.tsx. Now again, we're going to do something similar to last time. We're just going to import as we go to make our lives a little bit easier. We will go ahead and import React and use ref. We will go ahead and import our register form.css. All right, let's go ahead, and we will need to set up a register form props. So let's go ahead and interface register form props. This will take in a toggle login. That is a function void. This is similar to the toggle register on the login, so that's why we need it. Let's go ahead and say export const register form. This will be react.fc. It'll take in register form props equal to an arrow function. Let's make sure to break apart our props inside of the parameters. Let's go ahead and set up our component. For now, let's go ahead and just return a form with the class name register form. Now that we have all the imports and exports and everything else out of the way, let's go ahead and set up the application or set up the component. So we need to set up some state and some other things. So let's go ahead and say const auth state. This will be equal to useSelector. So let's go ahead and import useSelector by selecting it, hitting the yellow thing, and hit useSelector. This will take in a callback function that takes in a state of type root state. Hit enter to import root state. Go ahead and return state.authentication. So there's our auth state. Let's say const dispatch of type app dispatch. Hit enter on app dispatch to go ahead and update that equal to use dispatch. Go ahead and hover over this and go ahead and update the input for React Redux. Cool. Let's go ahead and set up our refs. So first will be const first ref equal to use ref HTML input element, and it will start out as null. Next is last ref equal to use ref HTML input element of null. Next is const email ref equal to use ref HTML input element null. Finally, const password ref, you guessed it, use ref HTML input element null. There are our refs set up. Now I'm going to go ahead and set up a quick skeleton function, const handle register user. This will be an arrow function, and the parameters will be an e.react.mouse event of an HTML button element. We'll go ahead and just set that up. That way we don't have anything breaking on us. And finally, we need to go ahead and import useEffect. Let's go ahead and hover over and update the import. And then inside of useEffect, we'll have our callback function. And then we will just have an empty dependency array. And this will be something that we have to set up in a bit as well. Basically, we're just going to have a return function that we will call whenever we clean up the component. So I don't want to get too deep into the functions. I want to get into actually setting up the component, and then we'll come back and figure out all of the different functions we need. So we have our form, register form. Then we want an H2. The H2 will say enter your information. Below the H2, we're going to set up a curly brace. We're going to say authState.error. We'll have a question mark. If there's an error, we'll have a p tag with class name, register form error. This will say if there was an error. Otherwise, we'll just have an empty fragment. Then we'll have a div with class name, register form name group. Inside this div, we'll have another div with a class name, register form name input group. Then inside here, we'll have an H6. This will say first name. We'll have an input. The input will have a class name equal to register form input name, placeholder of first, name equal to first, required, and ref equal to first ref. Then I'm going to save a little bit of time. We're going to copy that outer div and paste it. Now instead of first name, it'll say last name. Instead of placeholder first, it'll be placeholder last. Name will be last, and ref will be last ref. So that is how we're going to get our name. Now outside of the register form name group, let's go ahead and set up a new div, and this will have a class name, a register form input group. So this one's slightly different. This will have an H6 with an email. We'll have another input with a class name equal to register form input. Placeholder will be email. Name will be email, required, and ref will equal to email ref. Once again, we're going to save a little bit of time. We're going to copy this register form input group. We're going to paste it. Then our email will turn into password. Our inputs will now be placeholder password. Name will be password, and ref will be password ref. We're almost complete with this guy. Now let's set up a button with the class name, register form submit. It'll have an on click with handle register user, and inside it'll say register. Below the button, we're going to have another curly brace. And we're going to say authState that registers success, question mark. If this is the case, let's make a p tag. And this will say registered successfully. And inside the p tag, we'll have a span with a class name, register form login. On click will be toggle login. And it'll say login here. Outside of the p tag, we'll go ahead and have a colon. And then this will just be an empty fragment. All right, so that is our basic component. So now let's go ahead and set up our functions. So first, inside of our handle register user, we'll say e.preventDefault. After preventing the default action of the form, we'll go ahead and say if first ref and first ref.current and last ref and last ref.current and email ref and email ref.current and password ref and password ref.current. This means that we're good to go ahead and log in the user, or register the user, I should say. So we're going to go ahead and say dispatch, and then we're going to go ahead and say register user. If we hit enter, that will go ahead and import it from the auth slice. And now this takes in the register user payload. So this will take in a type, and this is automatically going to be patron. Then we'll need our first name, which will be firstref.current.value. Last name will be lastref.current.value. Email will be emailref.current.value. And password will be passwordref.current.value. Now we can go ahead and hit the semicolon, and that will go ahead and register the user. And then on our teardown, we'll go ahead and dispatch reset register success. Go ahead and enter to go ahead and import that, make that a function call, and that will basically just get us ready for if someone else comes in and wants to register again, they can go ahead and register. So that should be good there. We have a little bit of CSS to set up, or a bit of CSS to set up, and then we need to bring this in to our login and register modal. So let's go ahead and do all of that. So first with the CSS, let's hop into registerform.css, and we have a bit of work to do. So we say .registerForm, and we have width 100%, height 100%, display flex, flex direction column, align item center, justify content, flex start, and padding 16px. Then our register form input group. This will be width 100%, margin bottom 16px. Next, we'll have register form error. Here we'll have margin bottom 16px. We'll have color pound CB 4C 4E. Admittedly, we could have made that a color that was stored inside of our root state, but it is what it is. Next, we'll have register form name input group. So this one is a little bit more special. We'll have margin 0. width 45%, margin bottom 16px. Next, we'll have register form name group. Not sure why the styles are in this order, but it is what it is. Width 100%, display flex, justify content, space between, and align item center. Now, register form input, width 100%, height 2.5 rem, font size 1.25 rem, padding 5px, register form input name, width 100%, height 2.5 rem, font size 1.25 rem, padding 5px. This is another one of those situations where we could have optimized the CSS a little bit here, but it is what it is. It's not going to kill anything. Next, we'll have .register form input placeholder. This will be color var text secondary. We need register form input focus. This will be outline none. Register form input name focus, outline none. Register form input name placeholder. We color var text secondary. Then our register form submit, width 100%, height 2.5 rem, border none, background color var secondary, border radius 5px, font size 1.25 rem, margin bottom 16. Then .register form submit hover, cursor pointer, background color var background primary, color var primary, border 2px solid var primary, and box shadow var box shadow. Then we got register form login, color var primary, cursor pointer, margin left 4px. Finally, register form login hover. This would be text decoration underline. Now this is one of those situations where the groups and everything inside of a register form, hopefully I didn't miss anything and hopefully the CSS is all proper. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and debug and come back to you guys with the fixes. But to be able to actually view this, we need to actually put this into the login register modal. So let's go ahead and go into the login register modal. And whenever it says login question mark, login form, after the login form, let's go ahead and get rid of this empty fragment. Let's say register form. If we hit enter, it'll go ahead and import that. Now this is going to need a toggle login, and this will be equal to our toggle login, and close this and save. And now, technically speaking, we should be able to view a register modal if we click on the register user. So again, fingers crossed, I didn't get any of the groupings divs wrong inside the register form. So let's go ahead and open up the app. So this looks fine. Let's go ahead and click on this. Now this looks all good. So now we can enter information. So let's go ahead and I think we already have Summer Smith. So let's go ahead and do Morty Smith. So first name Morty, last name Smith. Email will be morty.smith@mail.com. And password will just be password. So I can see one bug here. Let's go ahead and change the password to a type of password. Back inside here, let's go to register form. Let's scroll down. Let's make the type of our password to password. So before the required, let's say type equal to, and this will be password. Now it looks like a password. If we hit register, it says register successfully, log in here. If we hit this again, we should get an error. So there is an error. And I don't know why it just says there's an error. I should probably say unable to register user or something along those lines. So that's something you guys can easily fix. I'm not going to concern that. So now if we actually go back to here, now of course, there's an issue with this. So we should probably also, whenever we switch from the user or from one mode to another, we should probably also reset that value. So again, this is something that I didn't really think of whenever I was designing this. So you guys can kind of do that, but we should be able to say morty.smith@mail.com here. We should also be able to say password, hit login. And now we are logged in. It reset the error and everything. So keep that in mind. There are a couple things here and there that we can actually fix. I'd want you guys to kind of take a pause and go through and try to see if you can figure out how to fix those small bugs and also change the text when there's an error. But that's all good to go. We're ready to hop back into the back end and start setting up some additional user CRUD. We're going to take a step back from our front end. So let's go ahead and close out of a few things here. Let's go ahead and close out of all of our front end stuff. We're going to hop back into our back end in the library server and set up the rest of our user CRUD functionality. If you're unaware, CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete. At this point, we have been able to create a read function to read a user from a database. We also are able to create a user, but we're not able to create or update them. We also need more ways of reading other than just by their username and password or their email and password. So what we're going to go and do is we want to go into our services in our user service, and we want to set up a few more functions in here. So the first function, let's go ahead and scroll down below our export for login, and let's set up a find all users function. So let's say export async function, and this will be find all users, which will return a promise of iUser model array. Then inside of our function, let's go ahead and set up a try catch. The catch will just catch an error and will return an empty array. Inside the try, let's go ahead and say const users. This will be equal to await user.dal.find. This will basically just find all the users in the database. Then we want to go ahead and return users. All right, so that's how we can find all users. Next, let's go ahead and try to find a user by an ID. So export async function. This will be called find user by ID. This will take in a user ID of type string. This will return a promise of IUserModel. This one will once again have a try catch. The catch will catch an error of type any. In the try, we'll go ahead and say const user is equal to await user.find by ID, user ID. We're going to say if user, return user. Otherwise, we'll throw new error and pass in user does not exist with this ID. Now inside of the catch, let's go ahead and throw a new error with error.message. Okay, so that's how we can find by user. Let's set up a new async function with export async function. This will be called modify user, and it'll take in a user of type IUserModel. This will return a promise of IUserModel. Once again, we'll have a try catch. The catch will just catch an error of type any. Inside the try, we'll say let ID equal to await user.find by ID and update. Inside of this function, we're going to call user._ID. We're going to pass in the user, and we're going to pass in an object with new : true. Then we'll go ahead and say return user. If there's an error, we'll go ahead and just say throw new error with error.message. All right, let's set up one more function. So this one will be export async function. We'll call this remove user. This will take in a user ID of type string. This will return a promise of type string. We'll once again have a try catch. The catch will say error. Inside the try, we'll say await user.find by ID and delete. We're going to pass in the user ID. Then if no errors occur, we'll return user deleted successfully. Otherwise, in the catch, we'll throw a new error with unable to delete user. All right, that will wrap up setting up our CRUD functionality inside the service. Let's hop back into our controllers. So we're going to actually need to make a new controller for user controller because technically this isn't going to be for authentication. So we'll right click new file and we'll call this user controller. And inside of user controller, we're going to go ahead and import request and response from Express. We'll also import find all users, find user by ID, remove user, and modify user from our services / user service. Now we can go ahead and set up our controller function. First one will be for get all users. So async function, get all users. This will take in a request and a response, and it'll be void. So we'll go ahead and ignore that. So we'll set up a try catch. The catch will catch an error of type any, and inside the try, we'll say let users equal to await find all users. If that works successfully, we'll say res.status200.json. We'll pass a message, users retrieved successfully, and we'll pass in the users. Inside the catch, we'll say res.status500. We'll say .json, pass in a message of unable to retrieve users at this time, and we'll pass the error.message. There is our get all user controller function. Next, we'll say async function, get user by ID. This will also take in a request and a response. It won't return anything. We'll say const user ID is equal to rec.params.userid. Then we'll set up a try catch. Inside the catch, we'll catch an error of type any. Inside the try, we'll say let user equal to await find user by ID and pass in the user ID. Then we'll say res.status200.json, pass in a message, user found successfully, and pass back the user object. Then inside the catch, we'll say res.status500.json. We'll pass in a message, could not find user, and an error of error.message. Next, we'll say async function, update user. This will take in a request and a response. It will not return anything. We'll say const user is equal to rec.body. Then we'll set up a try catch. Once again, the catch will catch an error of type any. Inside the try, we'll say let updated user equal to await modify user. Let's pass in the user from the request. Then we'll say res.status202.json. We'll pass in a message saying user updated successfully, and we'll pass back the user and updated user. Inside the catch, we'll say res.status500.json, pass a message unable to update user currently. We'll pass back the error.message. Finally, we'll go ahead and set up an async function, delete user. This will take in a request and a response. Once again, it won't return anything. We'll say let user ID of type string equal to rec.params.userid. Set up a try catch, catch an error of type any. Inside the try, we'll say await remove user with the user ID. And if it works, we'll say res.status202.json. We'll pass a message, user deleted successfully. Inside the catch, we'll say res.status500.json. Pass the message. This will say unable to delete user at this time. Pass the error as error.message. Now we just need to go ahead and export these. So we're going to say export default. And this is going to be get all users, get user by ID, update user, and delete user. So there is our entire CRUD functionality from the user controller side. Let's go ahead and register these routes in the user routes. So again, user routes does not exist. Go ahead and right click, make a new file, user routes. And then inside of user routes, we'll go ahead and import express from Express. We'll import user controller from our controller / user controller. Then we'll say const router is equal to express.router. Now let's go ahead and register our routes. We'll say router.get. We'll say /, and this will map to user controller.get all users. We'll say router.get. This will map to /: user ID. This will map to user controller.get user by ID. We'll say router.put. This will map to /, and this will be handled by user controller.update user. We'll say router.delete. This will map to user ID. This will be handled by user controller.delete user. Let's go ahead and export our router. So export equal to router. And now we need to go ahead and just register the routes. So let's go back into our index. And in here, we need to go ahead and import our routes. Let's go ahead and import user routes from /user routes. And below our /auth routes, let's go ahead and say app.use. Inside, we'll say /users, and we'll say user routes. So now our routes are actually set up. Let's go ahead and hop into Postman and just test a couple of them out. Here in Postman, let's go ahead and take a look at our users. So we have /git. This will grab all of our users. Let's take a look. As you can see, we have a list of our users, which includes the users that we created previously. We can get by a ID, so we can go ahead and check for 1, which isn't going to work because it needs to be a string. So now if we come back in here, let's go ahead and grab the user ID for the admin and copy this and paste it into our user /, and now we should get the admin user. As you can see, user found successfully. If we want to update a user, so for example, if we wanted to change something about the admin, maybe we can change their first name to Bob and send. And now you can see that it is now Bob user. Let's go ahead and change it back to admin and go ahead and send. And now it's back to admin. And finally, if we want to delete a user, let's go ahead and delete Morty. So let's go back to our list of users. We'll go ahead and copy Morty's ID and paste it into our user ID and go ahead and send. You can see user deleted successfully. If we call get all, you'll see that Morty is no longer there. Similar to last time, let's go ahead and come back in and we'll set up some errors, and we'll also set up some specialty stuff for making sure everything is valid before we wrap up and go on to the next steps. So back in our code, we want to go ahead and open up our utils and our library errors. We're going to go ahead and create a new class. We're going to say export class user does not exist error. This will extend error. We'll have a constructor with message : string, and we'll say super message. So we set up our new error. Let's go ahead and close out of library errors. Let's go back into our user service and use these errors. So let's go ahead, and now all we're really worried about are the ones that we're finding a user by an ID. So for example, find user by ID, instead of throwing a new error, what we're going to do is we're going to throw a new user does not exist error. And similar to React, if we hit enter, it's going to go ahead and import that. And for the message, we're going to say user does not exist with this ID. And now instead of throwing a new error with the message, we're going to pass the error along. Now with the modify user, we're going to do something very similar. What we're going to do is we're going to make sure that it actually gets created. We're going to say if not ID, then we're going to throw new user does not exist error. Again, this will say user does not exist with this ID. And then inside of our catch, we'll once again just rethrow the error from above. And finally, with remove user, let's go ahead and we're going to say let deleted equal to await user.find by ID and delete. We're going to check to make sure deleted is true. So say if not deleted. We're going to throw new user does not exist error. And this will say user does not exist with this ID. And once again, we're going to go ahead and go down to our catch, and we're just going to throw that error again. Cool. So that is our user service kind of reconfigured. Let's hop into our user controller to reconfigure that. So once again, we're going to primarily be concerned about the ones that are dealing with the IDs because it could be incorrect. So now inside of our catch, we're going to go ahead and say if error is instance of user does not exist error. Now, of course, we need to go ahead and import this. So if we hover over here, add import, we're good to go. So if this is the case, we're going to say res.status 404. We're going to say .json. We're going to have a message saying user requested does not exist. Then we're going to say else. We're going to copy and paste what we already have. Could not find user. And we're going to paste it in there. We'll also pass along the error because it's some other error that we did not have control over. Next, we're going to go into update user and do something similar. So now inside the catch, we'll say if error is instance of user does not exist error. If this is the case, we'll go ahead and say res.status 404.json. Again, we'll say message, and we'll say user requested does not exist. Else, and we'll copy and paste the same exact thing. And then finally on the delete, we'll do the same exact thing once again. We'll say if error instance of user does not exist. If that's the case, we'll say res.status 404, and we'll say .json. We'll pass in a message user requested does not exist. Else, once again, copy and paste. And now we should be good to go. If the user doesn't exist because we gave a wrong or incorrect ID, then we'll go ahead and send that back. So now what we're going to need to do is we need to update our validation, and that way we can check to make sure parameters get passed in where they're supposed to be. So we're going to go back into our middlewares, into validation. So back here inside of our validation, we need to update our validate schema function. The first thing that we need to do is we need to add in a new parameter. This is going to be called a property of type string. And from here, what we're going to do is we're going to replace this await schema.validate async. And we're going to go ahead and turn this into a switch case. We're going to switch on the property. And inside, we're going to set up a few cases. So first case would be query. For this case, we're going to say await schema.validate async rec.query. Then we'll go ahead and break. Next case will be params. Here, we'll await schema.validate async rec.params. Once again, we'll break. And our default will be await schema.validate async rec.body. Now keep in mind, this is going to break literally everything. So we'll have to fix that up as we get going. But now we can go ahead and work on adding the new things for our validation. So let's scroll down. We want to add something below login. We want to add a new property called user ID. And this is going to be a JOI.object. And this will be a user ID : string. And go ahead and make this call. Inside the object, we're going to say user ID : this is going to be joa.string. We're going to say .regex, and I'm going to copy and paste the regex in. You guys can go ahead and pause the video and actually grab this, or if you are subscribed or a member, you can actually grab it from there. Or of course, if you're watching this on Udemy, you can also get the code from the repository. But now we're going to say .required, and this will basically be the form factor of our user ID. So as long as there's user ID there, we're good. Next, we're going to say update. This will be a JOI object. And this will be of type I user model. Again, start our function. So this object will take an underscore ID. This is a JOI.string .regex. And we're going to take the same regex as above, and this will be .required. Next, we're going to have type. Type is a JOI.string. This we're going to call .valid. And then inside .valid, we're going to have a list of strings. First will be admin, then will be employee, then will be patron. And this is going to be .required as well. Then we're going to have first name. This will be a JOI.string .required. Next will be last name, which will be a JOI.string .required. We'll have email, which will also be a JOI.string. This will be .regex. I'm going to go ahead and copy the email regex from above. You guys can either pause here or you can grab the code elsewhere. This is going to be .required. And finally, we'll have password. This will be JOI.string. And this one is not required, but you can pass it. So let's go ahead and import this, hover over, hit the blue thing and hit import, and we should be good to go there. Now, this is going to be completely broken inside of our user routes and inside of our auth routes. So let's first go into user routes and set this up. So let's go ahead and import schemas and validate schema inside of our user routes. And let's set up the validation. First, inside of our router.get or the user ID, we're going to go ahead and say validate schema. And this is going to take in the schemas.user.id. And this is going to be params. Next, in our put, we're going to pass in a validate schema. This will be schemas.user.update. And this will be body. And then in the delete, we're going to pass in validate schema. This will take in schemas.user.userid. And once again, this will be params. So it's basically just where are these properties coming from. Let's go ahead and make sure we have our comma there. And let's go ahead and fix the auth routes. So these are now broken. Inside of create, we need to pass in body. And inside of login, we also need to pass body. So now we should be able to hop back into Postman, and let's take a look at those ones that take in user IDs and pass in an incorrect user ID and see what happens. So for our get user ID, if we put in something that's not correct, we should get a validation error. Object validation, please include a valid object. That is good to go. Same with put. So if we didn't do something correct in here, so for example, if we put in an incorrect ID, it'll also say validation failed. So that is good to go. Now that we've finished up the rest of our user CRUD, let's hop back onto the front end, figure out our routing, and make a user profile page to actually use these CRUD operations to go ahead and fill in all of that information on that user's profile page. Now that our CRUD for the user is done on the server side, let's go ahead and close out the stuff. We're going to hop back into our front end code for a little while here. We're going to set up some routing. We're going to set up a profile page and some other things here in the next few steps. So let's go back into our library app. And the first thing we need to do, we need to go ahead and say control tilde. And let's go ahead and make a new bash. And then here, let's go ahead and cd into library app. And inside of library app, let's go ahead and npm install. We're going to npm install React Router DOM. So React Router DOM is kind of like React's, I don't want to say default, but it's the go-to routing system for basically React applications. It's going to make our application seem more like a website because it's going to basically be able to navigate between different pages, similar to a website, but still not going to reload the page. So let's go ahead and and close out of that, and we can close out of our terminal. We're good to go there. Now that we have this set up, let's go ahead and open up our app component where we're going to do some work. So inside of our app component, let's go ahead and import our browser router, our route, and our routes from React Router DOM. And what we're going to do is we're going to set up a bunch of routes and a router inside of our actual component. So for the time being, I'm going to get rid of what we have now. We're going to set up a new browser router. And inside of our browser router, we're going to set up a routes component. And inside of our routes will be each individual route. So we're going to set up a route with a path slash, and this is going to have the element of homepage. So basically what this says, and let's go ahead and close that. So basically what this says is if we go to just slash, the default page is going to be the homepage that we were working on previously. Then we're going to set up some nested routes. So then we're going to have another route with just nothing. The element for this will just be an empty fragment. We'll have another route to slash catalog. Element will be empty again. We'll have another route to slash resource : barcode. Element will be empty as well. And finally, we'll have a route to slash profile : user ID. Element will be empty as well. So these are going to be all of the different pages that we have in our application. The main page being homepage, where the user can log in and then view different items. And then also we'll have slash. Then nothing is going to go to basically a layout page. And then from there, we'll set up a few other things. So now what we want to go ahead and do is set up our base layout page, which is basically just going to be a template for how all of our pages are going to be laid out. It's going to allow us to not have to rewrite a bunch of components, because that's basically the whole point of React, is to be able to actually reuse them and not basically repeat yourself. So inside of our pages, we are going to make a new folder called layout page. So new folder, and we'll say layout page. And inside of layout page, we're going to right click new file, and this will be layout page.tsx. And of course, we'll right click new file, layout page.css. And then inside of layout page.tsx, let's just import a couple things. We'll import our use selector from React Redux. We'll import outlet from React Router DOM, and we'll import our CSS from layout page.css. And let's go ahead and set up our page. So export default function. This will be called layout page. And inside the function, we'll return a div with class name layout page. So this is going to be a little bit special. And then what we're going to go ahead and do is inside of our function or our component, we're going to go ahead and say const state is equal to use selector. And then inside of here, as always, we have a callback function with state : root state. Go ahead and hit enter to go ahead and automatically import that. And then we'll go ahead and say state.modals. Now from here, we'll go ahead and come back into here, and we're going to go ahead and use curly braces. We're going to say state.display login, and we're going to go ahead and bring in login register modal. Again, hit enter. That will go ahead and import that. So now we'll go ahead, and no matter where we're at on the application, we can go ahead and log in. Then we're going to set up a couple of H1s and a couple other things. So we're going to have an H1. This is going to say navbar. This is just a placeholder. Then we're going to have outlet, and then we're going to have an H1 with footer. So the navbar and footer are obviously just placeholders. Outlet is basically going to take any code that we want to load and then put it inside here. So basically it's going to just take whatever our page content is and smush it in between the navbar and the footer, and it's going to work out nicely. Let's go ahead and go into layout page.css. We're going to set up a very simple class. So we're going to say .layout page, and then this is going to be width 100%. It's going to be height fit content, and it's going to be position relative. And that's all we have for our layout page. Now we need to go into our other pages and go into home page, and we're going to remove the display login from here, and we do not need display login there. And let's go ahead and clean this up. So now that is nice and clean. That's good to go. Basically all we want to do is we want to take this page and we want to put it into that outlet and display it. So now what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to switch some things up. So now inside of app, instead of home page, this is going to be a layout page. Hit enter to go ahead and import that. And then now the path with nothing is going to be the home page, and go ahead and do that. And then let's go ahead and just do a couple things here. So in catalog, we'll put catalog. Inside of resource, we'll put resource. And then finally, inside of user ID, we'll do user profile. So now we can save this. If we actually hop back into our application now, things are a little bit funky because obviously we don't have this all set up. But if we go to slash and then catalog, you'll see catalog in there. If we go to, for example, slash profile slash 123, you'll see user profile. And if we go to slash resource slash 123, you'll see resource. So this is all working. Go back to here. We see nothing. It should technically say homepage. I'm not sure where that's going. So there might be something there we need to debug, but for now, everything should be good to go. Something that we do want to go ahead and fix. Let's go back into our slices. and go into our authentication slice. Let's go ahead and set this back to false. I don't want this open automatically. So we're going to go ahead. Actually, we want modal slice. I'm sorry. We're going to set this to false. That way it's not open by default and we should be good to go there now. As you can see, now it's not just open automatically and we didn't see homepage because it's centered. So what we want to go ahead and do now is we want to get the nav bar set up. We want to get the footer set up, and then we also want to start working on a profile page as we get going here. So that'll be in the next section, but let's go ahead and get this kind of outlet page working and everything all set up for there. It'll look pretty and we can move forward. So let's hop back into our code. In our code, we can close out of a couple of things. We'll close out of app for now. We'll probably need the layout page for now. We do not need the home page. So now inside of our features, we're going to make a new folder called navigation. So we're going to go right click, new folder. We're going to call this navigation. And then inside of navigation, we're going to make a new folder called components. And inside of components, we're going to make a new folder, and this will be called navbar. Finally, inside navbar, a new file. Call this navbar, and another new file, and this will be called navbar.css. So let's get these navbars going. So again, I'm going to just import a couple of things and we'll automatically import the other things. So let's first import React and use ref. We're also going to import link and use navigate from React.DOM. And then let's also import the navbar.css. Let's go ahead and export const navbar is a react.fc. This will be equal to an arrow function. Let's go ahead and return a nav with class name navbar, and we'll work on this as we go. So now we need to set up a few pieces of state, a ref, and a couple other things. So let's go ahead and first set up const search ref. This will be equal to use ref. This will be of type HTML input element, and this starts out as null. Then we'll have our const auth state. This will be equal to use selector. Let's go ahead and import use selector by hovering over it, hitting the yellow thing. Import that. Then this takes in a callback function with state root state. Hit enter to go ahead and import that. The arrow function returns state.authentication. Make sure this is a double equal instead of a dash. Cool. Then we're going to say const navigate is equal to use navigate. We're going to set up a dispatch. So const dispatch, app dispatch. Go ahead and hit enter to go ahead and import that. This will be equal to use dispatch. Go ahead and hover over this and import that from React Redux. We should be good to go there. So now we need to do some functions. So we're going to go ahead and say const handle enter key. This is going to be equal to an arrow function. This arrow function is going to take in as a parameter an react.keyboard event, and this is going to come from an HTML input element. Inside of this function, we're going to say if e.key is equal to enter, and searchref, and searchref.current, and searchref.current.value.length is greater than 0. So make sure all of those are true. Then we're going to call navigate. We're going to use our backticks. We're going to navigate to /catalog ? And this is going to say barcode equal to $, curly braces, and this will be searchref.current.value. Then we're going to have and title equal to $, curly brace. This will be searchref.current.value. Then we'll have and description equal to $, curly braces. And again, searchref.current.value. Then we'll go ahead and say searchref.current.value is equal to an empty string, and that's good to go. Again, this won't make that much sense currently, but we're going to move forward. And as we get into setting up the queries on the back end, this string will make a lot more sense. Then we're going to say const handle search icon clicked. This will be an arrow function. Here we're going to do basically the same thing. We're going to say if searchref and searchref.current. We're going to basically copy and paste the exact same thing. So let's copy this, paste it in. Technically, we should probably make sure the length is also the same. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this as well, just to make sure they're not entering anything that's nothing. And that should be good to go. So now we just have a couple more things. Now we're going to say const navigate to profile. This will equal to an arrow function. And in here, we're going to say if allstate.loggedInUser. Then we're going to say navigate, and we're going to navigate with backticks. And it's going to say /profile $, curly braces, and this will be allstate.loggedInUser._ID. So we're going to navigate to /profile and then whatever their user ID is. And finally, we're going to say const toggle login is equal to an arrow function. And what this is going to do is going to dispatch set display login to true. So go ahead and hit enter to import that. And there we have it. So now we have everything we need set up. Before we go too much farther, let's go ahead and import Material UI into the project. So go ahead and control tilde again, open up a new bash, and let's go ahead and install Material UI. Again, we need to cd into library app. And now we want to say npm I. We need @emotion/react. We need @emotion/tiled. We need @mui/icons-material, and we need @mui/material. Fingers crossed I typed all that right. Let's go ahead and hit enter and install that. So this is going to install basically everything that's needed for Material UI icons. So these are just random SVGs that we can use around our application. It's a little bit easier than going ahead and grabbing these or basically sharing these SVGs to a whole bunch of different people that may or may not have access to the repository. So it's just going to make our lives a little bit easier. Let's go ahead and let this set up, and then I will be back into the code. All right, we're all good. Let's go ahead and close out that bash, close out of our terminal, and now we can go ahead and start setting this up. So our navbar is going to be a series of links. So let's go ahead and set up our first link. This is going to be 2/. So this will be to home, and the class name would be navbar logo section. Then in here, we're going to use an icon from Material UI. This will be called book, and hit enter. And it'll input book, and this is going to say SX equal to double curly braces, and inside we're going to say font size, and this will be 3 rem. Make sure we close this, and then below that book we're going to say H1, and this will say my library. Here you can put the name of the library as whatever you want. If you want to change the color of the icon, you could also say something like color, then whatever color you want. We're just going to use black, so keep that in mind. This is how you style these Material UI icons. We're not going into too much depth there. Then we're going to have a div with a class name of navbar options section, and here we're going to have another link. This will go to /catalog with the class name equal to navbar option and navbar link. Inside the link we'll have an H2 that says view catalog. Below the link we'll have a div class name equal to navbar search box. Inside the search box we'll have an input with class name navbar search input. Placeholder will be search catalog. On key down will equal to handle enter key. We'll have a ref equal to search ref. Then below that we'll have search from Material UI. We'll have to import this manually, but we'll have an on click equal to handle search icon clicked. And we're going to have an SX equal to double curly brace again. And inside we'll have a cursor pointer, and we'll have a font size 2 rem. Close that. Unfortunately, VS Code doesn't want to import this. Oh, actually we can update the MUI material. There we go. That should work. Make sure. Okay, looks good. Sometimes you just have to kind of grit through and get it to work. So now outside of the search box, we're going to go ahead and do curly braces, and we're going to have authstate.loggedInUser. We're going to put a question mark, and if the user is logged in, we're going to have a div with a class name of navbar option. On click will be navigate to profile, and inside we're going to have an H2 with curly braces, and this will say authstate.loggedInUser.firstname and then account. Outside that div, we're going to have colon. We're going to have another div with a class name of navbar option. The on click will be toggle login. Then this one will have an H2 with login. Now that should be the actual content of our navbar as long as I didn't type anything. Let's hop into the CSS. So first off, we'll start with .navbar. Inside .navbar, we'll have a width of 100%. Our navbar height will be 100 pixels. It'll have a background color of secondary. It'll have a color of text. It'll have a display flex, align item center, justify content space between, padding left 64 px, and padding right 44 px. Next we'll say .navbar logo section. Here will be width 25%. The height will be fit content, display flex, align item center, justify content, flex start, text decoration none, then color text. Next we have navbar option section. This will be width 75%, height fit content, display flex, align item center, justify content, flex end. Then we have our navbar option. This will be height 100%, width fit content, padding 12 px, color text, border radius 12 px, cursor pointer, and margin right 16 px. Next we have navbar option hover. This will have a background color of primary and a color of text secondary. We have our navbar link. This will be text decoration none. Then we have our navbar search box. This will be display flex. This will be justify content center, align item center, border 2 px, text solid, border radius 22 px, padding 4 px, and margin right 16 px. Then we have our navbar search input. This will be height of 2.5 rem, background color transparent, border none, padding left 16 px, font size 1.75 rem, font weight 400. Then we're going to set the placeholder with : placeholder. This will be color of text and opacity 1. Finally, we have our navbar search input focus. When focused, we'll have no outline. Cool. So now that our CSS is complete, and fingers crossed I didn't typo anything, What we're going to do now, we're going to go ahead into our navigation and make a new file. Right click, new file, index.tsx. Make sure that's not inside the components though. Sometimes it's a little bit tricky. So index.ts. And then in here, we're going to go ahead and import navbar from navbar. We'll go ahead and export navbar. Again, this is just going to make it a little bit easier to import and export these later on. Now back into the outlet page, let's go ahead and import this navbar. So layout page, instead of the H1, we'll go ahead and say navbar, hit enter, and we'll go ahead and import that. Save. Let's go ahead and take a peek at what this looks like. There we go. For some reason, a little bit slow to load, but you can see we have our hover effect. We click on this, it goes to catalog. We can go back. This goes to the home page. If we type something in the search, just some blah, 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 it goes to the catalog. We can go back to the home page. Login pops this up. It's still a little bit broken. Don't worry, we'll get there and fix it. And we have no way of actually closing it. So let's go ahead and refresh, get that out. Cool. So let's go ahead and get the footer working. So similar to navbar, we're going to go into our components. We're going to right click, new folder, and go ahead and say footer. And then inside of footer, we'll right click, new file, footer.tsx, and then right click, new file, footer.css. All right, let's go ahead. I'm going to close out of navbar. We don't need it for now. We still need index and we still need layout page. So that's good to go. So again, we're going to import a bunch of icons and things like that, but this should be pretty simple. So let's just import React from React, and let's go ahead and just export footer type React .fc, which is obviously an arrow function. And let's just go ahead and return a div with class name footer. We always need to make sure this needs to be tsx, so go ahead and rename this, make sure it's tsx, and there we go. So this is going to be very simple. We're going to have a p with a class name of footer text, and this is going to be 123 library street, and this is going to be town tw, and then the zip code will be 55555, and then I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste these p tags. So another footer text, and this is going to say the return policy. Go ahead and copy and paste another footer text. This one will say late fees. Go ahead and copy and paste another one. This one is going to say library card conditions. Then we'll go ahead and have a div with a class name footer social cluster. And here we're going to have a p with a class name footer social text. This is going to say socials. And below we're going to have some icons. So we'll start out with YouTube. Just have a class name footer social. Now we should be able to import this from Material UI. If I can hover over and go ahead, it looks like it does not want to come in. Does it want YouTube icons? Sometimes these pop up, sometimes they don't. So let's go ahead and just import this. So we're going to import, and I believe we can say YouTube from, and we can say at Material UI icons. And let's see, has no exported. Did you mean YouTube? Let's go ahead and there we go. And this should be capital T. And then we'll go ahead and we will grab Twitter, class name equal to, and this will be footer social, and we'll deal with these inputs. So then we'll have Facebook with a class name footer social. Finally, we'll have Instagram with a class name of footer social. Let's go ahead and update these imports. So we should just be able to say update input, update import, and update import. There we go. So now all of our Material UI icons are in there. Let's go ahead and hop into the CSS. This one should be a pretty straightforward one. So we'll start out with .footer. So .footer will be width 100%, height will be 80 px. We're going to have display flex. We're going to have justify content space evenly, align item center, and then we'll have background color primary, and we'll have color as text secondary. Now footer text, this will be font size, 0.85 rem. Then we'll have footer text hover. On hover, our color will be background secondary. Font weight will be 600, text decoration underline, and cursor pointer. Then we have our footer social cluster. This will be height 100%, display flex, justify content, space evenly, and align item center. Then we have our footer social text. This will be font size, 0.85 rem, and margin right, 10 px. Then we have footer social. This will be cursor pointer, margin right, 8 px, margin left 8px. We'll have footer social hover. This will be color of background secondary. Once again, let's go back into the index and let's go ahead and import our footer. And then we'll go ahead and export the footer. And finally, let's come back into layout page and put the footer in. So instead of footer as an H1, we'll go ahead and input footer. Go ahead and hit enter, and that will grab the component and close that and save. And now let's go ahead and take a look at our layout page. We forgot to import the CSS. Let's make sure we do that. So input footer.css. That's the oldest bug in the book. Let's go back into our component. There we have it. Now we've got our different fees. They get slightly bigger. Looks good to me. So now that we have basically our layout all set up, now we can start injecting different pages in between the footer and the navbar without having to basically copy and paste the footer and navbar in every single page. So let's continue on and make it so that we can actually view a user's profile once they're logged in. Now that we've got our routing and everything set up as we need, let's go ahead and set up a profile page to actually put some of the data from our backend onto the screen. So to do this, let's go ahead and close out of our footer and the index. We don't need the layout page. We'll go ahead and close out of that as well. And now let's go back into our models and go into our user model. We need to set up another interface to actually grab data about the user. So we're going to say export interface, fetch user payload. This is going to be a very simple interface with user ID type string and a property. This would be type logged in user or profile user. Now that we have this set up, let's go ahead and hop back into the authentication slice. And inside of our authentication slice, we need to actually modify our state a little bit. So underneath our logged in user, we need to set up a profile user. This once again be user undefined. This is meant to basically model whose profile we're actually looking at. And you may be wondering why the heck do we need this? But as a librarian, you can actually look at other people's profiles as well as your own. So it may not be the actual user that's logged in whose profile we're looking at. So then inside the initial state, let's go ahead and set this to undefined as well. And now we can scroll down and set up our async thunk for actually grabbing this user. Let's go ahead and say export const fetch user. This will equal to create async thunk. Inside the path will be auth/fetch. We'll set up our async function. This will take in a payload of fetch user payload and thunk API. Hit enter to go ahead and import this automatically. Then what we want to go and do is set up a try catch. Once again, in the catch, we'll just catch E. Inside the try, we'll say const request is equal to await axios.get. Inside the get, we'll say http://localhost 8000/users $payload.userid. So this will make a request to the specific ID of the user that we want to find and return that user. Then we'll say const user is equal to rec.data.user. And then we're going to go ahead and return an object. Inside this object, we'll have our user. And we'll also have the property. The property will be payload.property. And I spelled property wrong, so let's go back into user, make sure we spell this right, property, and save. Typos happen. All right, cool. And then inside of our catch, we're just going to go ahead and return thunk API.reject with value E. So now, as always, the next step is to set up our extra reducers. So first, we'll go ahead and do a pending. So as always, builder.add case, and this will be fetch user.pending. This will take in the state and the action as a callback function. And inside, we'll go ahead and say state equal to an object. We'll say ... state. Error will be false. Loading will be true. And we want to go ahead and return the state. Then let's go ahead and do a resolved logic. So builder.add case. This will be fetch user.fulfilled. Another callback function with state and action. Inside, we'll say state equal to ... state. Then we're going to go ahead and do a square bracket. And this is going to say action.payload.property. And then this will be action.payload.user. So this is going to basically dynamically set whatever our property is. So if it is a logged in user, it'll set that. Or if it is a profile user, it'll set that. Finally, we're going to have loading false. And then let's go ahead and return the state. And then finally, let's do the rejected. So builder.add case. This will be fetch user.rejected. Callback function with state and action. Again, state equal to ... state. And then we'll have error true and loading false. Scroll down a little bit. Then we will go ahead and return state. And then we need to do one more reducer inside of our normal reducer. So let's scroll up inside of reducers. So we already have a reset register success. We also want to go ahead and add a reset user. So we're going to go ahead and say reset user. This will take in state and action, payload action string. And inside of this function, we're going to say state equal to ... state. And we're going to use the square brackets again with action.payload. And then this will be undefined. And then again, we're going to go ahead and return state. So this will basically allow us to either reset the login user if someone logs out, or also reset the value for the profile user. That way we can switch profiles and there's no issues. Now we need to scroll to the bottom and actually update this. So now we need to go to the export const and we need to add in that reset user. And now we can save, and now we're ready to actually start working on our profile page. So before we do that, we're going to actually go ahead and fetch the user on login. So whenever they navigate back to the app, if they've logged in before, we want to fetch that user so they're good to go. So let's go ahead and open up the app.tsx. And what we're going to want to go ahead and do is we want to grab our dispatch. So we're going to go ahead and say const dispatch. This will be an app dispatch. We can go ahead, hit enter to import that. This will equal to use dispatch. And if we hover over and go to the blue thing, we can go ahead and import that as well. So that's good to go. And now instead of just console.logging inside of the use effect, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to say let user ID equal to local storage.get item user ID. And then we're going to check to make sure that there's a user ID. So we're going to say if user ID and not logged in user. So basically we're saying if there's a user ID in local storage, but there's no actual logged in user in the application, let's go ahead and dispatch fetch user. And we're going to need to go ahead and import this. So go ahead and import from our slices. This takes in an object. So this needs user ID and then also needs a property of logged in user. So then we will go ahead and set that. And now whenever we come back to our application, if we were already logged in before, it'll fetch that user and everything should be good. I want to try to log in, but currently the home page is not going to allow us, because if we come back into our app real quick and we hit our login, the home page isn't big enough to basically center this properly. So I'm going to have to go ahead and do a quick mod. So let's go into our homepage.tsx or maybe CSS. There's no CSS in there. So let's go to our homepage TSX. Let's just add a quick style to the homepage, and we're just going to say height. And this is going to be something like 100 VH or something like that, 100 view height. And let's see if it makes it a little bit bigger. This is temporary. We're going to delete this in a second. I just want to be able to log in. So there we go. Now it's a lot bigger. Now if we hit login, it's centered. Let's go ahead and log in Summer Smith. Let me open up my database so I can remember what her email is. So the email will be summer.smith@mail.com, and then the password should just be password. Let's go ahead and try to log in. Now you can see it says Summer's account. If we go ahead and right click and inspect and then go into our application, go into our local storage and scroll up, you can see there's a user ID in there. So theoretically, if we refresh, it will flash for a second, and there's some ways to kind of deal with that. You can do some loading screens and whatnot, but it should go ahead and populate Summer again. So let's go ahead and try to refresh, and it didn't for some reason. Interesting. Let's go ahead and view. Do we have an error? So I typoed this. I'm pretty sure this should just be /users/. Let's go back into our code. I typoed, so instead of /auth, this should just be /users, and save. And let's go ahead and try that again. Now you can see it says Summer's account. If we refresh, Summer's account, all good to go. Just gotta make sure we type everything right. So now what we want to be able to do is be able to click on this, and it should actually go to Summer's profile, show her information, and allow us to actually update that. So that's what we want to go ahead and do now. Let's hop back into our front end code. We can go ahead and close out our auth slice for now. We do not need our user. We don't need home page. So inside of our pages, once again, we're going to right click, new folder. And this is going to be profile page. And then inside of profile page, we'll right click, new file, profile page.tsx. And then once again, right click, new file, profile page.css. Cool. Again, we're just going to import a couple things. We'll import React from React and use effect. We'll also go ahead and import use selector and use dispatch. And we'll also import use navigate and use params from React Router DOM. Finally, we'll import our profile page.css. Let's go ahead and set up our profile page. So we'll go ahead and say export default function, profile page. And inside, we'll go ahead and say const logged in user is equal to use selector. So as you know, this takes in a callback function, state:root state. Go ahead and hit enter to import that. We'll go ahead and return state.authentication.logged in user. We're also going to say const profile user. This will also equal to use selector with state:root state. This one will return state.authentication.profile user. Next, we're going to say const dispatch is a type app dispatch. Go ahead and hit enter on this to go ahead and import it. This will equal to use dispatch. We'll need const user ID is equal to use params, and const navigate is equal to use navigate. Finally, we'll set up our use effect really quick before we do the return. So let's say use effect and set up our callback function. Our dependency array will just have the user ID. So anytime the user ID changes, which is basically the path parameter inside the URL, we're going to reload the profile page to update all the user info. So basically, whenever the user profile page changes, we want to also change the data on the user profile page and not have stale data. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to check to make sure user ID is not null, because it could be technically with TypeScript. So as long as we have a user ID, we're going to see if logged in user._ID is equal to user ID, or we're going to check if the logged in user.type is an employee. If these two are the case, then they are allowed to be on this page, because either the user who owns the profile is allowed to view their own profile page, or an employee is allowed to see other people's profile pages just to check on books and things like that. So if this is the case, we're going to go ahead and dispatch a fetch user. Hit enter to go ahead and import this. This takes in an object. So user ID, and then property activity will be profile user this time. Otherwise, if it's not an employee or it's not your account, we're going to navigate back to the home page with slash. So then anytime the user ID is going to change, we'll check to make sure everything's good, and then we'll grab that information, update it, and go from there. So let's go ahead and set up what we actually return here. Go ahead and say return, and we're going to return a div with a class name page. And then inside a page, we're going to have a div with a class name, a page container. And inside here, we'll have an h1. Inside the h1, we'll have curly braces. And this is going to say profile user question mark dot first name. We'll have a space, and then another set of curly braces. This is a profile user question mark dot last name. Then outside, we're going to do apostrophe s profile. So it'll basically say the user's name, profile. Then we'll have another div with class name profile page calls. This is going to be a flex box that has a couple different columns. So we'll have div class name profile page left column. And then below that, we can copy this div and paste it. And then this will be the right column. So we're going to set up a couple of custom components to go inside there. We're not going to worry about it at this exact moment. We're going to hop into the CSS and get that working. So let's go into the profile page.css. Now we'll start out with .profile page calls. This is going to have a height of fit content. It'll have a width of 100%, display flex, and justify content space between. Then we'll have our profile page left column. So this will be height 100%, width 40%, background color of background secondary, border radius of 12px, box shadow of box shadow, padding of 16px, display of flex, flex direction column, and align item center. Then we'll have a profile page right column. This one's going to be similar but slightly different. So width will be 59%, height will be 79 vh, overflow hidden, background color, background secondary, border radius 12px, box shadow, and padding 16. Hopefully I didn't typo anything, but it looks pretty good. Pretty simple CSS for this one. Now we need to go back into our app.tsx to actually put in that profile page. Now back in app.tsx, obviously we want to replace this user ID route right here with the profile page. So highlight this and say profile page, hit enter, that'll import it and close that tag and save. And now we should at least be able to see the application working. Now, of course, it's going to be missing a bunch of things, so it's not going to be perfect, but let's go ahead and open up the app again. So now you can see it says Summer Smith's profile page. This is where her user information is going to be. This is where our profile or our record information is going to be. So those are the things we're going to fill out. But before we actually fill that out, let's go ahead and make it so we can update the user's information, set up the form, and all of that good stuff. So back into our code again. So again, inside of our code, let's set it up so we can actually update the user. So back inside the authentication slice, once again, we're going to set up another new async thunk. So let's go ahead and go below the fetch user. Let's go ahead and set up export const update user. This is going to equal to create async thunk. Inside the path will be auth/update. Then we'll set up our async function with payload type user and thunk API. Inside of our function, we'll say try catch. We'll just catch E. Inside the try, we'll say const rec is equal to await axios.put. And then we're going to go ahead and say http:// localhost 8000/users. We're going to pass in the payload. Then we'll go ahead and say return rec.data.user. If there's an error, we'll go ahead and say return thunk API.reject with value. Pass in that E. Now we need to set up our extra reducers. So let's scroll down to the pending logic. Let's go ahead and say builder.add case update user.pending. And then we'll go and make our callback function with state in action. Here we'll say state equal to an object .state. Our error will be false and our loading will be true. We need to go ahead and return the state. Let's scroll down to our resolved. Go ahead and say builder.add case update user.fulfilled, state in action, and a callback function. Once again, state equal to .state. Since we're calling this from the actual profile page, we're going to say logged in user is :action.payload. So the trick with this is that whenever you are on the profile page, you're only allowed to update your own profile. So that means that the user is going to be logged in and it's going to be the profile user because it's being called from the profile page. So we're going to say logged in user is action.payload. And we're also going to say profile user is action.payload. And finally, loading false. Go ahead and return the states. And again, this is only going to work because we know that if a user is updating their profile, it is their actual account. So that means they're going to be logged in and they're also on their profile page. Let's do the rejected. So finally, builder.add case update user.rejected, state in action and a callback function. And here we'll say state is equal to .state, error true, loading false, and return the state. That should be everything for updating the user. So now we have kind of a new set of features once again. So we're going to make a new new folder in features, and we're going to go ahead and call this profile. Inside of profile, we're going to make a new folder, right click new folder, and this will be components. And then inside of our components, right click new folder, and this will be update user form. And then inside of update user form, make a new file with right click new file, and this will be update user form.tsx. And of course, we also need CSS, so right click new file, update user form.css. All right, let's go into the TSX and take a look at this. So we have a bunch of stuff we had to bring in here. So import React and then use effect and use state. We'll also go ahead and grab use dispatch and use selector. And we'll also go ahead and import use navigate. And finally, we'll import update user form.css. And then we'll automatically import the rest as we go because they have a little bit longer imports and it'll take a little bit longer time. So now we'll go ahead and say export const update user form is the react.fc arrow function. So we have a lot to kind of set up here. And I suppose we'll just start out with the normal stuff, the functions, and then we'll move our way down. So we'll say const user state is equal to use selector. We'll pass in our state and root state, hit enter to go ahead and import that. And we'll go ahead and return our state.authentication. We'll also go ahead and set up our dispatch. So const dispatch is app dispatch. Go ahead and let VS Code do the work for us and go ahead and say equal to use dispatch. Then we want to go ahead and set up the state. So const display update and set display update equal to use state of type boolean. This will start out as false. We also have const user and set user equal to use state. This will be of type user or undefined. Go ahead and let VS Code do the work and import that for us. This will start out as user state.profile user. And then finally, we'll say const navigate is equal to use navigate. Now, I suppose before we start doing some of the other functions, let's go ahead and set up our actual component. So we'll say return. We're going to return a form with class name update user form. And inside this form, we're going to have a couple of things. So first off, we'll have a div with a class name update user input group. Inside this div, we'll have an h4 with first name. Below the h4, we'll have an input with a class name update user input. This will have a name of first name. The value will be equal to user.firstname. We'll have an onChange that just points to nothing currently. And finally, we're going to have a disabled property, which is going to be a little bit crazy. So we're going to say user state.loggedin user._id is not equal to user state.profile user._id. Go ahead and close this. And what this disabled is going to do is it's going to only allow people that have the ID or the person that's logged in that has the ID of the profile to actually update their information. So basically, we don't want to allow employees to update other people's information. We only want to allow people who own the account to update their information. And that's what this is going to do. Then below this, we're going to have a set of curly braces. And we're going to say user state.loggedin user._id is equal to user state.profile user.id. And if this is the case, we're going to have a create icon. So we're just going to say create. And this is something that we'll have to go ahead and import from our Material UI. It might not open up for a second, but we'll fix it. SX equal to double curly brace. Let's go ahead and close this before we forget. Let's see if it lets us import now. Yep, import from Material UI. We're good to go. Our styling on this is going to be position absolute. This won't work for now, but we'll fix it. And then top 65% and right 0. All right, there we go. Now, more or less what we're going to do is we're going to copy and paste these update user input groups. And hopefully I don't break anything. So let's go ahead and copy this user input group again. Copy and paste. So now we're going to have last name. And also we want to add a semicolon, or not semicolon, a colon at the end of these. So now, of course, the name instead of first name will be last name. And the user will be last name as well for the value. onChange will be the same. And then this again will be the same. We just want to make sure that only the person logged in can actually update that. We're going to go ahead and copy paste this again. So now this will be email. And again, the name will be email. The value will be email. And the rest of this should be good. Now what we want to do is below the last user input group, we want to go ahead and use curly braces. We're going to say display update question mark. If that's the case, we're going to create a button with a class name of profile button with an on click that does nothing currently. And it's going to say update profile. Otherwise, we're going to do nothing. So just an empty fragment. And finally, we'll do the same thing again. We'll have a set of curly braces. This will be user state.loggedin user.id is equal to user state.profile user.id question mark. And this will have a button with class name profile button again with an on click that does nothing. And this will say log out of account. If this is not the user's profile that's logged in, we'll just have an empty fragment. All right, so that is our basic form. Now we need to set up our on changes and we need to set up the clicks for these two different buttons. And that's going to be a little bit of work here. So below our const navigate, we're going to go ahead and say const update user state. This would be a arrow function that takes an eReact.changeEvent on an HTML input element. And here we're going to say set display update to true. So as soon as the user starts updating their account, we're going to go ahead and allow them to save it, and that'll pop up that button that we set up below. Then we're going to say if e.target.value and e.target.name and user. So as long as all of these are not null, we're going to go ahead and say set user, pass in an object. This will say .user. Then we're going to use the dynamic property trick again. So we're going to have square braces. This is going to say e.target.name, and this will be equal to e.target.value. So we're going to update that specific target on the user, and we have to do this because there's some wonky things that go on if we try to do this inside of the state or our slice. So this is why we're doing it this way. Just know that I had to work around a couple of issues. Then we're going to say const submit updated user is equal to an arrow function that takes in an eReact.mouse event on an HTML button element, and we're going to say e.prevent default so it doesn't submit the form. Then we're going to say if user dispatch update user with that user. Go ahead and hit enter to make sure that this gets imported. Then we'll go ahead and say set display update to false. So that will update the user on our backend as well as the profile user inside of the application. Then we want a logout function. So we're going to say const logout is equal to an arrow function with eReact.mouse event on an HTML input button again. Here, once again, we'll say e.prevent default. We're going to go ahead and say local storage or remove item user ID. We're going to say dispatch reset user, and we're going to reset the logged in user. And we're going to dispatch reset user for profile user. Finally, we'll say navigate to slash. Finally, we're going to set up a use effect. Here, the dependency array will be user state.profile user and user. And inside, we're going to say if not user. Then we're going to go ahead and say set user to user state.profile user. Now let's go ahead and set up our on changes. So in this on change, we're going to go ahead and have our update user state. Same thing on this change, we'll have update user state. Same thing on this on change, update user state. Then on this on click, we're going to have submit updated user. And on this on click, we'll have log out. Now, assuming I didn't typo anything, this should be able to update our user for us and keep track of everything we need. Again, there's a very high chance that I typoed something because I have fat fingers and I can't type half the time. So we can go back through and I'll point you guys in the right direction for any errors that do pop up. But for now, let's go ahead and style this up. So now inside of the update user form.css, let's go ahead and say .update user form. This will have a height 100%, width 100%, display flex, flex direction column, justify content center, align item center. Then we have our update user input group. Here we'll have width 100%, height will be fit content, margin bottom 16, and position relative. Then we have our update user input. Here we have height of 2 rem, width 100%, font size 1.5 rem, font weight 400, background color, background secondary, border none. Then our update user input disabled. This will be color text primary and background color, background secondary. And our update user input focus, we just want outline none. Now we have our .profile button. This will be width 80%, height 2.5 rem, font size 1.25 rem, border radius 12 px, border none, background color secondary, margin top 16 px, and finally profile button hover. This will be cursor pointer, background color, background secondary, and border 2 px solid primary. That should do it for our CSS. So let's go ahead and make a very quick index to go ahead and export this easily. So right click on our profile, do file index.tx, and inside of index, let's go ahead and import update user form. Let's go ahead and export update user form. And now this is free to use in any outside component. So that means let's go to our profile page again and use this. So now inside of the left column, let's go ahead and bring in that update user form. We enter, it'll go ahead and import that from our profile for us and save that. As you can see, it's a much shorter import. It looks a lot nicer. So now if we go back into our application, fingers crossed I didn't mess up any of the styling or any of the components. Let's go to Summer's account. And now you can see that we are allowed to change it. We can go ahead and type in here. We can change the email, password, whatever. We can also log out. So let's go ahead and say that we want summersmith1@mail.com. So now we can see update profile. It updates, everything's good. If we actually go into our MongoDB compass, okay, for some reason it isn't actually updating. Interesting. Let me double check something on the back end. It looks like I typoed all the way back in the validation. Let's go ahead and add that as a function call instead. Let's try this once again. And there we go. Got to make sure we type everything correctly. Let me go ahead and check the database. And this is a little bit small, but now you can see summersmith1@mail.com. Now our profile page is working as expected. Let's go ahead and change this back to summersmith@mail.com. Some of those typos get away from you. It's going to happen, but it's good to know how to debug. So now we have our profile page working. We have our home page kind of working. We still need to set this up a little bit. Let's hop back onto the back end to start working on some book functionality so we can start viewing some catalog stuff. We're going to make a transition back over to the back end to add in our book functionality, basically just basic CRUD and maybe some querying. So let's go ahead and close out of our front end information. So we don't need any of this for the time being. So just close out of literally everything. And also going to go ahead and get rid of our library app. And we're going to be working inside the library server. So the first thing that we need is we're going to need a new model for our book. So right click, new file, and we're going to call this book.ts. And inside of our book.ts, we're going to say export interface iBook. And the iBook will have a barcode of type string, cover string, title string, author string array, description string, subject string array, publication date, publisher string, pages number, and finally genre of type string. Now there's definitely more things we could add to this, but this is just our basic book model. So now we need to go ahead and set up the schema for our book. So let's go ahead and go into our DAOs, right click, new file, and this is going to be called book DAO. And inside we'll go ahead and import Mongoose schema and document. We'll also go ahead and import iBook from our models. We'll go ahead and export interface iBook model, which will extend iBook and document. We'll go ahead and set up our schema. So we'll say const book schema is equal to a new schema. The schema will take an object, we'll have barcode with type string required true and unique true. Next we'll have cover, which is type string required true. Then we'll have title, type string required true and unique true. We'll have authors, type string array and required true. We'll have description, type string required true. We'll have subjects, type string array and required true. We'll have publication date, type date required true. Publisher, type string required true. We'll have pages, type number required true. Finally, we'll have genre, type string required true. Now that we have our book schema set up, let's go ahead and say export default mongoose.model. This will take in a type iBook model. This will take in book schema. And now we have our book DAO ready to go. So now, of course, we're going to go ahead and move on to our services. So we're primarily going to work on our CRUD operations, basically just finding all books, modifying a book, registering, so on and so forth. So let's go into our services, right click, new file, and this will be called book service. And inside of book service, let's go ahead and import our book DAO and our iBook model. We'll also go ahead and import iBook from models. Now let's go ahead and set up our function. So first say export async function, find all books. This will return a promise of iBook model array. And then we'll say return await bookDAO.find. Find just returns all of the books. We might want to make sure we spell model right. There we go. Next, we'll say export async function, modify book. This will take in a book of type iBook model. It will return a promise of iBook model. Here, we'll set up a try catch. We'll just catch error of type any. Inside the try, we'll say let ID equal to await bookDAO.find1 and update. Inside the function, we're going to pass an object with barcode equal to book.barcode. We're going to pass the book. We're going to pass an object with new equal to true. This is going to search for a book by its specified barcode and then update it. Then we're going to say if ID is true, return book. Otherwise, we'll throw a new error with the item does not exist. Finally, in the catch, we'll just go ahead and rethrow that error. Next, we'll say export async function, register book. This will take in a book of type iBook and will return a promise of iBook model. This time we'll say const saved book is equal to new bookDAO book, and we'll go ahead and return await saved book.save. Next, we'll go ahead and say remove book. So this will be export async function, remove book. This will take in a barcode type string and it will return a promise of string. Here, once again, we'll set up a try catch. The catch will simply catch an error of type any, and inside the try, we'll say let ID equal to await bookDAO.find1 and delete. Again, we'll go ahead and pass an object with barcode. Then we'll say if ID, if this is true, we'll return a successfully deleted book. Otherwise, we'll throw a new error saying book does not exist. Finally, inside the catch, we'll just rethrow the error. And now our basic CRUD functionality in our service is set up. Now let's hop into the book controller. So inside controllers, right click, new file. We'll call this book controller. And inside our book controller, let's go ahead and import request and response from Express. We'll also go ahead and import find all books, register book, modify book, and remove book from our services. We'll also go ahead and import iBook from models. And we'll import the iBook model from DAOs. Let's go ahead and start setting up our function. So first we'll say async function get all books. This will take in a request and a response. It doesn't return anything. We'll go ahead and set up a try catch. The catch will type error or type any. Instead of the try, we say let books equal to await find all books. Then we want to say res.status200.json with a message retrieved all book, and we'll pass back the number of books, so with count books.length, and finally pass back the books. Inside the catch, we'll say res.status500.json with a message unable to retrieve books at this time, and we'll pass back the error. This error would be out of our control, something that we can't really kind of know that's going to happen. Next, we'll create the async function create book. This will take in a request and a response. Once again, does not return anything. So we'll say let book equal to rec.body. We'll set up a try catch. The catch will catch an error any. Inside the try, we'll say let saved book equal to await registered book. We want to pass in that book from the body. Then we'll say res.status201.json with a message book created successfully. And we'll pass back that saved book. Inside the catch, we'll go ahead and say res.status500, and we'll say .json with the message unable to save book at this time, and we'll pass back the error. Next, we'll set up the update book. So async function update book. This will take in a request and a response. Returns nothing. We'll go ahead and say let book equal to rec.body. We'll set up a try catch again. Catch an error of type any. Inside the try, we'll say let updated book equal to await modified book. Pass in that book. And we'll say res.status202. We'll say .json message book updated successfully. And we'll pass back the updated book. Otherwise, in the catch, we'll say res.status500. We'll say .json with the message unable to update book at this time. And we'll pass back the error. And finally, we'll set up delete book. So async function delete book. This will take in a request and response. Doesn't return anything. We're going to go ahead and say let barcode equal to rec.params. Set up a try catch. The catch will catch an error of type any. Inside the try, we'll say let message equal to await remove book. Pass in the barcode and go ahead and say res.status202.json message. If we catch an error, we'll say res.status500.json message unable to delete book at this time, and we'll pass back the error. Now we need to go ahead and just export all this. So export default, and this will be get all books, create book, update book, and delete book. Now that we have this set up, we can set up our routes. So inside of our routes, right click, new file. This will be book routes. And inside of book routes, let's go ahead and import express from express. Go ahead and import the book controller from our book controller. We'll say const router is equal to express.router. Let's go ahead and start setting our routes. So let's say router.get/. This will be handled by book controller.getAllBooks. We'll have router.post/. This will be handled by book controller.createBook. We'll have router.put. This will go to /. This will be handled by book controller.updateBook. We'll have router.delete. This will go to /:barcode. This will be handled by book controller.deleteBook. Finally, we'll say export equal to router. And let's go ahead and map the routes inside of our index. Let's go ahead and import our book routes. And below app.use/users, we'll say app.use/book. This will be book routes. Now our routes are set up. We can go ahead and hop into Postman. So let's go ahead and close out of our previous user stuff real quick. We can open up our books folder, and I have our post, get, put, and delete. And we have a couple other ones that we'll take a look at later. So first we need to create some books. So this is something I copy pasted. You can go ahead and pause it. So the ISBN is here. This is just a image of the cover off of Amazon. The title of the book is System Design Interview, and the subtitle, which we do not have anymore. So let me get rid of this. That's something I forgot to fix. So the authors, we have a description. Our subjects are learning, interview, programming, system design, and the publication date was 03/11/2022. Publisher was Bytecode LLC. 434 pages in nonfiction. So now if we go ahead and hit send, we should be able to create a book. As you can see, book created successfully. If we make a get request, we should get that book back. As you can see, we got one book back. We have our book array. And then if we wanted to update the book, so again, get rid of this subtitle, and we'll go ahead and say new, maybe. Everything else should be fine. We'll go ahead and try to update it. So we got something broken here. Oh, the ID is changed. Let me grab the real ID. Whoops. Let's get the actual ID. So obviously we got to match the IDs. The ID is different. There we go. Now it's changed to new. We can go ahead and get rid of this, get rid of new, and send it. Now it's there. And then we can also grab the barcode or the ID once again. Actually, no, we need the barcode. So let's grab the barcode, copy the barcode, go into here. And if we paste the barcode here without the quotes and hit enter, we delete the book. And now if we get all the books, there's no more books. Well, let's go ahead and recreate this book just so we have something in there. And we're also going to add a whole bunch of books in a little bit. That's good to go. So now let's do our error handling and all of that other good stuff. Back into our utils in library error. Let's go ahead and create a new class for an error. So we're going to say export class book does not exist error. This will extend error. Now we're going to say constructor message string, and we'll call super message. So there is our basic error. So now let's go into our service and throw this error. So now whenever we try to modify a book that does not exist, we're going to go ahead, instead of throwing new error, we're going to throw a new book does not exist error, and we'll pass in the book you're trying to modify does not exist. And similarly to the remove book, instead of throwing a new error, we're going to throw a new book does not exist error, and inside we'll say the book you're trying to delete does not exist. And those two services are done. Now we need to go ahead and update the controller function, so into book controller. Now whenever we try to update a book, we're going to go ahead and check the catch. So we're going to say if errors instance of book does not exist error. If this is the case, we're going to say res.status 404. We're going to say .json with the message of cannot update book that does not exist, and we'll pass back the error. Otherwise, we'll copy and paste our res.status 500. Something outside of our control happened, so then we'll go ahead and just say 500. And then the same thing with delete book. We'll go ahead and throw an if statement inside the catch if error instance of book does not exist. If this is the case, we'll have a res.status 404 with a .json with a message saying cannot delete a book that does not exist, and we'll pass back the error. Once again, otherwise, we'll copy and paste the res.status 500 because then something out of our control happened. There we go. So there is our very basic error control or error handling. Now we need to slog through the validation. So this one's going to take a little bit of time, unfortunately, but also fortunately we do have some copy and pasting we can do. So let's go ahead and go into our middlewares. So middlewares and validation. So now inside of our schemas, we're basically going to add a comma after user, and we're going to say book, and this will be an object. So now we're going to set up the book schemas. So the first one will be create. So for create, we're going to have a JOI.object of iBook, and inside this we'll have barcode. This will be a JOI.string.regex. I'm going to copy and paste the regex. You guys can go ahead and either pause the video here, or you can go ahead and get the material down below in a multitude of ways. And then this will be .required. Next, we're going to have cover, which is a JOI.string.required. Then we'll have title, which is also JOI string.required. Then we'll have authors, which is a JOI.array.required. Then we'll have description, which is a JOI.string.required. Next is subjects, which is another JOI.array.required. Then we have our publication date, which is a JOI.date.required. Then we have our publisher, which is a JOI.string.required. We have pages, which is JOI.number.required. Finally, we have genre, which is JOI.string.required. So that should do it for our iBook. The only thing that's a little bit annoying here, of course, is that regex. So now we're going to have update, and update's going to be very similar. This is going to be a JOI.object of iBook model. And now I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this object because it's very similar. The only difference is we're going to have an underscore ID, and this is going to be the same regex that we had before. So JOI.string, this will be .regex. And we can scroll up and grab the regex for the other IDs because it's still the same exact UUID object, paste it in there, add our comma, and that should be everything that we need to update the book. And finally, we're going to go ahead and say delete. This will be a JOI.object of type barcode:string, and this is just going to have barcode, which will be a JOI.string.regex, and we're going to copy the regex from the previous barcode. And all this barcode does is it checks to make sure that it is a valid ISBN 10 or ISBN 13. This will be .required. There we go. So that should be good for our new schemas. So now we need to go into our book routes. So go ahead, go back into our book routes. We need to set this up. So let's go ahead and import our schemas and validate schema. For the router.post, we want to go ahead and say validate schema, and we're going to validate schemas.book.create, and this will be body. Next, in our put, we'll say validate schema. This will be schemas.book.update. This will also take in body. Finally, inside of our delete, we'll also have validate schema. This will be schemas.book.delete, and this one will be params. So now if we go ahead and save, and let's just go ahead and take a look at some of these. So go back into Postman. We're not going to test literally every single one. We should still have a book, I believe. Yep, we got a book. So let's go ahead and go into the put, and if we put an incorrect ID, it should not let us go. We should get a 422. Of course, if we go ahead and maybe delete genre, so that is required. If we go ahead and send, not valid. So that's all good. Same with barcode. So if we put in an incorrect barcode, so if we go ahead and do that, It's going to say object validation failed. We add like an extra one or something, it'll also say it failed because it's not a proper ISBN. And again, if we maybe miss out on the publisher and try to post, is not going to let us. So now we can go ahead and block any malicious attempts or incorrect attempts to go ahead and send data to our application. So now that that is good, I think that we've got our fix of working on the back end for a little bit. Let's go ahead and hop back into the front end and wrap up our homepage, which is mostly just static stuff, components before going into loading book data into the front end application. Before we start bringing data for books into our front end, let's go ahead and close out everything and just get kind of the static assets for our homepage all set up. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. Let's go into a library app. Let's go into source, and we need to go into our pages and homepage. So what we want to go ahead and do is we want to get the actual overall styling and whatnot for the homepage ready. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of the style tag because this is not needed. And then inside of homepage, we're going to go ahead and make a new div called homepage container. And then inside the homepage container, we're going to go ahead and make another div called homepage left. And then we're going to copy and paste this and make a homepage right. And that's good to go. So now let's hop into the CSS for our homepage. So let's set up our homepage container. In our homepage container, we'll have a width 75%. We'll have a height of 100%. We'll have a padding 16px. We'll have a display flex. We'll have a justify content space between. We'll have align items, flex start, a background color, a background primary. And we'll have a box shadow, a box shadow. Then we'll do our homepage left. This will have a width 75%. We'll have a height 100%. It will have a display flex, flex direction column, justify content, flex start. Finally, align item start. Finally, we have homepage right. This will be width 25%. It would be display flex, flex direction column, justify content, flex start, and align items, flex start. And that is our homepage styled. Now we are going to create a couple of things to get all of this working, but if we go ahead and go back to our app, we should at least see a little bit of something here. Go back to our homepage, and it's a little bit broken, but we'll get that all fixed. So now we need to continue. Let's go back into our code. And what we need to do is we need to set up a model for our book. That way we can just start using it because we are going to have something called book of the week. It's going to hold some book information. So let's go into our models, make a new file by right clicking new file. And we're going to call this book. And inside of book, we're going to go ahead and say export type book. And inside we'll have an underscore ID, which is string. We'll have a barcode string. We'll have a cover string. We'll have a title string. We'll have author string array. We'll have description string, subject string array, publication date, publisher string, pages number, genre string, finally records empty array. Now records is going to basically be a placeholder that we'll need a little bit later on. We can go ahead and save this. And now we also need to go into our features and create a new directory called book. So features, new folder, book. And then inside of our book, we're going to go ahead and create a new directory. We'll call this components. And then inside components, we'll make book information. So new folder, book information. And inside book information, we'll make a TSX file, new file, book information.tsx. We'll make a new file, book information.css. So this is going to be a basic component that stores and holds book information and displays it nicely. We're going to go ahead and import React from React. We'll also go ahead and import our book information.css. Then we're going to need an interface called book info props. This will take in a book of type book. Go ahead and import our book. And now let's go ahead and export const book information. This is a React.fc, which takes in a book info props equal to an arrow function. And then inside of parameter list, we're going to go ahead and put in book. All right. Let's go ahead and return a div with class name book info. Then what we're going to want to do is have another div called class name book info container. And in here, we're going to have an image with book info cover. The source would be book.cover. Then we're going to have another div. Inside this div, we'll have an h2 with book.title. We're going to have an h3 with author. We're going to have a p with book description. Now, currently, author obviously doesn't actually have the author for the book. This is because their author is actually an array of strings. There can be more than one author. So what we're going to need is we're going to need a utility function to actually map through these. We could just put it straight in here, but we might also need it for other things. So we're going to go into our book again and right click a new folder. And we're going to say utils. And then inside of our utils, we're going to create a new file. And this is going to be called book utils. Then inside of book utils, we're going to go ahead and say export function map authors to string. This is going to take in a book of type book. Let's go ahead and import this book. Now what we're going to say is let authors equal to an empty string. We're going to say for let author of book.authors. And inside of here, we're going to say authors plus equal to author. We're going to say authors plus equal to comma space. Outside the for loop, we're going to return authors.slice. We're going to slice 0. We're going to slice authors.length -2. This will get rid of the comma space at the end of the last author that wasn't needed. So now we want to go back into our book information component. And now instead of author here, we're going to set curly braces. And what we're going to say is we're going to say map authors to string. We can go ahead and import this. And then we're going to pass in the book from the props. So now that will go ahead and export a string or return a string and then put it in there. So now let's set up the very simple CSS for this component. We can go ahead and close out of book utils as well. So we'll say book info. For book info, we'll have width 100%. We'll have height fit content. We're going to have border radius 12px. And we'll have padding 16px. For our book info container, we're going to have width 100%, display flex, specify content, space evenly, and then align items, flex start. Finally, book info cover. This will have width 320 pixels, margin right 24px. That looks good to go. Let's go ahead and set up our index.ts inside of book. So right click, new file, index.ts. From here, we're going to import our book information. Hit enter to make it a little bit faster. We'll export book information. Again, we do this just to make our inputs a little bit nicer across different modules, more or less. So now we're going to go ahead and set up another new directory inside of our features. So right click, new folder. This one's going to be called landing. This is going to be for basically our landing components. And now we're going to go ahead and right click, make a new folder, and we're going to call it components. Inside of components, right click, new folder, and this will be called book of the week. And then inside book of the week, right click, new file, book of the week.tsx, right click, new file, book of the week.css. All right, let's go ahead and work on book of the week. We can also close out of the index from the book. We don't need the book information either. We're going to go ahead and just import React from React and also import a book of the week.css. From here, we're going to go ahead and export const book of the week. This is a react.fc arrow function. Now we'll go ahead and return a div with class name book of the week. Inside of our div, we're going to have an h1 that says book of the week. Below the h1, we'll have a book information. We'll import this from the book components. And now we need to pass in the book. So we'll say book equal to an object. And now we get to do the fun part of passing everything in. Let's also go ahead and close the book information so it doesn't break. So now we're going to just give in some basic information. This is just going to be fake basically. Book will equal an object, and inside the object we'll have underscore ID equal to 1234. We're going to have the barcode equal to 1234. We'll have our cover equal to the Amazon image from before. I will put this image in the description below just so you can have. Next we'll have title. The title will be Java, the ultimate beginner's guide to learn Java quickly with no prior experience. Authors will be Mark Reed. Description, I'm just going to copy paste the description because it's pretty long. I'll also put this inside of the description as well. Next, we'll have subjects. This will be Java and learning. Then we'll have publication date, which is the new date, 2020-01-01. Then we'll have publisher, some publisher, pages 200, genre nonfiction, records empty. And there is our basic hard-coded book of the week. Again, if you guys want to add more functionality, once we get into working with our books and everything on the back end, you guys can actually go ahead and code this to grab a random book to display. Again, that is something I want you guys to explore and figure out on your own. So now we just need to do the CSS, which is very easy. So this is just one class, so dot book of the week. In book of the week, we'll have width 98%. We'll have height fit content. We'll have our border radius 12px, padding 16px, box shadow is box shadow. Finally, background color is background secondary. There is our very simple book of the week. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to right click on landing, make sure it's actually right clicking on landing, new file, index.ts. Let's go ahead and import a book of the week. We'll also go ahead and export book of the week. So there is our module. Let's go ahead and go into the home page component. So let's go down to our pages. Home page, it's already open. So now on the left, we're going to throw in book of the week. Let's go ahead and import book of the week. And that is good to go. So now we can actually take a peek just to see how this is starting to look. There we go. You can see we have book of the week. It's not quite working the way that it should, but it also might be because we don't have any information inside of the right currently. Let's double check to make sure. 75%, 100%, and right 25%. So homepage left, homepage right, and homepage left, homepage right. So it's probably just because we don't have the information in there right now. So we'll just continue going along. So next we're going to set up something called upcoming events. So I'm going to right click in our landing components, new folder again, and this is going to be upcoming events. Inside of upcoming events, I'm going to right click new file, upcoming events.tsx, and right click new file, upcoming events.css. Again, this is a completely static file. Nothing crazy here. So it's going to import React from React. We're going to import upcoming events.css, export const upcoming events. This is react.fc arrow function. We'll return a div class name upcoming events. Inside of upcoming events, we're going to go ahead and make a div class name upcoming events header group. Here we're going to have an auto awesome. This isn't going to come from material UI, so go ahead and hit enter. We're going to need some styling, so SX. Inside the styling, I'm going to say font size 2.25 rem, and our color is going to be #3626A6. 87. All right, and now we're going to go ahead under that and have an H2 upcoming events. And then below that, we're going to copy and paste our auto awesome again and paste it. And there we go. There is our header. Then we're going to have an H3 with this summer. Below that, we're going to have an H4, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. to noon. Below this, we'll have a UL with a class name, upcoming event. And inside, we'll have an LI with a P. It'll say who, children to 6th grade. We'll have another L with a P with activities, logic puzzles, and Scratch programming. Then we'll have another H4, Wednesdays, 10 a.m. to noon. Let's go ahead and copy our UL with the upcoming events. So the who for this one is going to be adults 19 plus, and the activities for this one is going to be craft and sip. Come enjoy a nice beverage and craft. And then again, we'll have another H4 with Thursdays, 10 a.m. to noon. And we'll have another activity. Paste it in. This one will be who, teens, 7th to 12th grade. The activities for this one will be web programming course, learn the MERN stack. So that will be our activities. Let's go ahead and give this some styles. So we'll say dot upcoming events with 98%. Our height will be fit content, border radius 12px, padding 16px, box shadow will be box shadow, background color will be background secondary, and margin top 16. Next, upcoming events header group. This will be width 100%, display flex, justify content, space evenly, align item center. And I guess we never actually use the upcoming event, which is strange, but it is what it is. Now what we want to go ahead and do is we want to do the same thing we did before. Let's go back into our index. Let's go ahead and import our upcoming events. Let's go ahead and export upcoming events. Save that. And let's go back into our homepage and make use of it. So now underneath our book of the week, let's go ahead and put in upcoming events. We'll go ahead and import it the way that we have been. And there we go. So let's go ahead and take a look at what this looks like. There we go. We have our upcoming events. I think it's because we don't have the right side currently, so that's why it's not working. But you can see the upcoming events for this summer are these. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and keep trudging forward with this landing page. So now I'm going to go ahead and copy paste a file over from the assets. Again, this will be in the description, so don't worry about missing out on this. So I just pasted in a library card PNG that's going to be used for our next component. So to do that, let's go ahead and go into our landing, and we're going to go ahead and close out of these, make a new folder, and this is going to be called library card. And then inside library card, we'll right click new file. We'll call this library card again. And then again, we'll right click new file, library card.css. All right, this is going to be another very simple file. So we're going to go ahead and import a couple things. First, we'll import React. We'll import use dispatch. We'll go ahead and import our library card from the assets. Finally, we'll go ahead and import our CSS. We'll go ahead and export const library card. This will be react.fc arrow function. So we're going to go ahead and return a div with class name get library card. Inside of here, we're going to have an H2 that says get library card. Here, we're going to have an image with source library card. It'll have a class name of get library card image. And finally, you have a P, learn how to get your own library card. We're going to have a span with a class name get library card link. And this will say here. Our span is going to be an on click called handle display modal. So whenever someone clicks on the here, it's going to pop up a modal to actually register a library card, which we'll do a little bit later. So to do this, we're going to say const dispatch is app dispatch. Go ahead and import our app dispatch. This will equal to use dispatch. This is going to be really simple. Const handle display modal is equal to an arrow function. And we're going to dispatch set display library card to true. Let's go ahead and import this, and that's good to go. We'll deal with setting up the modal a little bit later whenever we get to the point where we can actually register a library card. For now, let's go ahead and do the CSS. So back into our library card CSS, we'll go ahead and do the get library card. Here we'll have width 98%. We'll have height fit content. We'll have border radius 12px. We're going to have padding 16px. Box shadow is box shadow. Background color will be background secondary. We'll have margin top 16px. Display flex, flex direction column, justify content center, and align item center. Then we got our get library card image. This will be width 50%. And we'll have a margin bottom 16. Finally, we have get library card link hover. This will have a color of var primary. It'll have a cursor pointer, and it'll have a text decoration underline. Once again, we want to go ahead and export this for easy use. So go to index, go ahead and import our library card. Let's go ahead and export our library card as well. Now we can go ahead and use this library card on our homepage like we were before. So homepage, go ahead and bring in library card. Go ahead and import library card. Save that, and let's go ahead and take a look at our application. So now we have our book of the week, our upcoming events, and our get library card. Whenever you hover over, it says here. Of course, our modal doesn't work yet. We'll get working on that in a little bit. Now we have two more main components to go on the right side, and we're ready to start working on the catalog page. So this next one is a little bit tedious, which is unfortunate, but we gotta do what we gotta do. So now inside of here, let's go ahead and close out of our other stuff that we don't necessarily need right now. Let's make a new folder, and this one will be called library hours. And inside, we'll make a new file called library hours.tsx, and another new file, and right click new file, library hours.css, go back into library hours. So we'll start out importing React. We'll import our CSS. We'll go ahead and export const library hours, React FC arrow function. Now this one is just kind of a lot of code that's very, very simple. So we'll return a div, class name library hours. And then here we're going to have a h3 with library hours. Below that will be a table with class name, library hours table, and ID hours. And here we'll have a tbody. Inside the tbody, we'll have a tr. Inside the tr, we'll have a td with Monday, then another td with 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And now basically we just copy paste. So let's copy paste our tr once again. This will now be Tuesday, and Tuesday is 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Copy paste again. Wednesday is 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Copy and paste again. Thursday will be 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Copy and paste again. Friday will be 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Copy and paste again. Saturday will be 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And finally, Sunday will be closed. So it's really basic, but there's just a lot of copy and paste and repetition. Let's go ahead and set up the CSS. Inside the CSS, we'll start out with library hours. This will be padding 16px, width 100%, height fit content, background color, background secondary, border radius 12px, and box shadow is box shadow. Then we have library hours table. This will be border collapse, and width 100%. We're gonna have $hours tr. This will be border 1px solid, RGBA 122, 121, 120.2. And this will be padding 8px. Then we'll have hours tr nth child. These will be even. This will be background color, pound EBE 96F. Then we'll have pound hours tr nth child. This one will be odd. This one will have a background color as well. This will be pound E7 F7 F1. Then we have pound sign hours TD. And this will be font size 1.25 rem. Working with tables is a little bit finicky. You can't really tell a difference between those, but there is a very slight difference. Let's go ahead and go back into our index and let's import our library hours. Let's export our library hours. Let's go back into our home page, and now it's going to be in the home page right. So it's going to be beside this stuff. We'll go ahead and bring in library hours, and let's go ahead and take another peek at what this is looking like. And for some reason, library hours is not working. We never imported homepage CSS, so go ahead and import that. Like I said, this happens all the time where you forget to import the CSS and then you scratch your head wondering why the styles aren't there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the app again. There we have it. So now we have our book of the week and then our library hours are beside it. Again, like I said, it's a very faint color. We could have went a little bit lighter even, but I think that looks fine. Now finally, let's go ahead and do the very last one, which is going to be contact us. So once again, we'll go into our landing, make a new folder and components. It'll be contact us. And then inside of contact us, right click new file, contact us.tsx, right click on contact us again, new file, contact us.css. This one is a very simple one. Go ahead and import React. We'll also import the CSS, export contact us, React FC arrow function. Here we'll return a div with class name contact us. Inside of here we'll have an h3 that says contact us. Below the h3 we'll have an h4 with address. Below address we'll have a p with 123 library street. We'll have another p with library town 5555. We'll have a div with class name contact us divider. We'll have an h4 with phone number. We'll have a p with 555 555 5555. We'll have another div with contact us divider. Then we'll have an h4 with email. Then we'll have a p tag with mylibrary@lib.com. There we have it. So now let's do the CSS. Again, this will be very simple. So first, our contact us. This will be width 100%, padding 16px, height fit content, background color, background secondary, box shadow of box shadow, border radius 12px, and margin top 16px. Then we have contact us divider, width 100%, height 1px, background color RGBA 122, 121, 120.2, margin top 16px, margin bottom 16px. That's good to go. Let's go back to our index and do our import and export. So let's go ahead and import our contact us. Then let's go ahead and export contact us. Now back in our home page, we'll go ahead and bring in contact us. Let's go ahead and import contact us. And that should do it for setting up our home page. Like I said, it's just a lot of static content that we had to basically generate and make sure it looks all good. So let's go back into our app and take one final look. Now you can see we have our contact us window. We have nice little lines there. We have our library hours, a random book of the week, which I suggest you guys look into how to make this dynamic and kind of maybe maybe switch through different books or whatnot, our upcoming events and whatnot. And then also we have our nice kind of like two-tone look. Technically the background, the very background, and then the next background are the same color, but what makes it kind of look so neat, the box shadow, so it kind of looks like two different colors even though it's the same. And then the foreground color is slightly lighter, so it kind of pops and looks nice and modern. So that looks good. Now what we need is a bunch of book data to actually be able to load in data for our view catalog. Now we're going to hop over to our MongoDB compass, load in some data that I'll give you guys in the description, and start working on the catalog page on the front end. Now I want to go ahead and load in the book data to our application. That way we just have a little bit more to play with. That way we also want to generate all of these books by ourselves. So I went through the painstaking process of basically generating almost 1,000 books for you guys to play with. Again, this is going to be inside of the description for you guys to load in. So let's go ahead and go into MongoDB compass. And what we're going to want to go ahead and do is we're going to go to the book collection. And what we want is we want to go ahead and click add data. Now we're going to import a JSON or a CSV file. Now I have the assets here and I have this books.json. So all we got to do is go ahead and click select, and we're going to go ahead and click import. And now we can see that there's this one, but then we have 1,097 books. So these are all sorts of books that I scraped. I shouldn't say scraped from the web, but I got from the web and then kind of sanitized. There might still be some weird things here and there, but overall everything should be good. Now we have about 1,100 books to play with. So now let's go ahead and start working on our catalog overview where we can actually view and look at all these books. Now that we have all of our book data imported into our database, we can actually go ahead and start making the overview page, which kind of just has all of the list of the different types of books that you can go through and look at. And this is going to be kind of like the landing page for our catalog. So what we're going to want to go ahead and do is we're going to want to make a new page. So inside pages, right click, new folder. We're going to go ahead and call this catalog page. And then inside catalog page, we'll go ahead and right click, new file, catalog page.tsx. This page isn't going to be special, so we don't need any extra CSS. Let's go ahead and get rid of some of the stuff we worked on last time. So go ahead and get rid of homepage, contact us, homepage, library hours, and index. We don't need any of that. Let's go ahead and import use location from React Router DOM. We're going to go ahead and say export default function, catalog page. And in here, we're going to say const location is equal to use location. Then we're going to return a div with class name page. And then inside of our page, we'll have another div with class name page container. And finally, inside of our page container, we're going to do our curly braces. And we're going to have location.search is equal to empty question mark. If this is the case, we're going to display a fragment with catalog overview. Otherwise, we'll display a fragment with catalog search. So this is going to determine whether or not someone actually searched for something or not. Let's go ahead and go back into our app.tsx and go ahead and put this catalog page inside of our routing. So inside of app.tsx, instead of catalog, let's go ahead and get rid of this. We're going to put in catalog page, hit enter to import this. And now if we go back into our application and we go ahead and click view catalog, we should see it says catalog overview. And then if we put like a question mark and a bunch of other stuff and go ahead and hit enter, it says catalog search because we put in some search criteria. So we're going to be working on this main catalog overview, which basically just tells us how many books we have and lists them out in a nice way. So to get started with this, we need to go back into our code. We actually need to make a new slice inside of our Redux. So let's go ahead and find our Redux right here in our slices, right click, new file. We're going to call this book slice. And then inside of our book slice, we're going to go ahead and import create async thunk and create slice. We'll also import Axios from Axios. Then we need to go ahead and say interface book slice state. This will have loading boolean, it'll have error boolean, and it'll have books of type book array. Let's go ahead and hover over book to make sure we can import that from our models, just save a little bit of time. And then we'll go const initial state is of type book slice state. Here it will have loading true, error false, and books an empty array. And yes, there is a reasoning behind having this true to start out, so make sure you do have that as true. So let's go ahead and create our most basic async thunk, which will be for fetching all the books. So export const fetch all books is equal to create async thunk. Inside the route will be book/all. Then we'll have our async arrow function with payload and thunk API. Here we'll set up a try catch. We'll catch E, and then inside the try we'll say let rec equal to await axios.get. We're gonna get http://localhost 8000/book. Then we'll go ahead and say return rec.data.books. Inside the catch we'll say return thunk API.reject with value. Pass in that error. All right, so now we can go ahead and set up our actual slice. So say export const book slice. This will be equal to create slice. Inside the object name name will be book. We'll have initial state. Reducers will be empty for now. Then extra reducers. This will be an arrow function that takes in builder, and we'll set up all of our functions. So we'll go ahead and say builder.addCase, fetch all books.pending. Then we'll pass in our arrow function with state in action. Then we'll say state equal to an empty object. We'll have state. While it's loading, books will be empty, and we'll have loading true. We'll go ahead and return the state. Then we'll have builder.addCase. This will be fetch all books.fulfilled. We'll have our arrow function with state in action. Once again, we'll have state equal to an empty object, state, and then our books will equal to action.payload. Loading will be false, and we'll return the state. Then let's set up our export. So first we'll have export const empty object, and this will equal bookslice.action. So we'll export default bookslice.reducer. Let's go ahead and bring in our reducer into our store. So we'll go into Redux store. At the top, let's go ahead and import book reducer. Then inside of our reducer object, we're going to go ahead and say book reducer. All right, so now our store is set up and ready to go. So now we can go ahead and start setting up the features for our catalog overview. So let's go ahead and close out of our store, our slice, and our app. We don't need those. We will need the catalog page, so we're going to keep that open. And I'm going to get rid of some of these other things that we don't need open, like book and some things like that. We might need to get back into book later, but it's fine. Inside of our features, we're going to right click new folder, and we're going to set up a catalog features. And then inside of catalog, right click new folder. We'll go ahead and say components. And then inside of our components, new folder, and then this will be catalog overview. And then of course, inside catalog overview, right click new file, catalog overview.tsx, and then right click new file, catalog overview.css. All right, so now inside of our TSX, we're just going to import a couple of simple things. So import React, use effect, and use state. We'll also need to use dispatch and use selector. Finally, let's import our CSS. So this catalog overview is basically just going to be a parent component that holds a bunch of information about the different books, and we're just going to render it on our catalog page whenever in the overview. There is going to be a bunch of different things that we end up building out, so this is going to be a little bit of a longer section, but we'll get to it. So go ahead and say export const catalog overview. This will be React FC arrow function. We'll go ahead and set up our state and whatnot. So first we'll have const book state is equal to use selector. Inside of our use selector, we'll say state root state. Hit enter to import that. We'll go ahead and return state.books. It might just be book actually because I typoed, but it's fine. It works out. Then we'll have const dispatch. This will be type app dispatch. Go ahead and import this. And now we'll say equal to use dispatch. Then we'll go ahead and have a state. We'll say const genres and set genres. This will equal to use state of type string array. And we're going to use a callback function to call this. So we're going to make an arrow function. And for the time being, we're going to just return an empty array. This will be set a little bit later on with a utility function. Finally, we'll do a use effect. The dependency array will just be empty. It will be called once. And then we're going to call dispatch fetch all books. Let's go ahead and import fetch all books. And we're good there. Let's go ahead and set up our actual component. So return some fragments. Inside the fragment, we're going to go ahead and have curly braces. We're going to say bookstate.books.length. These will be greater than 0. And we need to make sure we're not in the loading state. So if both of these are true, we'll have a question mark and we're going to display things dependent on that. So if we have books and we're not loading, we're going to make a div with class name catalog overview. Inside the div, we'll have an h2 that says welcome to our library. We currently have, and then we'll have some curly braces. Inside the curly braces, we're going to say bookstate.books and bookstate.books.length. And we're going to say books period. So it's going to say welcome to our library. We currently have however many books that we have in the library. Then we'll have an h4. This h4 will say browse our selected books below or search for something using the top navigation bar. So if we have books loaded, it's going to display that. Otherwise, we're just going to display an empty fragment. And the reason behind this is we want to make sure that everything is loaded in before we try to get the length and all of that stuff. That'll be important a little bit later on. We don't want things to break and null pointers and things like that. Inside of the catalog overview.css, we're going to set up our .catalog overview. And here we're going to say width 100% and our height will be fit content, and that should be good to go. So now we need to set up a utils to actually be able to get our genres, and we're going to basically pick a few genres out of a list and then display those on our catalog overview. So inside of our catalog, we're going to make a new folder that's going to be called utils, and then inside of utils, we're going to make a new file that's just going to be called catalog utils, and then inside of our catalog utils, we're going to export a function, and this will be called generate random genres. This will return a string array. All right, we're going to say let choices equal to an array. So these are the different genres. First 12 nonfiction, next 12 children's, next 12 fantasy, then we'll have fiction, then we'll have biography, then we'll have romance, then science fiction, and finally young adult. Of course, this is just a small selection of genres, but these are kind of the ones that came off the top of my head. Then we're going to let chosen be a string array. This will equal to an empty array. We're going to say while chosen.length is not equal to 5. We're going to say let num equal to math.floor, and then math.random times 7. So we're going to number between 0 and and 6 or 0 and 7, one of those two. Then we're going to say if not chosen dot includes. We're going to pass in choice as num. Then we're going to say chosen dot push, and we're going to push choice as num. We're just going to grab 5 random genres out of 7, and then we're going to go ahead and return that chosen array. All right, that's good to go. So now we need to go back into our catalog overview and actually use this method. So now what we're going to do is inside of our genres, we're going to go ahead and we're going to, instead of returning an empty array, we're going to return generate random genres. Let's go ahead and import this. All right, so now whenever we load up our component, it's going to call that function and set our genres to some random list of genres. So now let's go ahead and do what we have been doing. So in our top directory of catalog, make sure we click on it, new file, we're going to say index.ts, and then inside we're going to go ahead and import our catalog overview, and we'll go ahead and export catalog overview. Again, this means that we want to allow other people to use this component outside of our features folder. So now we need to go back into our catalog page, and instead of having catalog overview here, we're going to set up the catalog overview component. So let's highlight this and go ahead and import catalog overview, hit enter to import it and save. And now if we go back to our application, we should see welcome to our library. We currently have 1097 books. Browse our selected books below or search for something using the top navigation bar. So obviously we grabbed the different books. We don't really have a way to check to make sure that we grab the genres outside of console.logging. So you guys just kind of have to believe me at this point. We'll go through and set this all up whenever we get our carousels and all that stuff working. So let's hop back into our code and get the rest of our catalog overview working. So now we're going to hop back into our book features and components. And what we want to go and do is we want to set up a book card component, which basically just displays some information about the book. So we're going to right click new folder. I'm going to call it book card. And inside we'll go ahead and right click new file, bookcard.tsx, and we'll right click new file, bookcard.css. And now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and import use navigate. We're also going to go ahead and import our bookcard.css. We'll deal with the other imports with automatic importing. So then we'll say interface bookcard props. This will take in a book of type book. Let's go ahead and import book. Then we'll say export const to bookcard. This will be react.fc. We need to pass in our bookcard props equal to an arrow function. And then inside the parameter list, let's go ahead and pass our book. Now let's go ahead and say const navigate is equal to use navigate. So we're going to set up a function called display book. And this is going to navigate to /resource, $ curly braces. This will be book.barcode. So whenever we click on a book card, it's going to navigate us to that specific resource page so we can see even more information about the book. Let's go ahead and return a div with an ID of book card, class name of book card, and on click of display book. Then we'll have an image with class name book card cover. This is a source of book.cover. Then we'll have a div with class name book card info. Inside our info, we'll have an h1 with class name book card title. This will have curly braces book.title. We'll have an h3 with class name book card author. Once again, this will have curly braces. This one we'll call map authors to string. This will take in the book. We need to go ahead and import this. So hover over, hit the blue thing, and import that. Finally, we'll have a p tag with class name book card description. This will have curly brace book.description. This looks good. Let's hop into the CSS. So the CSS is going to be a little bit interesting. We're going to set up a couple of other styles that I haven't actually set up yet. We'll come back and circle, and once we get some more stuff done, we'll actually use them. But we'll start out with book card. We'll have height 400 pixels, width 300 pixels, background color, background secondary, border radius 12 px, padding 8 px, display flex direction column, justify content center, align item center, box shadow, margin left 8 px, margin right 8 px, cursor pointer. Let's go ahead and say dot book card cover, be height 45%, we'll have book card info, this will be height 50%, width 100%, and margin 0. Book card title, this will be width 100%. We're going to have white space no wrap, overflow hidden, text overflow ellipsis, font size 1.3 rem. Next we'll do book card author. This will have width 100%, white space no wrap, overflow hidden, text overflow ellipsis, font size 1.2 rem. This we probably could have put into like one single class or something and shared things around, but it is what it is. Next we'll have our book card description. With this we'll have width 100%, max height 70%, font size 0.75 rem. Then we're gonna have display dash webkit dash box. We're gonna have dash webkit dash line dash clamp. This will be 6. We're gonna have dash webkit dash box dash orient. This is gonna be vertical. Finally, we're gonna have overflow hidden. And now we're gonna set up a few things for later features that we'll get a little bit later on. So next we're gonna have dot book card loan button. This will be width 90%, height 2.5 rem, border none, and border radius 12 px. We'll have dot available. This will be background color secondary. We'll have dot unavailable. This will be background color pound CB 4C 4E. We'll have dot checkout hover. This will be cursor pointer, background color, background secondary, and border 2px solid secondary. Finally, we're gonna have check-in hover, cursor pointer, background color, be background secondary. secondary. Border will be 2px solid. This will be pound cb 4c 4e. And there is all of our CSS. So now we need to go back into our index for our book. Let's go ahead and import our book card. And this will go ahead and export our book card because we will be using this around. And now let's go ahead and set up the book carousel. So this is kind of the thing that gets displayed on the catalog overview page. So again, components, new folder, and this will be book carousel. And right click book carousel, new file, book carousel. And then right click new file, book carousel.css. Now going into book carousel. I'm going to go ahead and close out a book card for now. I don't know what else we need. I'll just keep the other things open just to be safe. So we'll go ahead and import React and use state. We'll go ahead and import our book carousel CSS. We'll go ahead and make an interface, book carousel props. This will take books, which is a book array. Let's go ahead and import our book. And we'll say export const book carousel, react.fc, pass in our book carousel props equal to an arrow function, which takes in books. Now we've got some functions and other things to do. So for this one, let's go ahead and just set up the state and whatnot. So we'll say const order and set order equal to use state of type book array. And this will start out with books. Then we're going to have const move left, which is an arrow function. What we're going to do is we'll say let item equal to order 0. We're going to say let reordered equal to order.slice. We're going to pass in 1 and order.length. We're going to say reordered.push item. So we're going to set order to reordered. So what is going on here? We're going to get the first item out of the order. We're going to go ahead and remove that first item from the front. And then we're going to put that first item back on the back. So it's basically just going to shift everything over by 1 to the left. We'll say const move right is equal to an arrow function. Here, we'll go ahead and say let item equal to order and order.length minus 1. So we're grabbing the item on the end of the array. We're going to say let reordered equal to order.slice. We're going to pass in 0 and order.length minus 1. Then we're going to say reordered is equal to item and dot reordered. So we're going to go ahead and say set order to reordered. So this one, we're getting the last item off the end of the array. We're going to go ahead and slice everything from the start to the end. And then we'll go ahead and push that last item from the back to the front of the array and reset the order. Let's go ahead and return a div with class name book carousel. Inside of our book carousel, we're going to have a div with class name book carousel left button. This will have an on click equal to move left. Inside the div, we're going to have curly braces, backticks, and then the left arrow. Outside this, we'll have a div class name book carousel right button. On click will be move right. Inside here, we'll have curly braces, backticks, and the right arrow. Finally, we're going to have curly braces. This is going to say order.map. This will take in the item, and this item will return a book card. Go ahead and import book card. This will need our key. So we're going to say key is equal to item.barcode, and our book will equal to item. So now that will map through all of the books in our book carousel that we passed through and display them. So now obviously we need some CSS. So let's go ahead and do that CSS. First we'll have book carousel. This will have width 100%. We'll have height 425. Background color, a background secondary. Box shadow, a box shadow. Display flex. Justify content center. Align item center. Padding 16px. Border radius 12. Overflow hidden. Flex wrap. Row gap 16px. And position relative. Then we'll have book carousel left button. We have height 40px, width 40px, position absolute, top 50%, left 10px, display flex, justify content center, align item center, user select none, and font size 1.5 rem. Book carousel left button hover, cursor pointer, background color, RGBA 122, 121, 120.3, and border radius 100%. Then our book carousel right button, height 40px, width 40px, position absolute, top 50%, right 10px, display flex, justify content center, align item center, user select none, and font size 1.5 rem. Finally, book carousel right button hover. So this will be cursor pointer, background color, RGBA 122, 121, 120.3, and border radius 100%. Now let's go ahead and export this for external use as well. We'll go into our index for our book. We'll go ahead and import book carousel. We'll go ahead and also export book carousel. Now we're going to go ahead and make another new component. Inside our catalog components, right click new folder, catalog overview section. And then inside catalog overview section, right click new file, catalog overview section.tsx, and right click new file, catalog overview section.css, and into our TSX. So we're going to import React from React. We'll also import use navigate. Finally, we'll import use selector and our CSS. Then we'll go ahead and set up a prop. So interface catalog overview section props. This will take in an array of books. Let's go ahead and import our book, and it takes in a label string. Now let's export const catalog overview section. This will be react.fc, which takes in our catalog overview section props, which is an arrow function which takes in those props. Now we'll go ahead and say const book state is good to use selector. This will take in our state root state. Hit enter to import that. Let's return the state.books. Then we'll say const navigate is equal to use navigate. We'll set up a function const handle view more. This will use the navigate function. We'll say backticks. We'll say catalog question mark, and we'll say genre equal to label and subject equal to label. Again, we'll get more into what this actually means, but this is basically going to search our catalog by genre and subject and basically just select all of the books with similar or like subjects and genres. Let's go ahead and return a div with class name catalog overview section. Inside we'll say another div with class name catalog overview section top, and here we'll have h4 with our label. Then we'll have a p with class name catalog overview section more. This will have an on click equal to handle view more, and this will say view more ... Then outside of the top section we're going to go ahead and do curly braces. We're going to say books.length is greater than 0 and not book state.loading. And we're going to grab our book carousel, enter, and we're going to say books equal to books. So now this will basically create a book carousel based on the books that we get passed into our catalog overview section props, and we'll generate those books in a second inside of our catalog overview page. Let's go ahead and set up our catalog overview section CSS. So first we'll have .catalog overview section. This will be width 100%, height will be 500 px. We'll have our .catalog overview section top. This will have display flex, height 10%, justify content, space between, align items, flex end, padding left 12px, and padding right 12px. Also I typoed, let me go ahead and make sure this says overview. Catalog overview section more hover. This will be text decoration underline and cursor pointer. So now our styling is set up. Now we need to go ahead and grab random books by a genre. So inside of our catalog utils, once again, we're going to go ahead and make a new function. This will be export function get random books by genre. This will take in a genre string and a books array, and this will return a book array. Let's go ahead and import our book. That way it doesn't complain anymore. And what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to say let filtered books equal to books.filter. We're going to pass in a book. We're going to return book.genre is equal to genre. Then we're going to say let random books be a book array equal to an empty array. And now we're going to say if our filtered books.length is less than 10, we're just going to go ahead and return those filtered books. This is because if we have less than 10 books, we'll never be able to fill the random book array and no infinite loops, so we don't want that. Then we're going to say while random books.length is not equal to 10, we're going to say let index equal to math.floor, math.random time filtered books.length. So we'll get a random index for a book, and then we'll say if not random books.sum. Inside of here, we're going to say b arrow b barcode. This will be equal to filtered books index.barcode. So basically this is going to say if there is no book with this barcode inside of the random books, we're going to go ahead and push that book onto the random books. So I can say random books.push, and we're going to push filtered books index. So this just makes sure we don't have the book with that current barcode already inside the list, so we don't have duplicates. And finally we'll return random books. Cool, that's good to go. So now back into our catalog overview component wherever we have it. Now what we want to do is we want to make use of all of our different catalog overview sections. So we're going to go ahead and underneath of our browse our selected books, we're going to do curly braces, and we're going to say genres.map. We're going to map by genre, and what we're going to do is we're going to return a catalog overview section. Hit enter to import that. Key will equal to genre, and our books will equal to get random books by genre. We're going to pass in the genre. We're going to pass in bookstate.books, and we're also going to pass label equal to genre. Now let's go ahead and import our get random books by genre and save that. And now this is when we're going to find out how broken everything is. Fingers crossed we passed in all of the CSS and everything else. So I'm going to close my eyes as I open up the application. Now the H1 is a little bit big, so I need to double check what's going on with that, but we can at least kind of go through here, and the cursor pointer is not working on right, so that's another thing that we need to track down. View more cursor is also not working, but that part does work. So we have a couple of strange things going on here, but it's basically working. Let me double check my CSS here. I misspelled title. Let's go ahead and save that, and let's take a look what it looks like now. There you go, that's a little bit better. And the description is still a little bit broken, so let me double check what happened on that one. I believe I probably spelled book card description wrong. Let's go ahead and save that. And there we go, looks much better. It's a little bit small, but it is what it is. And the last thing that was kind of a little bit broken was the view more and the right button. So I'm guessing I also just typoed on those. Let's double check the typos on that. This should be a : hover. Save that, and that should fix that issue. There we go, looks good. And then finally, the view more will be in the overview section. So I typoed this, should be catalog overview dash section. Let's go ahead and take a look at the final one. There we go. And now everything looks good. We have all of our different books. Again, if you refresh this, it should pop up a different random set of books. Of course, there's only like a few of them to choose from, so you're not going to get that many different ones, but this looks good. Now that we have kind of like our overview section working, now we want to go ahead and start being able to query the books. So we're going to hop back into the back end, set up the query function, and then after that, we'll work on the front end to actually be able to search books specifically. So I'll see you guys in that part. Now that we have our catalog overview all set up, we want to go ahead and hop into the backend to actually work with making it so we can query books specifically. So let's go ahead and hop back into our code. And in here, I'm going to go ahead and close out of all of our front end things. So give me one moment. Now that our front end stuff's cleared up, let's go ahead and get rid of this. We'll go ahead and get rid of our terminal. We'll also open up the library server. If I sound a little bit different, I'm coming down with a little bit of a cold. I've been super busy the last few days going through interviews and things like that. Fingers crossed, I should have a job by the time you guys see this. I do have one pending offer at this time, but hopefully it doesn't get rescinded or anything like that. I have 48 hours to kind of decide because I am waiting for one other offer to pull through. So hopefully, fingers crossed, nothing falls apart and I do have a new job. Let's go ahead and open up our source and go into our services, and we're going to go into our book service. So inside of our book service, we want to set up a special function to actually go ahead and query the books. And this is going to be a little bit messy. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll down just to make some room, because like I said, this is going to get pretty large. What we're going to say is we're going to say export async function. We're going to go ahead and call this query books, and inside we're going to have a title question mark to a string. We're going to have barcode question mark string. We're going to have description question mark string. We'll have author question mark string. We're going to have subject question mark string. We'll have genre question mark string. Then this will return a promise of iBook model array. So the idea behind this is that we don't know what the user is going to be asking for. So we're going to basically just give them options so they can either look for the title, barcode, description, or some combination of all of those. So the first thing we're going to match kind of from like most specific to least specific. Inside the function, we're going to say let books be an iBook model array equal to await booked.find. This will simply get all of the books out of the database. Then we're going to say let filtered books be an iBook model array. This will equal to an empty array. Then we want to say books.for each book. And we want to do is we want to loop through all of our books and determine whether or not we want to add it to our filtered books array. So we're going to go from most specific to least specific. So the most specific thing that we can search for is a barcode. So we're going to say if barcode. So if the user passes the barcode to the query, we're going to say if book.barcode.toLowercase. Then we're going to say dot includes. Inside of includes, we're going to say barcode.toLowercase. Then we're going to say and not filtered books.sum. We're going to check to make sure this book doesn't exist already inside the filtered books. So we're going to say b arrow function. Then we're going to say b of barcode equal to book.barcode. So if it's not in the book and the barcodes match, we're going to go ahead and say filtered books.pushBook. Then the next thing we want to match is the title. So say if title. So once again, if title, we'll say if book.title.toLowercase dot includes. And this is going to be title.toLowercase. And once again, we'll have and. We'll say not filtered books.sum. And here we're going to say b arrow function. We'll say b barcode equal to book.barcode. So once again, we'll make sure this current book with the barcode is not already inside of our filtered books. If so, we'll go ahead and say filtered books.pushBook. Next, we'll go ahead and check to see if the description kind of contains anything that we passed in. So go ahead and say if description. So if we have a description, we'll also say if book.description.toLowercase. Then we'll say dot includes, and we'll say description.toLowercase. Once again, we also need to check to make sure the book is not in there. So we'll say and not filtered books.sum, b arrow function, and we'll say b barcode is equal to book.barcode. So if those are true, we'll go ahead and say filtered books.pushBook. Then we'll go ahead and see if the authors match. So we'll go ahead and say if author. So if an author was passed in, we'll say if book.authors.sum. We'll say a arrow function. Then we'll say a.toLowercase. Then we'll say dot includes. And then this will be author.toLowercase. So we'll go ahead and see if the book that we passed in has an author inside of the author list. And then we also need to say and if not filtered books. And then we're going to say dot sum. Inside of dot sum, we'll say b arrow function. We'll say b of barcode equal to book.barcode. So once again, if all this is true, we'll go ahead and say filtered books.pushBook. All right, let's make some space here so we can see. Guess we didn't need to do that. We can just scroll down, but let's make some space. Scroll down and make sure we're still in here. I must have missed a parenthesis. There we go. Now we'll say if we have a subject. So if a subject was passed, we'll say say if book.subjects.sum. Inside we'll have s arrow function. We'll say s.to lowercase. We'll say dot includes, and we'll say subject.to lowercase. Again, the reason that we need to do this is because the subjects is an array, so I need to see if there's some subject that matches that. Then we're going to say and if not filtered books. We'll say dot sum. We'll say b arrow function, and we'll say b of barcode is equal to book.barcode. If this is the case, we'll say filtered books.pushbook. And then the last one is genre. So go ahead and say if we have a genre, and it'll say if book.genre to lowercase is equal to genre.to lowercase, and our not filtered books.sum, we'll say b arrow function, b of barcode equal to book.barcode. Then we'll once again say filtered books.pushbook. Then at the end of all of this, we'll go ahead and return filtered books. So basically, we are doing a fuzzy search based on what information gets passed. So all of this is basically optional. The user doesn't have to pass a barcode, title, description, author, subject, or genre, or they might pass all of them. And then this is going to return everything that matches that without any of the duplicates. So basically, this is just a way for us to go ahead and search this up. Now, we may be getting a lot of information back, or we might not get any information back. So we want to deal with this with a pagination object. So inside of our models, we're going to go into models, right click, new file, and I'm going to call this pagination. And inside of pagination, we're going to say export interface, iPagination. This is going to take in a generic T. Inside the interface, we're going to have a total count, which is a number. It's going to have current page, which is a number. It's going to have total pages, which is a number. It's going to have limit, which is a number. It'll have page count, which is a number. And it's going to have items, which is T array. So we're going to generate these pagination services whenever we go ahead and grab books from the query, because we're going to set up different pages based on how many books we have. So back into our book service, we need to go ahead and set up a function to actually paginate these books. So we're going to say export function, paginate books. This is going to take in an array of book models. It's going to take in a page number, and it's going to take in a limit. This is going to return an iPagination of a iBook model. Similar to our React, we can go ahead and hit enter, and this will bring it in. And we'll go ahead and do our angle brackets iBook model. Inside of our paginate books, we're going to say let page books be an iBook model array of empty array. We're going to say const pages equal to math.ceil. This will be books.length divided by number of limit. We're going to say if number page is equal to pages, we're going to say const start point is equal to number of page minus 1 times number limit. Then we're going to have page books is equal to books.slice start point. So we're going to go ahead and grab those books from that start point. Then we'll say else. We'll go ahead and say const start point is equal to number of page minus 1 times number of limit. We'll say const endpoint is equal to start point plus number limit. We'll say page books is equal to books.slice. This will be start point, comma, endpoint. Now, hopefully I didn't typo anything here. This is a little bit confusing, but basically we're just trying to figure out how many books and where at inside of the actual book array that we want to return the books, because if we only want X amount of books per page, then we want to go ahead and get those X amount of books and so on and so forth. So then we're going to go ahead and say const page object is equal to an empty object. We're going to say total count is books.length. We're going to say current page is number page. We're going to say total pages is pages. We're going to say limit is number limit. We're going to say page count is page books.length. We're going to say items is page books. Now that we have our page object, we'll go ahead and just return page object. So this will return all the data we need to know about our pagination. And now what we're going to go and do is we're going to modify our query book. So we're going to come up here instead of an iBook model. Now this is going to be a iPagination of iBook model. Let's go ahead and get this. So iPagination, and this will be iBook model. Of course, this is going to complain because we're not returning that. So let's scroll down. And now we're going to go ahead and instead of returning filtered books, we're going to return paginate books. And we're going to pass in filtered books. We're going to pass in page. We're going to pass in limit. Now we need to go ahead and add limit and page into our actual method. So now page will be a number and our limit will be a number. Save that. Now our book service should be good to go. Now again, I might have typoed something in here, and if you guys do see the typo, go ahead and fix it. If I don't see the typo and it does end up breaking, I will definitely go ahead and update you guys in a later section. So don't worry. If something isn't working, just keep watching and hopefully it'll be fixed. So now let's go ahead and set up our controller. So back into controllers, book controller. Let's go ahead and set up our query book. We'll say async function, and this is going to be search for books by query. This will take in a request and response and won't return anything. And here we'll say let title, barcode, author, description, subject, genre, page equal to 1, limit equal to 25, equal to rec.query. So these are all going to be basically query params. We're going to say let books equal to, and it's going to say await query books. Go ahead and hit enter to bring that in. And then inside here, we'll say number page, we'll say number limit, we'll say title as string, we'll say barcode code as string, we'll say description as string, we'll say author as string, we'll say subject as string, we'll say genre as string. So this as string is kind of like a workaround because technically the query might not actually pass any of these. So we just want to make sure that we're safe, and if it is undefined, we'll pass as a string, which is basically be like an empty string. If it's an empty string, it won't pass and it won't search for anything. Plus an empty string won't match anything either, so it's fine. Then we're going to say res.status 200. We're going to say .json. Inside the JSON, we'll have an object with message, and this will say retrieve books from query. We'll say page : books. So we're not going to concern ourselves with an error here because if nothing pops up, it'll just be an empty array, no big deal. So finally, let's go ahead and add this as an export. So go ahead and say search for books by query. Go ahead and save that. Now we need to go ahead and set up that new route. So let's go into our book routes. And inside of a book routes, we're going to go ahead and add a new router.get. Here it's going to be /query, and it's going to be book controller.search for books by query. Now we should be good to go ahead and hop into Postman. So let me go ahead and open up Postman. Inside of Postman, we have our /query. So for example, we can search for a genre equal to fiction. And now you can see that we've received 79 pages with 25 pages per, and we have all of the pages. And then if we wanted to say, for example, and page equal to 2, so now we can get the second page of this. So now you can see our current page is 2. We got the extra ones. It says total pages is 4, but it should probably be more. Although there might only actually be 79 fiction books. I'm not 100% sure because I think we have some other fiction books, so that might be right. But yeah, so this is how that works. So now we're ready to actually make this into some functionality on the front end. So we'll hop back into our code in a second and start working on the front end again. We're ready to hop back into the front end. I know it's a lot of back and forth, but this is kind of how it works whenever you work back to front or all the way across the stack. Let's close out of our backend stuff once again. Let's go ahead and open up our library app. And the first thing we want to do is go into source models. We're going to right click and make a new file, and this is going to be called page. So we need to make a model modeling our page. So we can say export type page info, and this is going to have total count, which is a number. This is going to have current page, which is a number. It'll have total pages, which is a number. It'll have limit, which is a number, and it'll have page count, which is a number. So we have our page information set up. Now I need to go back into the book slice to allow us to actually go ahead and make a query for our books. Let's close out a page. Let's go into Redux, open up our slices in book slice. Now we're going to need to go ahead and add in a new property into the slice state, and this is going to be called paging information. This is going to be of type page info or null. And what we want to go ahead and do is hover over page info. Let's go ahead and import that. And then again, inside of our initial state, we're going to go ahead and say page information is null, because whenever we start out, we're not going to have any information queried. So that's good to go. Now we need to go ahead and create a new async thunk to actually query the books. So underneath the fetch all books, we'll say export const query books. This will be equal to create async thunk. Inside the function, we'll say book/query, and we'll say async, set up a function that takes in a payload string in thunk API. Inside, we're going to say try catch. We're just going to catch an error E, and inside the try, we're going to say let rec equal to await axios.get. Inside the get, we're going to say backticks http://localhost:8000/book/query. This is going to be $ curly braces, and then this will be payload. Then we're going to say return rec.data.page. Inside the catch, we're going to return thunk API.reject with value E. Then we need to set up our different builders. So let's go ahead and say in here under the pending, we'll go ahead and add builder.addCase. This will be querybooks.pending, and this will take in an arrow function with state in action. And what we're going to do is say state equal to an empty object. We'll say .state. We're going to say books is equal to an empty array. Or we're going to say loading true. We'll go ahead and return the state. Then below that, we're going to go ahead and add a new builder.addCase. This will be for querybooks.fulfilled. We'll have an arrow function with state in action. Once again, we'll say state equal to an empty object. We'll say .state. We'll say our books are equal to action.payload.items. We'll say paging information is equal to an object. Inside the object, we're going to go ahead and say total count is equal to action.payload.totalCount. We'll say our current page is action.payload.currentPage. We'll say our total pages is equal to action.payload.totalPages. Our limit will be action.payload.limit, and our page count will be action.payload.pageCount. That paging information is good to go. Let's go ahead and say loading false, and finally we'll return the state. So now our book slice is set up and good to go. So now we're going to go ahead and set up a new component inside of our features and then inside of our catalog. So currently we have a catalog overview. So now we need to go ahead and make a catalog search. So right click new folder, and this will be catalog search. Inside of catalog search, right click new file. We'll make catalog search.tsx, and right click new file, catalog search.css. Cool. We'll go ahead and close out a book slice, go into a catalog search. We're just going to import a couple things. So let's go ahead and import React and use effect. We'll import use dispatch and use selector. We'll go ahead and import our catalog catalog search.css. We'll also go ahead and import use location. Now we'll go ahead and say export const catalog search. This will be react.fc equal to an arrow function. And then there's a few things we need to set up in here to get started. So first we'll go ahead and say const book state is equal to use selector. This will take in an arrow function. It takes in state of type root state. And this will return state.books. Let's go ahead and import root state by hovering over, go to the blue icon and go to that, and we should be good there. Then we'll go ahead and say const dispatch of type app dispatch and go ahead and hit enter right here, and this will go ahead and import that. This will be equal to use dispatch. Finally, we'll say const location is equal to use location. This will allow us to get information about the different query parameters. Finally, we'll say use effect is equal to an arrow function. And then inside of our dependency array, we're going to have location.search. And then inside the use effect, anytime our location changes, we're going to dispatch. We're going to dispatch query books, hit enter to go ahead and import that. And this is going to take in the location.search. So we're going to go ahead and make sure that we do format the URL, that way it works properly, but we'll get into that in a little bit. Let's go ahead and make the actual component. So now we'll go ahead and return a div with a class name catalog search. Inside our catalog search, we'll have another div with a class name called catalog search advanced search section. For now, this will just be empty because we're going to make a custom component to go in there. Then we're going to have our curly braces. We're going to check if not book state.loading question mark. If it's not loading, we're going to have a fragment. Otherwise, if it is loading, we'll have an empty fragment. So we're going to put the information that we want to display when it stops loading. So we're going to have an H2. Inside the H2, it's going to say displaying. Then we're going to have curly brace, and it's going to say book state.paging information.page count, and it's going to say books out of, and then curly braces again, and it's going to say book state.paging information.total count. So it'll basically say, hey, we're on page this out of this, and we have all these pages. Then we're going to have another div with a class name of catalog search item area. Inside here, we're going to have curly braces, and it's going to say book state.books.map. This will take in a book, and this is going to return a book card. Go ahead and hit enter to bring that in. We'll set up a key equal to book.barcode and a book equal to book. So now we'll basically loop through all of our books and then display them as book cards. Finally, we'll have one more div with a class name catalog search pages. And again, we are going to make a custom component to go inside that, so just hold tight. So now let's go ahead and set up the CSS. We just have a few classes here. So first off, we'll start with .catalog search. So catalog search will have a width 100%, height of fit content. It'll have display flex direction column, justify content center, align item center, and then padding 16. Next, we have our catalog search advanced search section. Here we have width 98.75%. Don't ask, that just kind of look good. Then we'll have height fit content. We're going to have display flex. We're going to have flex direction column, justify content center, align item center, and margin bottom 16. Then we'll have our catalog search item area. Here we'll have width 100%, height fit content, display flex, align item center, flex wrap, and row gap 16px. Finally, we'll have our catalog search pages. Here we'll have width 100%, have height fit content, display flex, justify content center, and align item center. So that's good to go. Let's go ahead and go into our index file. Then we're going to go ahead and bring in our catalog search. Be lazy, hit enter, and let's go ahead and export the catalog search. And what we can do now is we can go into our catalog page. So let's go into our pages, catalog page, and then we can go ahead and import our catalog search. Instead of saying catalog search here, let's go ahead and just bring in catalog search, hit enter, and now our catalog search is set up. So now whenever we type in something that takes in a location, basically, it should more or less change into the catalog search page instead of the other way around. Theoretically, it should maybe work. We can test it out, but I'm not going to put all my beans in the basket that it's going to work, but we can go ahead and open up the web page and see what happens. So what we might want to do is we might want to say something like question mark. Then we can go ahead and say author equal to Dr. Seuss, like we have here, hit enter. And as you can see, it does actually display a Dr. Seuss, but now we need kind of a way to search better and then also a way to go through the different pages. So let's go ahead and go back in. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the question mark here, hit enter, and then we'll go back to our catalog main page. All good. So let's go back into our code and set up a way to actually search in an advanced way. So let's go ahead and close out the catalog page. We won't need that for now. And we will still need the catalog search, just not the CSS. So now inside of our components, we're going to right click, make a new folder. This is going to be called catalog advanced search. And then inside the catalog advanced search, let's go and right click, new file, make a catalog advanced search.tsx, and then go ahead and right click, make a new file, catalog advanced search.css. Now this is a component that's probably going to take the most time out of all the components just because it's really ticky-tacky and there's a lot of little tiny details we have to implement, so it's a little bit annoying, but we're going to make it work. So all we need in this is to go ahead and import React and use ref. We also need to import use navigate, and then we just need the catalog advanced search.css. Let's go ahead and export const const catalog advanced search. This is a react.fc, which is an arrow function. Now there's a lot of stuff we have to set up in here. So we'll go ahead and first say const navigate is equal to use navigate. Then we have a whole bunch of refs to set up. So first we'll say const ISBN ref is equal to use ref. This will be an HTML input element, and then this will start out as null. Let's go ahead and copy paste this ISBN ref, and then we're going to go ahead and change this to title ref. Go ahead and copy paste this, and then we'll change title ref to author ref. Go ahead and copy paste this, change author ref over to description ref. Go ahead and copy paste again, change description ref to subject ref, copy paste again, change subject ref to genre ref. So this is the annoying thing. We have a lot of form inputs here, but it is what it is. And then the next hard part is going to be the search. So we're going to go ahead and say const search is equal to an arrow function. Now this is the part that's going to take forever. We're going to say let query equal to an empty string. Then we're going to say if ISBN ref and ISBN ref.current and ISBN ref.current.value is not equal to an empty string. Then we're going to say query plus equal. We're going to have backticks, question mark. It's going to say barcode equal to $ curly braces. And this is going to ISBN ref.current.value. So we're going to go ahead and append the barcode. Then we're going to say if title ref and title ref.current and title ref.current.value not equal to empty string. This time we will go ahead and do curly braces. This is going to say query plus equal to query. And then we're going to say equal to an empty string. So if we have not added anything to the query, we're going to say question mark backticks. That's going to be question mark title is equal to $ curly brace, and this is going to be title ref.current.value. Otherwise, we already have a barcode, so then we just want to continue adding on to the query. So otherwise, it's going to be backticks and this is going to be title equal to our $ curly brace, and then this will be title ref.current.value. So here we're either going to append to the query or start the query. And now basically we're going to do the same thing over and over again. So I'm going to just copy this. And now instead of title ref, this is going to be author ref. And then we need to change this to author ref. I know there's a way to do this automatically, but I never learned. So then this will be author ref. Now instead of title, this will be author. Instead of title ref, this will be author ref. And again, instead of title, this will be author. Title ref, this will be author ref. So again, we either appending to it or we are starting it new. And then again, now we want to do description. So get rid of this. And now this will be description. This will be description. This one will be description. And now instead of author question mark, this will be description and then description and then description once again. Cool. And then next we need to check to see subject. So copy this. And now instead of description, once again, it will be subject. So then subject ref and then subject ref. And now instead of description, it will be subject. And then this will be subject ref. And then again, this will be subject. And this will be subject ref. And make sure we change and here the description. Don't want to debug that later. So that's good. Author, author, description, description, subject, subject. And then finally, we need genre. So copy this one more time. Now this will be genre ref. This will be genre ref again. And then this will be genre ref one more time. We only have to do this because of TypeScript, so we can think that. This will be genre, and this will be genre ref. And then finally, this will be genre, and this will also be genre ref. All right, there we go. So now after we do all that, then we want to say navigate. And we're going to navigate to backtick / catalog, and then $ curly braces, and this will be query. So now we are going to navigate to catalog, and then it'll be question mark or and or whatever. And then this is just going to build us a query string that we'll use to navigate and get the data. So now we can actually build the component. Like I said, this one's going to take a while. So now we'll go ahead and return a div with a class name catalog advanced search. Inside here, we'll have an h2 and we'll say advanced book search. And then we're going to have a p. This will say fill in as many or little fields to narrow down your search results. Then we're going to have a form. Let's make some room. So let's make a form with the class name catalog advanced search form. And here we'll have a div with a class name catalog advanced form input group. And inside the input group, we'll have a p with ISBN, which is basically just the barcode. And then we'll have an input with an ID equal to ISBN. And the class name, a catalog advanced form input, placeholder equal to ISBN, and ref is equal to ISBN ref. Now guess what we're going to do? We're going to go ahead and copy paste this div. And now instead of ISBN, we're going to have title. And then inside of the ID, we'll have title. Inside of the placeholder, we'll have title. And then instead of ISBN ref, we'll have title ref. Once again, copy and paste. Now instead of title, we'll have author. Instead of title, we'll have author. Instead of title, we'll have author. And then now we'll have author ref. Copy paste. Again, after author, we have description. So now this will say description. Our ID will say description. Our placeholder will say description. And our ref will be description ref. Copy paste again. Now we'll have subject. ID will be subject. Placeholder will be subject. Ref will be subject ref. We'll copy paste one more time. Now we'll have genre. ID will be genre. Placeholder will be genre. and ref will be genre ref. Now we need to make a button. So underneath the form, we'll go ahead and say button with the class name catalog advanced search button. On click will equal to search. Then inside we'll say search. Since the button is not inside the form, we don't have to worry about preventing default or anything like that. So now this is going to look pretty ugly. So we do have to do a little bit of styling on here. So let's go ahead and hop into our catalog search.css. This is going to be a little bit more CSS, but we can definitely get through it. So let's go ahead and say .catalog advanced search. This will be width 100%, height fit content, display flex, flex direction column, justify content center, align item center, border radius 12px, background color var -- background secondary, box shadow var -- box shadow, and then padding 16px. Next we'll have our .catalog advanced search form. Here we'll have width 100%, height fit content, display flex, justify content space evenly, align item center, and margin bottom 16px. Next we'll have a catalog advanced form input group. This will have width 15%. Next we have a catalog advanced form input. Here we have width 100%. We have height 2 rem, font size 0.8 rem, font weight 400, display flex, and then padding top 2px, padding left 8px, border 2px solid primary, and border radius 8px. Then we'll have catalog advanced form input focus. On focus we want outline none. Let's make some space here. Next we'll have catalog advanced form input placeholder. This will be color of text secondary, font weight 400, font size 0.8 rem. Finally we have our catalog advanced search button, width 25%, height 2 rem, border none, cursor pointer, border radius 8px, background color secondary, then catalog advanced search button hover, background color will be background secondary, and border will be 2px solid secondary. So there's that. Now we need to go ahead and implement this into our catalog search. So let's go into catalog search. Inside of the div for the catalog advanced search, we're going to go ahead and bring in catalog advanced search. Go ahead and hit enter to import that. And go ahead and close that off. So now we can go ahead and take a look at what this looks like. So let's go ahead. The search bar still doesn't work. So let's just say !mark author again. And we'll go ahead and say equal to Dr. Seuss. Now you can see we have all these different things we can fill out. So again, let's go ahead and see if we can look for fiction and go ahead and search. Now you can see that we got our books. Some of these aren't quite displaying right. So maybe they're not loaded or something's weird going on. There it goes. So just took a little bit of time to load, but that is working kind of what we expected. We go back to view catalog and now all of our books are back. So looking good. So now we need the actual page navigator. And once again, this is a little bit of a bigger component. So bear with me here. So let's go back into our code. So once again, we'll go ahead and close out the advanced search. We don't quite need that right now. We're going to go back into a components, right click, make a new folder, and we're going to go ahead and call this catalog search page navigator. And then inside we'll right click new file and make the catalog search page navigator.tsx. And then we'll go ahead and right click again, a new file, catalog search page navigator.css, and then back into the tsx. So we just need to import a couple things. Let's go ahead and import react and use state. We also need use selector, and we need use navigate and use location. Finally, let's import the css. Let's go ahead and export catalog search page navigator. This will be react.fc arrow function. And now we'll say const paging information is equal to use selector. Take in our state : root state. Hit enter to import that. And let's go ahead and return state.book.paging information. Then we'll say const navigate is equal to use navigate. And we'll say const search is equal to use location. Now there's some functions and whatnot that we need to set up. So we're going to say const navigate previous is equal to an arrow function. This function will be called whenever we hit the back arrow. So we'll say if paging information and paging information.current page is not equal to 1. So basically we don't want to be able to go into negative pages and we want to make sure it's actually pages. So now we'll say if search.includes, and we're going to see if it includes and page. So this means that we've already kind of searched for a page. Then we want to go ahead and say let split string equal to search.split and page. Then we're going to say let new terms equal to split string 0 plus backticks and page equal to, we're going to say $curly brace, then paging information.current page -1. So we'll set up our new query to be page -1 instead of page whatever it was. Then we're going to navigate. This will be to backticks /catalog, then $curly brace, new terms. Otherwise, we're going to say let new terms equal to search plus backticks. So now we haven't actually set a page, so we'll say and page equal to $curly brace. And once again, this will be paging information.current page -1. And then once again, we're going to navigate to /catalog, $curly brace, and then this will be new terms. So we basically have to determine whether or not we already have the page in there. If it doesn't, then we're going to go ahead and add the page. Otherwise, we're just going to split the first part and then add in and page with the new information, because we want to keep the actual search term already intact because we still want to search the same information. Next, we're going to set up a function called const navigate to number. Inside this function, it's going to take an event, which is a react.mouse event, and this will be an HTML paragraph element. So inside, we'll say if search.includes and page. So we're going to do something very similar once again. We'll say let split string equal to search.split, and we're going to pass in and page. Then we're going to say let new terms equal to split string 0 plus, and we're going to say backtick and page equal to $ curly brace, and then this will be e.currentTarget.id because we want to navigate to that specific page. Then we're going to navigate to /catalog, and then $ curly brace new terms. Otherwise, we'll say let new terms equal to search plus backticks and page equal to $ curly brace e.currentTarget.id. Once again, we'll navigate to /catalog, $ curly braces, and then this will be new terms. Then we have one more. So now we need to go ahead and say const navigate next, which is an arrow function. So we've gone backwards in pages. We've skipped to a specific page. Now I need to go ahead and skip to a page in the future. So we'll say if paging information and paging information.current page not equal to paging information.total pages. Then we'll say if search.includes and page. Something I missed up here, these should have equal to's on all the pages. So let's go ahead and fix these. So equal to, equal to, equal to, and equal to. So I just want to double check and make sure you all know those need equal to's there. But anyway, back to our if search includes and page equal to, we're going to say let split string equal to search.split. Then we'll once again pass in and page equal to. Then we'll say let new terms equal to split string 0 plus backticks and page equal to. And then we'll have our $ curly brace, paging information, and then .current page +1. And finally, we'll go ahead and navigate to /catalog, and then $ curly brace new terms. Once again, else, we'll say let new terms equal to search plus backticks and page equal to. And then this will be $ curly brace. This will be paging information, .current page +1. So once again, we'll add one to the page we're currently on, and then we'll say navigate to /catalog, and then $ curly brace new terms. So let's just double check and make sure we have all of our equal signs everywhere we need them. So equal, 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 and all of these look good. Just double checking. So like I said, this is a little bit complicated, and I probably could have made it a little bit easier, but this is what I like the looks of. So now we'll go ahead and return a new div with a class name catalog search page navigator. Inside our navigator, we'll have a p tag with a class name of catalog page navigator navigate. This will have prev. We also need to go ahead and add on click equal to navigate previous. So this will handle going backwards. Then we need a new div with a class name of catalog search page numbers. This will be empty now because we're going to make a new component for that. And finally, we'll make one more p with the class name catalog search page navigator navigate. This will have an on click equal to navigate next. And this will say next. So now we have our previous button, our next button. Let's go ahead and style this up before going on to the more, I guess, annoying thing that we have to deal with. First, we'll say .catalog search page navigator. So we'll say display flex, justify content center, align item center, and margin top 32px. Next, we'll have catalog search page navigator navigate. This will be cursor pointer, margin left 8px, and margin right 8px. Then we'll have catalog search page navigator navigate hover. So this will be text decoration underline. Then we need a couple things that we don't have set up quite yet, but we'll have set up in a little bit. So then we're going to have .number active. This will make more sense in a second. We're going to have background color, and this is going to be RGBA 54, 38, 167.3. Then we're going to have border radius 3px. This is basically just going to highlight whichever page we're on. Then we're going to have .catalog search page numbers. So this is that container. So this will be display flex. This is going to be align item center. This will be justify content center. And it'll be height fit content. Next, we're going to have .catalog search page number. We're going to go ahead and generate these in a second with the function, but we want to go ahead and just style these right now. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and say display flex, and then we want align item center. We want justify content center. We want width 1.5 rem, height 1.5 rem, cursor pointer, margin left 8px, and margin right 8px. We are going to go ahead and set up a hover. So .catalog search page number hover. Here we'll have background color RGBA. This will be 54, 38, 167.3. So the same kind of purple light color, and then border radius 3px. So that's all the styling. Now we need to go into our catalog utils, and we need to convert this into a TSX. So I'm going to go ahead and right click, rename, and make this into a TSX because it's going to return something. And this is the last really complicated, overly complicated thing that we have to go ahead and use, unfortunately. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to make a new utility function. We're going to go ahead and call this function calculate paging. So export function, and this will be called calculate paging, and this will take in a page info. Go ahead and hit enter. pointer to go ahead and bring that in, and this will return a colon string array. So I guess I was wrong. We didn't actually have to make this into TSX. It is what it is. Let's go ahead and rename this back to just a TS. All right. So this is just going to return an array of strings. So we're going to say let p_array is equal to a string array of empty strings. And then we're going to say if page info, because technically the page info we pass in could be null or undefined. We're going to say let total equal to page info.total pages. And we're going to say let current equal to page info.current page. The reason why we need the question marks is because we're using this from the state, and the state could be null, so we don't want to break anything. Then from here, we're going to say if total is less than or equal to 10. Then we're going to say for let I equal to 1, I is less than or equal to total, I plus plus. And all we're going to do is we're going to say p_array.push. We're going to say backticks $ curly brace I. So we're going to basically convert the I to a string and push it in. So then the bottom line is just going to say 1 through 10. But then we're going to get a little bit more complicated as we go here. Now we're going to say else if. Now if our total is greater than 10 and our current minus 7 is less than or equal to 0. So now basically what we're looking at is now we're going to break it up. So it's going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's going to basically say ... and then it's going to say like something total minus 1 total. So if there's 15 pages, it's going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, ... and then 14, 15. So it kind of breaks it up and doesn't put everything in there. So we're going to say for let I equal to 1, I is less than or equal to 8. I guess it's going to go to 8, not to 7, but I digress. I plus plus. And then so if it's 11, it'll be basically 1 through 8, ... 11, 10, 11. But if there's more, it's going to make more sense. Then we're going to say p_array.push and then backtick $I. Then we'll say p_array.push ... Then we're going to say for let I equal to total minus 1, I is greater than or equal to total, I plus plus. We're going to say p_array push, and we're going to do the same thing, backtick $ curly brace I. Next, else if, going to get a little bit complicated. So this one is going to be total is greater than 10, and our current minus 7 is greater than 0, and total minus current is greater than 5. So this is going to split it up even more. So maybe it's going to say like 1, 2, 3, ... and then maybe like 4, 5, 6, ... and then total. Then we're going to go ahead and say for let I equal to 1, I is less than or equal to 2, I plus plus. We're going to say p_array.push. We're going to go ahead and push I as a string. Then we'll say p_array.push ... Then we're going to say for let I equal to current, I is less than or equal to current plus 4, and then I plus plus. Now we're going to say p_array.push, I is a string. Then we're going to say p_array push ... Then we're going to say for let I equal to total minus 1, I is less than or equal to total, I plus plus. And once again, we'll go ahead and put the last two. So we'll go ahead and push I as a string. And then the last one, we're only going to have like 1, 2, and then the last however many. So we're going to say else. And this is going to say for let I equal to 1, I is less than or equal to 2, I plus plus. We'll go ahead and push I as a string. We'll go ahead and say p_array.push ... and then we'll go ahead and say for let I equal to total minus 5. So we should get the last 5 numbers. Then we're going to say I is less than or equal to total, and then I plus plus, and then this is going to be p.push the I as a string. So now we want to go ahead and return that p_array. So make sure we're still inside of here. Return p_array. So again, this is pretty complicated, but basically what this allows you to do is to more freely kind of click around. So if you're all the way at the end, you can go ahead and go back to the very first one without having to click previous a million times. If you're in the middle somewhere and want to skip to the end or whatnot, I'll try to get a good data set to kind of show all of this information. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a perfect data set, but again, it's a little bit complicated, but it makes the application feel a lot more like a real world application that you might see online, such as like Amazon or something like that when you're paging through all their data. So now we need to go ahead and bring all this information into our actual navigation. Let's go back into search page navigator, and then inside of our div here, let's go ahead and make a curly brace. We're going to say paging information, and we're going to say we're going to say calculate paging. Let's go ahead and import that by hitting enter, and we're going to go ahead and pass in the paging information, which should be true. Then we're going to say .map because it's an array, and then inside .map we're going to pass in num. Then we're going to say arrow and curly braces. So now we're going to have an if statement. So we're going to say if num is equal to paging information.current page. Then we're going to return a new p tag with key equal to num. Technically not supposed to do that, but it is what it is. Class name is going to be equal to catalog search page number and number active. And this is going to have the num inside of it. Outside the if, we're going to go ahead and just return a new p tag with a key equal to num, an ID equal to num, a class name catalog search page number, and an on click, which will be equal to navigate to number. And this once again will also have the num. So if it's the page that we're currently on, we won't make it so we can click on it, but it will go ahead and look active and and let me go ahead and fix number active there. Otherwise, if it's not active, we'll allow it to click on it to be able to go to that page. We can save this. Now we need to go ahead and implement this into our catalog search. So back into catalog search, we can go ahead and now inside this catalog search pages, we can bring in the catalog search page navigator. We can import it by hitting enter. Go ahead and close that out and save. And now theoretically, we should see kind of like a list of the number of pages at the bottom. I don't remember what we were at. We might be on the other page. So let's go ahead and open this up. So now if we want to go ahead, I don't know if we've done this yet, but we can go ahead and try to search for like fiction and go ahead and hit enter. And now this grabs all of the fiction pages, but this only looked for title and description. So if we scroll down to the bottom, it's a little bit broken, so we must have missed something in here. So we need to double check that. But we can go ahead and try to at least click on 2. And now we're on the second page. We can click on 3. We're on the third page. So that's working, but I definitely messed something up with the CSS. So let's go ahead and take a look and double check my CSS really quick because I do want to make sure that I didn't typo or whatever I typoed gets fixed. This should be catalog search page numbers with an S, and let's see if that cleans that up. Roll back down. There we go. That looks a lot better. We can go ahead, and for some reason these don't look the same size, but I can't really do anything about it. But if we click next, I should also go ahead and go to the next page. And then we're on page 2. Go back to page 1. That works. We can go ahead and hit next and then hit previous. Like so. And then if we want to go ahead and say that we want the subject to be fiction, we can go ahead and search. Then we have 900 books that are fiction. So now you can see the ... If we go ahead and go pretty deep in here, so 8, you can see 1, 2, and then all of these, we can go hit this. Then you can see we have like 1, 2. This is broken, interestingly. So let me double check that as well. I accidentally messed up this for loop, it looks like. Let's go ahead and fix this. And let's save and see if that fixes it. There we go. 1, 2, and then all the way through the rest of these. So cool. Looks good. We could also change up the wrap a little bit if we wanted to show like 5 or whatever we want to do, or show less. So for example, if we wanted the limit to be 20 instead of 25, or 24 instead of 25, that also might look nicer. But that is how we can set up our searching. So now we're ready to go and make it so that the user can create a library card. That way they can go ahead and loan out books, and we're getting really close to being finished. So let's go ahead and go back into our code, and we'll start working on the back end to get our library card working. Now let's close out of a few things so we can go ahead and start working on a library card on the server side. So let's go ahead and close out of all of our front end stuff really quick. We don't need it open for the time being. Let's also go ahead and close library app. Let's go into our library server source, and we're going to do our normal setting things up. So let's go ahead and go into our models. And we're going to go ahead and new file, and we're going to go ahead and say librarycard.ts. And then inside of our library card, we're going to go ahead and export interface. This is going to be iLibraryCard. And inside, we're going to have a user : string. So this is a very simple interface. We can go ahead and close out of this. So now you guys know next to the DAO. So go ahead and right click, new file, and we'll say librarycard DAO. And inside of our librarycard DAO, we're going to import Mongoose, document, and schema from Mongoose. We're also going to go ahead and import iLibraryCard from our models. Next, let's go ahead and export interface iLibraryCard model. This will extend iLibraryCard. It'll also extend document. All right, now let's go ahead and set up our schema. So const librarycard schema. This will be of type schema. This will equal to a new schema. Inside of our schema, we'll go ahead and say user. This will be equal to an object with a type of schema.types.objectID. Required will be true. Unique will be true. And finally, ref will be user. Now I need to go ahead and export default. We're going to say mongoose.model. We're going to pass in the iLibraryCard model inside of the angled brackets. We're going to say parentheses, and we're going to pass in librarycard. And we're going to pass in librarycard schema. So now our DAO object for our library card is good. Let's go ahead and set up our library card service. This will also be pretty simple. Close out of this. Go into our services, right click new file. We'll call this library card service. Inside of our library card service, let's go ahead and import our library card DAO. Let's also import the iLibraryCard model. This will obviously be from the DAOs. Let's also import our iLibraryCard from our models. Now we need a couple of functions here. Like I said, it's going to be pretty simple. So let's first make an export async function. This one will be called register library card. This will take in a card of type iLibraryCard and return a promise of iLibraryCard model. Inside, we're going to set up a try catch. The catch will simply catch an error of type any. Inside the try, we're going to say const saved card is equal to new library card DAO. And inside, we're going to pass in that card. We're going to go ahead and return await saved card.save. Inside the catch, we're going to say let c equal to await library card DAO.find1. Inside, we're going to go ahead and pass curly braces. We're going to say user card.user, and we're going to go ahead and say .populate user. So the idea behind this is that if there's some sort of error, it's most likely because the library card already exists. So then we'll just go ahead and grab that library card and send it back to them. We're going to say if C, then we're just going to go ahead and return that card. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, we'll go ahead and rethrow that error. So basically, if the error is because the card already exists, we'll go ahead and grab that card that exists already and return it. Otherwise, if the card doesn't exist, it's some sort of other error, and we'll just go ahead and throw that error. Next, we'll go ahead and export async function again. This will be called find library card. This function will take in a library card ID, which is a type string, and it will return a promise of type I library card model. Once again, inside here, we'll set up a try catch. We'll catch an error of type any. Inside the try, we'll say let card equal to await library card DAO.find1. Inside the find1, we'll do our curly braces. We'll have underscore ID will be equal to library card ID. Once again, we'll say .populate user. Below, we'll say if card, and we'll return card. If we don't get a card, we'll throw a new error. And then inside of our catch, we'll just go ahead and rethrow that error to deal with later. So there shouldn't be any errors that pop up on this, but something could happen. So we're going to go ahead and deal with that. So now we're ready to go ahead and set up our controller. So into our controllers, right click, new file. We'll call this library card controller. And inside of our library card control, let's import request and response from Express. We'll also import our register library card and find library card from our services. Finally, we'll go ahead and import our I library card from our models. First, we'll start out with the function to get our library card. So we'll say async function get library card. This will take in a request and a response. It won't return anything. So first we'll say const card ID is equal to rec.params. Then we'll set up a try catch. Inside the catch, we'll just catch an error. Inside the try, we'll say let library card equal to await find library card with that card ID. Then we'll say res.status200. We'll say .json. We'll pass in our object with a message equal to retrieve the user's card. And we'll pass in the library card. Inside the catch, we'll say res.status500. We'll say .json. Pass in our object, and the message will say unable to retrieve the library card. Next, we'll say async function create library card. This one will also take in a request and response. Also does not return anything. This time we'll say const card of type I library card is equal to rec.body. Then we're going to set up a try catch once again. The catch will just catch an error. Inside the try, we're going to say let library card equal to await register library card with that card. We'll say res.status201. We'll say .json. Pass in our object. The message will say generated library card for user. We'll pass back the library card. Inside the catch, we'll say res.status500. We'll say .json. Pass in our object with the message. The message will say unable to create library card at this time. If you guys remember, inside of our service, it shouldn't actually fail because we have a failsafe if there's a card that already exists. So this would be something really bad goes wrong. Next, let's go ahead and export default our get library card and our create library card. Now we can go ahead and set up our routes. So inside of our routes, right click new file. We'll call this library card routes. And inside of our library card routes, we'll go ahead and import Express from Express. We'll go ahead and import our library card controller from the library card controller. We'll say const router is equal to express.router. We'll say router.get. We'll pass in /: card ID, and this will be mapped to library card controller.get library card. We'll say router.post. This will be the /. This will be handled by library card controller.create library card. Let's go ahead and export our router. Now we need to actually register these routes. Let's go into our index.ts. At the top, let's go ahead and import our library card routes. Then below our book, let's go ahead and say app.use. We'll go ahead and say /card, and we'll pass in our card routes. Now that's good to go. Now we can go ahead and test these out on Postman. So let me open up Postman. Here inside Postman, now we can go ahead and look at a library card. So we can say get. So this is going to actually want to say post first. I'm sorry. So this is going to take in a user ID. So let's go ahead and get all of our users. So we can go ahead and say user /. Let's go ahead and get our Summer Smith. Let's say she wants a library card. So we're going to go ahead and copy her ID. We're going to go back into our library card post. We're going to pass in this user. And let's go ahead and send the request. So now you can see we generated a library card for the user's ID, the library card ID. So now if we want to go ahead and send this again, we should just get the same library card back. As you can see, this time it filled out the entire information. And then if we also want to get the library card just by the library card ID, we can copy the ID here, go to our get, and then pass in the library card ID up there and go ahead and send. And now you can see we got the user and all the information. So that's all good to go. Let's go ahead and go back into the code, set up some of our errors in our validation before moving on and implementing this in the front end. So back in our code, let's go into our utils and go into our library error. Let's go ahead and set up a new error for the service. So let's go ahead and export class library card does not exist. This will extend error. Like last time, we'll set up a constructor. This will take in a message of type string, and we're just going to call super message. So there is our library card. Let's go into our service. Let's close out of our error, go into our service. So now we're going to use this inside of our get library card. So now instead of if return card doesn't return, we're going to throw a new library card does not exist. And let me go back and rename this. This should be library card does not exist error. And I renamed this wrong, and I named this wrong. So let me go ahead and rename this inside of our utils. So this should be error on the end of that. So that's fixed. So now we can go ahead and hover over this and just go ahead and import that. Let's go ahead and put our message saying the library card specified does not exist. And we should be good to go there. Whenever we catch this error, we're just going to go ahead and rethrow it. That's perfectly fine. We're not going to do anything inside of the other one. So let's go ahead and catch this exception in the controller. So we go back to our controller. And now inside of our get library card, we're going to go into our catch. We're going to say if error instance of library card does not exist error. Let's go ahead and click on this to go ahead and import that. And now if this is the case, we're going to say res.status404. We're going to say .json. We're going to pass in an object with the message. The message is going to say the specified library card does not exist. So now you can't try to grab a card that doesn't exist. Let's go ahead and set up our else. Let's go ahead and copy paste our res.status500. So if something else goes wrong, we'll go ahead and throw it in there. And that should be good to go as well. That's how we're going to handle that error. And if we also want, we go ahead and pass in the error there since it's some other type of error that we don't know about. Same thing inside of this one. We'll go ahead and say pass in the error as well. That might be useful just because we might not know what the error is. It could be some weird error. So now we need to go back into our validation, set up our library card validation, and then we should be good to go. So let's go back into our middlewares. We'll go into our validation, and now we're going to set up a new object in here underneath the book. We're going to set up the card validation or library card. So comma, we're going to say library card, and this will be equal to an object. So for the object, we're going to say create. This is going to be joi.object. This will take in an iLibrary card. So I need to go ahead and import that. So hit enter here. We good. So now inside here, we're going to say user. This will be a joi.string. Then we're going to say .regex. And we're going to copy the regex for the ID. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this regex from here, copy this and paste it in here. And this is going to be .required. Cool. That's all we need to create. Let's go ahead and comma. Let's go ahead and say get. So this is also going to be a joi.object. Do our open and close braces. This is going to have a custom object, so curly braces. And this is just going to say card ID : string. Let's go ahead and create this function. And inside, we're going to say card ID : This is going to say joi.string. This is going to say .regex. And it's going to be the same exact regex as above. So go ahead and copy this ID. And this will also be .required. And that is all we need for our library card. So now what we need to go and do is go into our routes to set these up. So let's go into our library card routes. And inside of our library card routes, let's go ahead and import our schemas and validate schema. This will be from the middlewares. So now inside of our get, what we want to go ahead and do is we want to say validate schema. This is going to take in schemas.librarycard.get. This is going to be params. And then inside of our post, we want to say validate schema. This is going to be schemas.librarycard.create. And this is going to be body. So now all of our validation is set up. Let's go ahead and hop back into Postman and make sure that this is all working. So the primary thing that we're looking for is that it's going to be a valid user ID. So whenever we try to get, if we get rid of some of the stuff from the ID, it's going to say object validation failed because it's not valid. And we put in some non-ID, it's going to go ahead and say 404 not found. So that is good to go. And then same thing if we go into our post. So if we do something that's not correct, it's going to go ahead and say it needs to pass in a valid object. If we undo this and go ahead and hit enter, it'll work out just fine. So that is our validation. So now we can go ahead and set up our card registration on the front end by setting up a modal and making the request. So let's go ahead and hop into the front end. Now that we got the library cards working on the back end, let's go ahead and close out of all this like we normally do. I know we go back and forth, but that's the great thing about working across the stack. We can basically keep ourselves fresh on both sides of things. So now we're going to go into our source in our front end, and we need to go ahead and update our authentication slice to get the library card working. So we're going to Redux slices authentication slice, and what we want to go ahead and do is we want to go ahead and update our authentication slice state. So we're going to go ahead and go above our loading, and we're going to go ahead and say library card type string, and we're going to go into our authentication slice state initial state. We're going to go ahead and say library card, it's an empty string, and then now what we're going to go ahead and do is we want to set up a new async thunk to actually get the library card, and this is going to basically make a post request based on the user's ID. So let's go ahead and go below the update user, and let's go ahead and say export const get library card. This will equal to create async thunk, and this will link to auth/library card. And we're going to go ahead and say async, and we're going to do a parentheses. This is going to take in a user ID type string, and it's going to take in our thunk API. Then inside we're going to go ahead and create a try catch. The catch will just catch an E. Inside our try we'll say const rec is equal to await axios.post. Inside the post we'll say http://localhost:8000/card/. Then we're going to pass in an object. This is going to say user:user ID, and that will either create a new card or get the card based off the ID. We're going to return rec.data.library card. Inside the catch we're going to return thunk API.reject with value E. And we shouldn't really get any errors unless something strange goes on, but we will be able to deal with that. Let's go ahead and do our X reducer. So we're just going to have a pending logic and a fulfilled logic. So we're going to go below the last pending. Let's go ahead and say builder.addCase. And here we're going to go ahead and say get library card.pending. And we're also going to have our parentheses state in action, and this will be a arrow function. And then inside of here we'll say state is equal to an object. We'll say .state, and we're going to go ahead and say error false and loading true. And then below we'll go ahead and return the state. We'll go ahead and scroll down to the end of our fulfilled. We'll go ahead and say builder.addCase. This will be for get library card.fulfilled. Once again we'll have our state in action and our arrow function. And then inside here what we're going to have is state equal to an object again. We'll have .state, and we'll have our loading false, and we'll have our library card equal to action.payload._id. Once again we'll return the state, and that should be good to go. Now what we want to go ahead and do is we want to go into our authentication component. So features authentication components, we're going to right click, make a new folder, and we're going to make a library card modal component. So let's go ahead and make the folder library card component. Inside our library card modal we're going to go ahead and create a new file called library card modal, and then inside of here we'll go ahead and import React. We'll also need use dispatch and root state from our Redux store. We'll need our use dispatch. Let's go ahead and say export const library card modal. This will be react.function component, which is an arrow function. Let's go ahead and set up our const dispatch. This will be type app dispatch equal to use dispatch. We're going to say const close modal is equal to an arrow function, and here we're going to dispatch, and we're going to dispatch set display library card to false. We can hover over and we can actually import that set display library card like so. Let's go ahead and return the modal. Hit enter to go ahead and import that. We're going to set content into a fragment for now. Inside the fragment we'll say library card modal, the toggle modal equal to close modal, and we can close this off. So now we have our very basic library card modal that we can use later on. So now we need to go ahead and set up the actual form that's going to allow us to basically register the library card. So once again, inside of our components, new folder, we're going to call this register library card form. Inside of this, we need to right click new file and make a register library card form.tsx. And we also need to right click, make a new file, register library card form.css. All right, so now inside of our TSX, let's go ahead and import React. We'll import useSelector and useDispatch. We'll also import our app dispatch and root state. And finally, we'll also import our /register library card form.css. Cool. Let's go ahead and export const register library card form. This will be a react.fc arrow function. Now we can go ahead and start setting up our state and whatnot. Let's say const user state will be equal to useSelector. Inside of useSelector, we'll have state root state. This will return state.authentication. Next, we'll have const dispatch of type app dispatch will be equal to useDispatch. Then we need a couple of functions. So first we'll say const handle create library card. This will be an arrow function. It takes nothing. Inside this, we'll say if user state.loggedInUser. Then we want to dispatch. We want to dispatch get library card. Go ahead and import get library card with this button. And inside here, we're going to say user state.loggedInUser._ID. So if the user is logged in and then they click on the register library card, we'll go ahead and send their ID over to create that library card. Then we're going to say const handle login click. This will also be an arrow function that takes nothing. So here we'll say dispatch, and we're going to dispatch set display library card to false. false. Let's go ahead and import this with this button. And we're also going to have another dispatch. This one is going to be set display login to true. Once again, let's go ahead and update this import. So what's going to happen is if we try to register a library card, we're not logged in. It's going to say, hey, please go to the login. Whenever you click the button, it's going to navigate us over to the login page. That way we can log in. So let's go ahead and set up a return. Inside a return, we're going to have a fragment. And inside that fragment, we're going to go ahead and interpolate some JavaScript. So we're going to have our curly braces. I'm going to say user state.logged and user question mark. So if the user is logged in with a div with the class name of register library card container. Inside this div, we'll have an h3 with the class name of register library card text. Inside, we're going to have welcome, curly braces, and then it's going to say user state.logged and user.first name. Then we're going to have another set of curly braces, and it's going to say user state.logged and user.last name. Then we're going to have an h5 with the same class name of register library card text. This is going to say to sign up for a new library card, or you forgot the ID number on your card, use the button below. Then we're going to have another set of curly braces, and this is going to say user state.library card question mark. So if we have the library card, we're going to have a p tag with the class name of register library card text, and this is going to say your library card number colon curly braces, and this will be user state.library card. Otherwise, we'll have a colon. Let's make some space here just to make this a little bit nicer. Otherwise, what we're going to have is a button with a class name equal to register library modal button with an on click of handle create library card, and inside the button it'll say get library card. So basically what's going to happen here is if you're logged in and you already have your library card on the site, it's going to go ahead and just show your library card number. Otherwise, you can create or get your library card number as well. If you're not logged in, let's go ahead and do that. So if you're not logged in, we'll have a div with a class name register library card container. Inside of our div, we'll have an h3, the class name of register library card text, and this is going to say you must be a member of the library to obtain a library card. Below, we'll have an h4, the class name of register library card text. The h4 will say use the button below to log into your account or register for free. So now we'll have a button with a class name register library modal button. The on click will be handle login click, and inside it's going to say login here. And that is all we actually have for our register library card form. Now hopefully I didn't typo anything. It's probably a good chance that I did typo something, so I might have to come back and debug. So please, I implore you to continue watching if you do have any errors, just to make sure I don't fix them up as we go. Let's hop into our CSS. So now let's go ahead and create the register library card container. So this is going to have width 100%, a height of fit content. It will have a display flex, a flex direction or column, an align item center, and a justify content center. Now our register library card text. So this is just going to have a margin bottom with 12px, and it's going to have a text align center. So we're not changing the size or anything. We're just going to go ahead and change the spacing a little bit. Then we have our register library modal button. This will have a width of 50%. It'll have a height of 3 rem. It'll have a font size of 1.5 rem. Out of a border of 2px solid of primary. It'll have border radius 12px, cursor pointer, and a background color of background secondary. Then let's go ahead and copy this because we're going to have a hover. So copy and paste :hover. The hover is going to be color var primary, and the box shadow will be box shadow. Now we want to go ahead and bring this into our register library card modal. So let's go ahead and go into our library card modal, and I'm just going to go ahead and import it automatically. So I'm going to make this. I'm going to say register library card form. I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to import it for us. Let's close this off and save, and now our library card modal should be good to go. So let's go ahead and bring this into the index files. Let's go ahead and import our library card modal. Hit enter. Let's go ahead and export this behind the login register modal. And now we need to go ahead and bring this into the layout page. So let's go into our pages and go into our layout page, layoutpage.tsx. So now we're going to do something similar. So underneath our state.display login, we're going to go ahead and make curly braces. We're going to say state.display library card. We're going to do the and we're going to go ahead and bring in our library card modal. So let's go ahead and just bring it in. Go ahead and hit enter, and it'll bring it in from that authentication and close it off and save. Now we should be good to go ahead and open up our application and test this out. Keep in mind, I am human. I'm not perfect, so I might have messed something up here. So let's go ahead and just test it out, and then I can walk you through debugging any issues that might have popped up. So as you can see, we're not logged in. If we go ahead and click here, you can see you must be a member to obtain a library card. Please use the button below to log into your account for free. So let's go ahead and log in here. Let's go ahead and log in. Let me grab Summer Smith's information. It's been a little bit since I've recorded. So we have summer.smith@mail.com, and password is just password. Let's go ahead and log in as Summer Smith. Now, of course, she already has a library card, so it's just going to go ahead and grab our library card, but we can click here. We can, oh, we need a library card. We click it. There is our library card number, and we're good to go. So with that being ready, now we should be able to go ahead and set up the server side for loaning out books and finally get to the point where Summer can actually grab a book. So let's go ahead and hop back into the code on the back end, and let's get this figured out. Back in our code here, we're going to go ahead and set up the backend functionality, get the loaning working. So let's go ahead and close out of our front end once again. And we're going to go ahead and go back into our backend. So close out of library app, go into library server. We need to set up everything we need for actually being able to loan. So start on our models, new file. This is going to be called loan record. And inside of loan record, we're going to export interface, iLoan record. And this is going to model all the information about a loan on a specific item. First, we're going to have a status. The status will either be available or it'll be loaned. Next, we'll have a loaned date. This will be of type date. We'll have a return date that's optional, which will also be a date. We're going to have a patron, which is a string. There's going to be an employee out, which is a string. We're going to have an optional employee in, which is a string, and finally we're going to have an item, which is a string. So basically we have whether the item is available or loaned out currently. We have the date when it was loaned. We have the date whenever it was returned. Now this is optional because whenever you first loan it out, it hasn't been returned yet. You have the ID of the person who loaned it. You have the ID of the employee who loaned it out to that patron. Then you also have the employee ID of who turned it into or who turned it back into the library. This needs to be optional. Again, this is because whenever it's first loaned out, we're not going to have an in, and then finally we have the actual item string or the item ID itself. And the reason why we're tracking these two is to see, hey, did someone not do the job right? And then also we can see to make sure who loaned it last or who had it last. So let's go ahead and save that. Now we can go ahead and set up a couple other things. So now we need to go ahead and modify the book model. So let's go into book, and now instead of our book model, we need a records, and the records is going to be an iLoan model array. We can go ahead and hover over here and import this just to make it quick. So now each book record is going to have an array of records, and we don't have to do anything because it's just going to automatically update on the back end. That's kind of like the nice thing with these non-relational databases. We're not have to really deal with anything. So now let's go ahead and set up our loan record DAO. So we'll go into our DAOs, new file. We'll go ahead and call this loan record DAO. Now, of course, we need to import a couple things like Mongoose document and schema from Mongoose. We need to also go ahead and import the iLoan record from our models. Next, we'll go ahead and export interface iLoan record model. This will extend iLoan record. It's also going to extend document. Now that our return object is created, let's go ahead and export const loan record schema. This will be of type schema. This will equal to a new schema, which is a constructor. Inside of here, we'll have an object, and first we'll have status. This will be an object with type string and required true. We'll have loaned date. This will be an object with type date and required true. We'll have due date. Let me double check something. We forgot the due date in here, and let me double check something else. Yep, I just glossed over it. So let's go ahead and make sure we have due date in here, which will be type date as well. All right, there we go. We're good now. So due date will be again an object with type date and required true. Next we'll have return date. This will once again be an object with type date and required false. Next we'll have patron. This will be an object with type schema.types.objectID and required true. Next we'll have employee out. This will be an object with type schema.types.objectID and required true. Next we'll have employee in. This will be an object with type schema.types.objectID and required false. And finally we'll have item. This will be an object with type schema.types.objectID required true and ref equal to book. Then we want to add another object, and we're going to add timestamp true. We're basically going to keep track whenever we create these, whenever we modify them, all of that, because these are records after all. Let's go ahead and export a default. We're going to say mongoose.model. We're going to pass in our iLoan record model inside of the angled brackets and then parentheses. We're going to pass in loan record, and we're going to pass in loan record schema. Now our data access object is good for our loan record. Let's go ahead and do a couple other modifications. We need to go into our book DAO. We need to set up one thing in here. So underneath our genre, we need to add in a records. And in here, we're going to do a array of loan record schemas. So we're going to do a square bracket. And inside, we're going to say loan record schema. We're going to go ahead and hit enter to import that. And we should be good to go there. We don't have to modify anything else. We just need to make sure that the book DAO knows that it is going to have some loan records in there as an array. So now we're going to set up a couple of different things here. First, so we need to set up a new service method inside of the book service. That way we can search for a specific book by an ID. This is going to be useful inside of our loan record service. So let's go ahead and close out of the book DAO. I don't think we're going to need any of these for now. And let's go into our services, and we're going to open up our book service, and just, I guess, below the query books. Actually, let's put it above query books, below the find all books. Let's go ahead and say export async function, find book by ID. And inside, we're going to pass in an ID of : string. And this is going to return a promise of of iBook model. Inside, we're going to set up a try catch. Inside the catch, is going to catch an error of type any. And then inside of the try, let's go ahead and say let book equal to await book.find by ID. We're going to pass in that ID. We're going to make sure the book exists. So say if book, return book. Otherwise, if it doesn't exist, let's throw new book does not exist error. And inside the message, we'll say the specified book does not exist. And then here, we're just going to go ahead and rethrow the error. All right, so now if some other error does occur whenever we're trying to find it, it doesn't necessarily not find it. So some other weird error, we can go ahead and throw that, or we'll go ahead and throw the book does not exist error. So that is good to go. And we'll have to go ahead and obviously modify the controller a little bit later on. Actually, no, I don't think we use this in a controller, so I lied. Also, we need find by book ID. I don't know how I missed that, but okay. Actually, no, I completely broke this. Should be find book by ID. There we go. So now we can go ahead and make the loan record service. So this one is a little bit of a smaller service, just basic CRUD. So let's go and right click new file, go ahead and say loan record service. And inside, we're just going to go ahead and input loan record DAO and I loan record model. Next, we're going to go and input find book by ID and modify book from book service. And finally, we'll input the I loan record from the models. Let's start setting up our functions. So export async function. We're going to set up generate record. This function is going to take in a record of I loan record, and it's going to return a promise of I loan record model. Inside, we'll set up a try catch. Inside the catch, we'll go ahead and just catch an error. Inside the try, we'll say let created record equal to a new record DAO record. So we're going to say created record is equal to await created record.save. Next, we're going to say let book equal to await find book by ID record.item. So we're going to say let records equal to book.records. Then we're going to modify those records. So say records is equal to square brackets. We're going to go ahead and say created records and then ... records. So we're going to go ahead and add that created record at the beginning and then put all the other array items back in the back. We're going to say book.records is equal to records. Then we're going to await modify book. We're going to pass in that book. So then we go ahead and create the record, and we also go ahead and make sure the record is on the book object as well, just to make our lives a little bit easier. Then we're going to go ahead and return that created record. And then if there is an error, we're going to go ahead and just rethrow it by saying throw error. So there's our first one. Let's go ahead and do a modify record. Let's go ahead and say export async function. This will be called modify record. This is going to take in a record of I loan record model, and it's going to return a promise of I loan record model. Once again, we're going to set up a try catch. Inside the catch, we'll just pass error. Inside the try, we'll go ahead and say let updated record equal to loan record DAO.find one and update. Inside this function call, we're going to have an object. We're going to say underscore ID is equal to record underscore ID. We're going to pass in that record. We're going to go ahead and make a new object with new : true. The new : true will make sure that it actually passes us back that new and updated record rather than the copy of the old one. Then we're going to say if updated record. The reason we're doing this is because technically speaking, we might not be able to actually find the record that we're looking for. So if this all works, we're going to go ahead and say let book equal to await find book by ID. And we're going to go ahead and pass in that record.item. We're going to say record 0 is equal to updated record. We definitely could have done some slice operation or something here, but this is a little bit easier. We're going to say book.records is equal to records. Go ahead and await modify book and pass in that book. And finally, we'll go ahead and return that updated record. Otherwise, we'll throw new error. And you guys know that we'll come back and make that a custom error, and we'll go ahead and just rethrow the error in here. That's good to go. Just a couple more. Let's go ahead and export async function find all records. This isn't going to take anything in, and this is going to return a promise of I loan record model array. Here, we'll go ahead and just try catch. Once again, the catch will just catch an error, and inside the try, we'll just return await. This will be loan record DAO.find. Inside the catch, we'll just throw error. Again, probably instead of throwing an error, we could just return some empty array. It is what it is, but if there is some sort of weird error, we probably want the user to know. Finally, one last one, we'll say export async function, and this is going to be called query records. This is going to take in a params, which is an object, and in this object, we'll have a property : string, and we're going to have a value : string or a date. This is going to return a promise of I loan record model array. And the idea here is that we want to be able to pass in different properties and then search for those. So maybe you want to search by the user, the employee, when it was actually sent, and things like that. So we're going to set up a try catch. As always, our catch will just catch an error. Inside the try, we're going to say return await, and this is going to say loan record DAO.find. And this is going to get a little bit crazy. We're going to pass in a curly brace. We're going to pass in a square bracket. We're going to say params.property, and then this is going to be : params.value. So we're going to basically take the value and put it into the left side of the object. This is a way to do this dynamically. And then outside this, we're going to say .populate item. This is going to actually grab the book we're looking for. Then we're going to say .sort by -loan date. So this was sorted out by when it was loaned out. Finally, we'll just throw the error again, and that is good to go. So this is going to search by a specific property that we passed it in, and it's going to put whatever value that we passed in. So for example, if we were looking for the employee with the ID of XYZ, this would be employee in or employee out, and then the value would be their ID, and then we would sort them by when they're loaned out. So now let's go ahead and set up the controller for this. Let's go ahead and go into our controllers, new file. We'll go ahead and say loan record controller. As always, we need to import a couple things. So let's go ahead and import request and response from Express. Let's also import find all records, generate record, modify record, and query records from our services. The first function will be async function create record. This will take in a request and a response. It won't return anything. We'll say let record equal to rec.body. We'll say try catch, but it's going to catch an error. Inside the try, we'll go ahead and say let create a record equal to await generate record and pass in that record from the body. If this works, we'll say res.status201.json, pass in an object with the message. The message will say new record generated. We'll go ahead and pass the record as created record. In the catch, we'll go ahead and say res.status500. We'll say .json with an object with message. The message will say something went wrong, and we'll pass back the error. All right, next we'll go ahead and say async function update record. This will also take in a request and response. Inside, once again, we'll say let record equal to rec.body. We'll go ahead and set up a try catch. As always, the catch will just catch an error. Inside of the try, let's go ahead and say let updated record equal to await modify record and pass in that record. If this is successful, res.status200.json with a object with a message. The message will say record updated successfully, and we'll also pass in the record as updated record. Otherwise, in the catch, we'll say res.status500 and we'll say .json with a object with a message. The message will say something went wrong, and we'll pass back the error. Next, we'll have our async function get all records. This will take in a request and a response. Inside, we'll have a try catch. Inside the try, we'll say let records equal to await find all records. We'll say res.status200.json. We'll go ahead and have an object with message. The message will say retrieved all records, and we'll pass back those records. Otherwise, in the catch, we'll say res.status500 have a .json with an object with the message. The message will say unable to retrieve records at this time. We'll also pass back the error. And then one final method here, async function get record by property. This will once again take in a request and a response. And inside, we'll have a let param equal to rec.body. We'll set up a try catch. Inside the try, we'll say let records equal to await query records param. If it works, we'll say res.status200. We'll say .json with an object with a message. It'll say retrieved records from your query. We'll pass back those records. Otherwise, in the catch, we'll say res.status500 with a .json. Once again, have an object with message. The message will say unable to retrieve records at this time, and we'll just pass back the error. Let's go and say export default. Do our curly braces. We're going to pass in create record, update record, get all records, and get records by property. You guys know what comes next. Now that we have our controller done, let's set up our routes. So inside of our routes controller, right click new file, and we're going to go ahead and say loan record routes. Inside of loan record routes, we're going to import express from Express. We're going to import a loan record controller. Then we're going to say const router is equal to express.router. First, we're going to say router.get. This is going to go to slash, and we're going to say loan record controller.get all records. Next, we'll have a router.post. This will go to slash, and this will be loan record controller.create record. Next, we'll have router.put. This will also go to slash, and this will be loan record controller.update record. And finally, you have router.post. This will be to slash query, and this will be loan record controller.get records by property. Now that we have this, we need to go ahead and say export equal to router. And we need to bring these into our routes. Let's go ahead and register these in our index.ts. Let's go ahead and import our loan routes from our loan record routes. Let's go down here and let's go ahead and say app.use/loan. And of course, this would be loan routes. So we can save that. Now we can go into Postman and take a look at these working, hopefully. Once again, I have a little tab here for loan. So what we can go ahead and do is let's first go ahead and try to create a loan for a specific book. Now I don't have all the books. Let's go ahead and just take a look at all of our books. I'm just going to grab the first book. There we go. So let's say we want to check out this system design interview. So this book would be ID 65 yada yada yada. So let's go ahead and say we want to do this book. So we're going to do a little bit of work here to get this to work, but we're going to our post for loan. It is going to be going to status loaned. Let's say that the date, and I've been working on this for a while now. I'm not sure when this is going to go out, but this is 10/19, and I believe that this is the correct way. So 10/19, and let's say that the due date will be 10/30. So the item will be here, and then we need to go ahead and get our users. So let's go open up this as well. So we have our users. So we want to allow Veronica Vaughn to go. So our employee out is going to be this ID. So employee out will be here. And we need our patron. So our patron will be Summer Smith. So we need her ID. So let's go ahead and copy that. And we'll go ahead and paste it into here. And now we should have everything ready to go. Let's go ahead and see if this works. So you can see we have a new record generated. The status is loaned. We have the date, everything else. If we go back into our books, this should be updated. So as you can see, we have a record with it loaned and everything else. So it actually did modify the book. So now that we created a new loan, we can update it. So let's say now that the user actually went ahead and returned it. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this because I'm guessing we need that. Let's go into the put. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and copy this back in. Actually, yeah, we'll paste this back in. And now we need the employee in, the ID of the record, and a couple other things. So let's keep that in mind. Like, let's actually just do this. So available. So the loaned date was right here. Let's go ahead and copy the loaned date and paste it in here. We have the due date of this record. So let's go ahead and copy the due date as well. Let's say that it was returned on 10, and let's say, I know this is in the future, but let's say it was returned on 10/20 maybe, or 10/23. The patron is going to once again be Summer. So let's go and grab Summer's ID, and I can't just copy and paste this, or I can't just leave it as is because it's different. We can go ahead and grab the employee out, and in this case, the employee in is going to be the same. So we'll copy the employee in as well. And then let's go ahead and grab the item as well. So we have this item. And then this time we actually need the ID so it knows which one to update. So we'll go ahead and grab our ID for the actual item. And then you can see when it was created, updated, and everything like that there. Go ahead and grab that. Now, assuming it didn't goof anything, which is very possible it did goof, let's go ahead and try this out. You can see record updated successfully. So now we have who checked it in and everything like that, and when it was last updated, yada, yada, yada. If we go back into our book and send this, we should still have one. However, you should see now it's available. So this whole record cycle was finished. And now whenever someone checks out the book again, it will actually create a new record. And now finally, we can go ahead and take a look at all of our records. Go ahead and send that. So you see we only have one. So now if we wanted to query, for example, from a specific patron, again, this isn't going to be an expansive amount of data here, but we can at least try to find by this patron. So if we go ahead and copy the patron's name, not their name, but their ID, and send that in, we should hopefully get the record. And there we go. We got the entire book. Maybe we only want the record there, but it passes the entire information. That's probably fine. That's good to go. Now, of course, let's go ahead and enhance this by adding in some of our errors and our validation and kind of go from there. We don't really have too much errors. We do have a little bit of validation to do, which is going to be a little bit annoying. It's actually quite a bit of copy paste, but once we get that set up, we'll be good to go to start working on the front end once again. So once again, back into our code, let's open up our utils, library errors. Let's go ahead and export a class. We're going to go ahead and say loan record does not exist error. This will extend error, and inside we'll have a constructor with message string. We'll call super message, and we're good to go. Let's close out that. Now we're going to hop into our loan record service. So loan record service. Now the primary one that we want to focus on here is with the modify record. So if we do not find this book, instead of throwing a new error, we're going to throw a new loan record does not exist error. Let's go ahead and import this. And what we'll go ahead and do is we'll just say the record does not exist. Again, since it's thrown up here, it'll still be caught by this and it will rethrow it. So we're perfectly fine there. Now, of course, we need to handle this into controller. So back into the loan record controller, wherever we are modifying. So on our update. And again, here we're going to say if error is an instance of loan record does not exist. Go ahead and enter, and that'll import for us. If this is the case, we're going to say res.status 404. We'll say .json. We'll pass in an object with a message. And this will say unable to modify record. We'll also go ahead and pass the error as error.message. Set up an else here. So otherwise, we'll go ahead and copy the res 500. That means that something other than not existing happened and we didn't have any control over it. But the other ones, it doesn't really matter if it doesn't exist or whatnot, because this is the one where we're searching for a specific record to actually change it. If nothing exists in the query, I'm not that concerned about it. We'll just go ahead and return an empty array. So that's good to go. Now, a couple final things. We need to go back into our middlewares and go into our validation, and we need to make another object. This is going to be called loan. Inside of loan, we're going to set up an object called create. Create is going to be joi.object, and this is going to be of type iLoan record. Let's go ahead and import this by hovering over, and doing one of these. Remember, this is a function basically, so we're going to set up a function with an object inside, and now we're going to set up status. So status will be a JOI.string, and this is going to call .valid. We need to set up which strings are valid, so the first one would be available, and the second one would be loaned, and this would be required. Next, we'll have loaned date. This will be a JOI.date, and this will be also required. Next, we're going to have due date, which is also a JOI.date and required. Then we'll have a returned date. This will be a JOI.date, but not required. Next, we're going to have patron. This will be a JOI.string. This will be .regex. And guess what we're going to do? We're going to go ahead and copy and paste the regex from above and paste it in. And then we're going to say .required. And then guess what we're going to do? We're also going to go ahead and say employee out. And I'm going to copy and paste that same exact one because it's also going to be the regex and required. We're going to have employee in. And this is just going to be JOI string.regex. This one's not required, but go ahead and paste that just to save a little bit of time. And finally, we'll have item, which is also the same exact thing, JOI.string.regex.required, because it's just going to be that 24 long ID. Next is going to be update, and this is going to be a JOI object, and this is going to be of type iLoan record model. Go ahead and hit enter to import that. Make this into a function called an object. Now this is going to be pretty similar. We're going to start out with underscore ID, and this is going to be a JOI.string.regex, all of the same. So go ahead and just grab the JOI.string.regex required. It's literally the exact same. And then to save a little bit of time here, the rest of these are also the same, status, due date, yada yada yada, because the only thing that we added with this was the ID. So we're going to go ahead and do that, just save a little bit of time. And finally, we're going to have query. So query would be a JOI object, and this is going to be of type custom objects. We'll do our angle brackets. Inside, we'll do curly braces, and then we're going to have a property : string, and we're going to have a value : string or date. So we'll go ahead and call the function, and inside we're going to have a property, and this is going to get pretty gross. This is going to be a JOI.string, and this is going to be .valid, and inside .valid we're going to have underscore ID, we'll have status, we'll have loaned date, we'll have due date, we'll have returned date, we'll have patron, we'll have employee out, we'll have employee in, we'll have item. So basically all the different things that we could search by, and let me just double check: ID, status, loan date, due date, return date, patron. I think that's good. This will be .required, and then we're going to have value. This will be a JOI.alternatives. So this is going to be .try, and it's going to try to match either a JOI.string or it'll try to match a JOI.date. This will also be .required. So if you do not pass it a string or a date as the value, it won't work. And if you don't pass it an ID, status, loan date, due date, return date, patron, employee out, employee in, or item, it'll also not work. Now I just need to go ahead and update the routes with these validations. So let's go into loan record routes. Now what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to go ahead and import the things we need. So we're going to go ahead and import schemas and validate schema from middlewares. And now we want to go down first to our post, and we're going to set up our validate schema. And inside we're going to pass schemas.loan.create, and this is going to look in the body. Next, in our put, we're going to put in validate schema. This one will be schemas.loan.update. Once again, this will be in the body. And finally, in our post for query, we'll once again have validate schema. This will be schemas.loan.query. This will once again look in the body. So we can save this once again, and now we can go ahead and go into Postman to see if it's going to work. And I forget everything that we put in there, but theoretically, if we go into our posts and maybe we don't put this, maybe we do borrowed, we should see that it's invalid. So you can see object validation failed. Please include a valid object. So that works fine. We go into our put. If we forget the loan to date, this should also complain at us. So you can see object validation failed. So that one worked properly. And then inside of the query, if we put something that we aren't looking for, so let's say that we put in, I don't know, history. This is not something that is valid. So this should also say object validation failed. So this is all set up and ready to go to actually allow users to actually check out books on the front end. And this actually is going to be the end of our backend. So this is everything that we have set up. Of course, you guys can continue expanding on this, but let's go ahead and hop back into the front end and get our application completely finished. And then we can go ahead and wrap up the video. And after that, I give you more ideas to work on as you continue working on the project, just to expand your skills and practice a lot more. We're ready to hop into our front end one last time. So let's go ahead and close out our backend code. And we're actually going to probably wrap up the entire series here. We have 2 more sections, but we're all going to be working on the front end. So let's go ahead and close out of our library server, open up our library app, go into our source. And the first thing we need to go ahead and do is make the loan record model for the front end. So go into our models, new file, we'll go ahead and say loan record. And then inside of our loan record, we'll go ahead and export type loan record. And inside we'll have an underscore ID, which is a string. We'll have a status. This will either be loaned or available. We will have a loaned date, which is a date. We'll have a due date, which is a date. We'll have a return date, which is optional date. We'll have a patron, which is a string. We're going to have an employee out, which is a string. We'll have an employee in, which is an optional string. We'll have an item, which is a book. We need to go ahead and import this. So hover over, import our book. We have a created at, which is a date, and we'll have an updated at, which is a date. So there is our record type. Now we also need to go ahead and update our book model to include the array of loan records. So let's go into our book TS, and at the bottom, I guess we already have the records, but this is just an empty array. So we're going to go ahead and say loan record like so. Go ahead and enter to import that. We're also going to create a couple other payloads for checking out a book. So we're going to go ahead and say export type checkout book payload. This is going to include a book of type book. It's going to have a library card string, and it's going to have an employee, which is a user. We need to go ahead and import user, so hit enter. Next, we'll also have an export type check-in book payload. This one will have a book of type book, and it'll have an employee of type user. So that should be good to go. Now let's go ahead and go into our book slice. We need to set up some checking in and checking out for books. So let's go ahead and go to Redux and go into our slices in book slice. So below our books, we need to add in a current book. This will be either book or undefined. Let's go ahead and throw that into our initial state. So current book will just be undefined, and we'll deal with all of this later. So now what we're going to do is below our query books, let's go ahead and set up a checkout book. So export const checkout book. This will equal to async thunk. Inside, we'll go ahead and call this book slash checkout. And we're going to set up our async callback function. This will take in a payload of checkout book payload and thunk API. Let's go ahead and hover over and import this by clicking on that. And now we're good to go to set this up. So let's first set up a try catch. Inside the try, we're going to say const return date is equal to a new date. Then we're basically going to add 2 weeks to this. So we're going to say return date dot set date. And we're going to say return date dot get date plus 14. So we're going to add 2 weeks to this. Now we're going to say const get patron is equal to await axios dot get. Inside of here, we'll do backticks http localhost 8000 card. We're going to say /$ curly braces. And inside, we're going to say payload dot library card. So we're going to get the patron based off of their library card. We're going to say let patron ID equal to get patron dot data dot library card dot user dot underscore ID. Next, we're going to go ahead and set up our record. So we're going to say const record is equal to a new object. Inside our record, we're going to say status is loaned. Loan date is equal to a new date. Our due date will be return date. Patron will be patron ID. Employee out will be payload dot employee dot underscore ID. And item will be payload dot book dot underscore ID. So this is our base record that we need to actually send to create a new record. So let's go ahead and say const loan request. This will be equal to await axios dot post. And inside we'll have http localhost 8000 loan. And we're also going to have our record. Then we're going to go ahead and say const loan is equal to loanrec.data.record. Finally, we're going to go ahead and return that loan. Then inside of our catch, we're going to say return thunk API.reject with value e. So this is everything we need to do to go ahead and check out a book. Now let's go ahead and configure it to check in a book. So export const check in book equal to create async thunk. This one will be called book slash check in. And this one will also set up an async function. Inside the function, I'll have a payload of check in book payload and thunk API. Let's go ahead and import this by hovering over and click import. Now, once again, we'll have a try catch. Inside the try, we'll say let record equal to payload.book.record0. This is because we always put the most recent record at the top. It's kind of like a stack, more or less. And then we're going to go ahead and say let updated record equal to a new object. Now, status will be available. Our loaned date will be record.loaned date. Our due date will be record.due date. Our return date will be a new date. Our patron will be record.patron. Our employee out will be record.employee out. Our employee in will be payload.employee._ID. Our item will be record.item. And finally, we need underscore ID, which will be record._ID. So that should be good for that. Now we just need to go ahead and say let loan equal to await axios.put. Inside the put, we're going to go ahead and say http localhost 8000 loan. We're also going to put in that updated record. Now I want to go ahead and return loan.data.record. If something goes wrong, we'll go into the catch and we'll say return thunk API.reject with value. All right, so now that should be able to allow us to check in the book and set up everything else. So now inside of our actual reducers, we need to set up something for our current book. So we're going to say set current book, and this will take in state and action, payload action of book or undefined. Now we may need to go ahead and import our payload action from React.js toolkit, and we're good to go there. So now we're going to say state is equal to an object. We'll say ... .state, and we're going to say our current book is equal to action.payload. So we can either set or unset the book basically and return state. This is going to be important later on whenever we're looking at individual book pages and whatnot. We don't want the incorrect book there. And now we have quite a few different builder.add cases we need to deal with. So let's go down to the end of our pending. Let's go ahead and say builder.add case, checkout book.pending. Go ahead and pass in the callback function with state in action. Inside, we're going to say state is equal to an object. We'll say .state. And we're going to go ahead and say loading true. And then below, we'll go ahead and return the state. Then below this, we'll say builder.add case, check in book.pending. Once again, this will take a callback function with state in action. And here we'll have state equal to an object once again, .state, loading true. And then we'll go ahead and return the state. I kind of suggest that you guys look a little bit deeper into Redux and see if there's an easier way to deal with all these base pending cases, because I'm sure that there is. Next, let's go ahead and scroll down to where the end of our fulfilled is. Let's go ahead and do a builder.add case for checkout book.fulfilled. Pass in our callback function with state in action. And then inside of here, we're going to say let book list be a book array. This will equal to json.parse and then json.stringify state.books. So what is going on here? And let me put the equals in. What's going on here is we are making basically a copy or a clone of the book array. That way we can modify it. We're going to say book list is equal to booklist.map. We're going to map by book. And inside of our map, we're going to say if book._id is equal to action.payload.item. If this is the case, we're going to say book.records is equal to square brackets action.payload and book.records. Let's go ahead and return the book. Otherwise, we're just going to return the book. And now that should make that happy. And then we're going to say state is equal to an object. We're going to say state. We're going to go ahead and say loading false. And we're going to go ahead and say books is equal to book list. Let's go ahead and return the state. Now, why do we do this? Because our loan itself is not going to return the entire book and it's going to return this information. It just has the item itself. So this way we can actually modify our front end and our state whenever we get a new record without having to refetch all of our data once again. Let's go ahead and do a fulfilled for the other one. So builder.add case, check in book.fulfilled, pass in the state in action callback function. Now we're going to do something similar again. So let's go ahead and say let book list be a book array. And this will equal to json.parse and json.stringify state.books. So making a deep copy once again, we'll say book list is equal to booklist.map by book. And inside we're going to say if book._id is equal to action.payload.item. Once again, we're going to say book.records.splice. We're going to splice 0, 1, and we're going to splice with action.payload. So what this is doing is it's going to, instead of just adding it or pinning it to the front of the array, we're going to go ahead and replace that top one with this current one. That way, basically, we don't want the same record twice. We're just going to modify that record that's on top. That will return the book. And then outside of this if, we're going to go ahead and just return the book again. And I typoed book list. But basically, we don't want to modify the book if the record wasn't modified. Then again, we'll say state is equal to an object. We'll say .state. We'll say loading false. And we'll go ahead and say books is equal to book list. Then we'll go ahead and return the state. Always remember to return the state out of these. It can cause a lot of issues if you forget. And then I would recommend you guys looking into a way to set up a rejection, because there is a possibility that check-in book or check-out book fails. So just keep that in mind. I didn't do it in this one, but I would recommend you guys looking into that as your own little exercise. We also need to go ahead and return the set current book from our actions, and we should be good to go inside of our book slice. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this. I do not believe we need either of those. Now we're going to go back into working with some components. So now we want to go ahead and modify the book card, which I believe is inside of features, book, components, and we want book cards. Let's open up our book card.tsx. And now we're going to set up a bunch of stuff to basically allow us to actually let the employee check in and check out a book. So the first thing that we need to do is set up some new state. So we're going to go to the top here. I'm going to say const user is equal to useSelector. And then inside of useSelector, I'm going to say state:\root state. And I'm going to return the state.authentication.logged-in-user. Let's go ahead and do some imports. Let's go ahead and modify our import for useSelector if it lets us. Cool. And then let's modify this as well from the Redux store. So now we're going to be able to know who is actually trying to check out the book. We got to make sure that's an employee. Let's also set up our const dispatch. This will be an app dispatch, and it'll be equal to use dispatch. Let's go ahead and modify updates again, or imports. Let's go ahead and import this and import up our use dispatch. All right, that's good to go. Now we're going to go ahead and set up some state, and I might need to rearrange some stuff up there. I don't really like it whenever some of the component and other stuff is outside or after the CSS, but that's just visual. We're going to say const available and set available is equal to use state of type boolean, and we're going to use a callback function here. So we're going to say parentheses, arrow function. And inside our arrow function, we're going to say, well, first, let's actually go ahead and import useState by hovering over and import from React. Then we're going to say if book.records.length is equal to 0, we're going to return true. And this is because if it doesn't have any records, then it's obviously available to check out. Then we're going to say return book.records0.status is equal to available. So if it's available, it'll return true. If it's unavailable, it'll return false. We're also going to set up a const button class and set button class. This will be equal to useState of type string, and this will be an empty string to start. So we're going to have a custom class here, and then we just have a couple other things to set up. So now we'll say const handle loan is equal to an arrow function. Inside of our parentheses, let's go ahead and say e.react.mouse event on an HTML button element, and we're going to go ahead and say e.stop propagation. There's some weird event propagation that goes on if we don't do this. Then we're going to say if user .type is equal to employee. So if the user is equal to employee, they can actually go ahead and, dispatch the different things. So we're going to say dispatch set current book, hit enter to import that. We're going to pass in the book. We're also going to dispatch set display loan to true. Let's also go ahead and import this. I believe we set it up. Yes, we did from the modal slice. Great. This will pop up the modal to actually allow a user to basically loan a book to a patron. So now we're going to go ahead and set up a use effect. The dependency array will be available, user type, and book records. Let's go ahead and import use effect really quick. Now this is just going to basically modify what our button looks like. We're going to say let C equal to book card loan button. And what we're going to do is say if available, we're going to say C plus equal to available. Else we're going to say C plus equal unavailable. Yes, there's probably some other ways to do this. Then we're going to say if user and user type is equal to employee and available. Then we're going to say C plus equal to checkout. Otherwise, we're going to have an else if. Inside the else if, we're going to have a user and user type equal to employee and not available. So the book is not available for checkout. We're going to say C plus equal to check-in. So if the book is available, we're going to basically be able to say, hey, it's available or not available. And then if the employee is logged in, we're going to basically be able to say, hey, we either want to check it out or check it in. And this is going to basically allow us to make the button 4 different possible options depending on who's logged in and whether or not it's available. Finally, we're going to say set button class C. So all this is doing is updating what the button looks like. And I might have misspelled something. Hopefully not. Everything looks good. Now we can actually modify the element itself. So underneath the div, all we're going to do is we're going to add a button. It'll have a class name, a button class, and it's going to have an on click of handle loan. It's going to say status. We're going to have our curly braces, and it's going to say available question mark. And here we're going to have available or unavailable. And that is all we're going to have for our book card. So now theoretically, if we go back into our app and go into view catalog, now you can see status available. So all of these books are available for Summer to actually check out. If we actually logged out of Summer's account, which I don't know if we actually can currently, well, actually we can log out. We log into Veronica Vaughn's. Let's just grab Veronica's information. So users, so it's Veronica Vaughn at library.com, copy and paste because I'm lazy. And I think it's librarian 1. I might have spelled librarian wrong. I had caps locks on. Let me try again. There we go. So now if we go into view catalog, we can see status available. And this actually changes things. So now if I want to actually try to click this, nothing's going to happen because we don't have the actual modal setup, but theoretically you can see that this is a different style and we can actually click on this, and what we want to do is whenever we click on it, we want it to be able to pop up the modal, which allows us to actually check out the book. So let's hop back into the code and set that up. So inside of our books component, we're going to go ahead and right click, make a new folder, and we're going to call this loan book modal. And inside of loan book modal, right click, new file, make a loan book modal.tsx. And this is going to be very simple. We're just going to import React and use effect. Then we just need use selector, use dispatch. Let's go ahead and export const loan book modal be a react.fc arrow function. Here it will say const current book is equal to use selector. Inside of use selector, we'll say state root state, and we'll return the state.books.current book. Let's go ahead and import root state. Then we're going to set up const dispatch. This will be app dispatch. Let's go ahead and import our app dispatch. We'll say equal to use dispatch. Then we'll say const close modal is an arrow function. Inside, we're going to dispatch set display loan to false. Let's go ahead and hover over and import our set display loan from our modal slice. That's good to go. Then we're going to return. Inside the return, we're going to import the modal. Hit enter on our components. We're going to say content is going to be a fragment of the loan book modal. And toggle modal will be close modal. Let's close this off, and that should be good to go. Now let's go ahead and set up the actual content that goes inside the modal. So let's go into our components, right click, new folder. We're going to say book checkout, right click, new file, book checkout.tsx, and right click, new file, book checkout.css. Now back into our book checkout.tsx, we're going to import React and use ref. We're going to import use selector and use dispatch. And we're going to import our our /book checkout.css. Let's go and export const book checkout. This will be a React FC arrow function. We'll go ahead and say const users equal to use selector. We'll pass in the state root state. Go and import that root state and return state.authentication.logged-in user. We'll say const book is equal to use selector with state root state, and we'll return state.book.currentBook. We'll say const dispatch. This will be app dispatch. Let's go and import app dispatch from Redux store equal to use dispatch. Next, we'll set up a library card ref. This will be equal to use ref of an HTML input element, and this will be equal to null to start. Next, we have const checkout. This will be equal to an async arrow function. Inside the parameters, we're going to pass in e.react.mouse event on an HTML button element. Inside of our checkout method, we're going to say e.prevent default. We're going to say if book and user and library card ref and library card ref.current. We're going to go ahead and say dispatch checkout book. Go ahead and hit enter to import that. And then inside, we're going to say book. We're going to say employee is user. And we're going to say library card is library card ref.current.value. Now we're going to dispatch that checkout book. We're also going to go ahead and dispatch set current book to undefined. Let's go ahead and import set current book. And we're also going to go ahead and dispatch set display loan to false. Let's go ahead and import our set display loan. So what's going to happen is we are going to first, we actually don't need this to be async. I think I just forgot to recompile that or reset that. But basically, if we have a book and the user's logged in, keep in mind that we should probably check to make sure the user's employee here. But theoretically, you should never be able to actually view the login modal unless you are, or not the login modal. You should never be able to view the checkout modal unless you're an employee. So as long as both of these are true and we have information inside of our library card ref, we'll go ahead and dispatch that checkout book. We'll go ahead and set the current book to undefined. That way, whenever we open up a new book modal, it'll actually populate correctly, and we'll also close out the modal as well. So basically just cleanup work here. Technically, we could have done this in a use effect cleanup function, but it is what it is. Let's go ahead and return a new div with a class name of book checkout. Inside, we're going to have curly braces. We're going to say book and user, and inside we're going to have a form with class name book checkout form. So again, we're only going to display this as long as there's a book and there's a user. We'll have an h3 with a lone book titled. We're going to have curly braces and then book.title. Next, we have an h4 that says enter patron's library card : below that, we'll have an input with a class name book checkout input. Placeholder will be library card ID, and ref will equal to library card ref. Next, we'll have an h4 again with employee ID. Below that, we'll have an input with a class name book checkout input. The value will be user._ID, and this will be disabled. So this will just automatically be filled in and good to go because the user's already logged in as an employee. Finally, I have a button with a class name of book checkout button. On click will be checkout, and inside will say loan book, and that is all we have for the content for our checkout system. Now we're going to go into our CSS and set this up. So we'll say .book checkout. Here we'll have a width 100% with a height of fit content. We'll have a display flex, justify content center, align item center, a padding 16, and a margin bottom 32. Then we'll have a book checkout form. This will have height 100%, width 100%, display flex, flex direction column, align item center, and justify content flex start. Next we'll have book checkout input. This will be height 2.25 rem, width 80%, font size 1.5 rem, overflow hidden, text overflow ellipsis, and margin bottom 8px. Then we have our book checkout button. Here we have width 80%, we'll have height 2.5 rem, we're going to have font size 1.5 rem, margin top 8px, border radius 12, border none, background color secondary, and cursor pointer. Let's go ahead and copy our book checkout button because we're going to step a hover. So copy and paste that with a hover effect. This would be border 2px solid, and this is going to be var primary, and we're going to have a background color, and this will be background secondary. All right, fingers crossed I typed out everything properly and I didn't typo anything. Now let's go ahead and set up the book check-in component. So we're going to make a new folder, call this book check-in, make a new file, call it bookcheckin.tsx, right click, new file, bookcheckin.css. Let's go ahead and set this up. This is going to be very similar to the last one, so it's going to import React from React. We're going to import use selector and use dispatch. We're going to import our ./bookcheckin.css. We'll export const book check-in. This will be react.fc arrow function. We'll say const book is equal to use selector, pass in the state as root state. Go ahead and hit enter. Go ahead and return state.book.currentBook. We'll say const user is equal to use selector, pass in our state as root state again. Go ahead and return state.authentication.logged-in user. Set up our const dispatch. This will be equal to an app dispatch. Go ahead and import that. Equal to use dispatch. All right, and then one more function, const check-in. This will be an arrow function which takes an e-react mouse event HTML button element. Here we'll say e.prevent default. Then we'll say if book and user. We're going to go ahead and say dispatch check check-in book. Let's go ahead and import our check-in book from our Redux slice. Then inside book, we're going to want employee. This will be user. Then after we dispatch this, we're going to dispatch set display loan to false. Go and import our set display loan by hovering over and hitting input. And we're also going to dispatch set current book to undefined. Again, let's hover over and we'll import our set current book. So this is basically opposite. We don't need to take in the user's library card because we're just checking it in. Let's go ahead and return a div with a class name of book check-in. Once again, inside of the curly braces, we're going to say book and user, and we'll have a form, class name of book check-in form. And here we'll have an H3 and it'll say check-in book titled. We'll have curly braces and then book.title. Below this, we'll have an H4 that says check-in employee ID. We'll have an input with a class name, book check-in input. The value will be user._ID. And once again, this will be disabled. Then we'll have a button with the class name, book check-in button. On click will be check-in and it'll say check-in book. That component is good to go basically. So now we just need to set up the CSS, which will be very simple. Inside the CSS, we'll say book check-in. This will be width 100%, height fit content, display flex. We'll have justify content center. We'll have a line item center. We'll have padding 16 and margin bottom 32. Next, we have our book check-in form, height 100%, width 100%, display flex, flex direction column, line item center, then justify content flex start. Next, we need our book check-in input. And here we have height 2.25 rem, width 80%, font size 1.5 rem, overflow hidden, text overflow ellipsis, the margin bottom 8px. Finally, we have a book check-in button. Here we have width 80%, height 2.5 rem, font size 1.5 rem, margin top 8px, border radius 12px, border none, background color secondary, and cursor pointer. Then we need to copy our book check-in button, and let's go ahead and paste it and do hover. Inside the hover, we have border 2px solid primary, and our background color will be background secondary, and that should be good to go there. Now we need to set up the determine modal function inside the utils. So let's go into our utils and go into book utils. Back inside our book utils, something that I missed earlier, we want to make sure we rename this and make sure it's a TSX because we are going to be returning an element out of here. Let's go ahead and create a new function. So export function determine load modal content. This is going to take in a book and return a JSX element. Here what we're going to say is if book.records.length is equal to 0 or our book.records0.status is equal to available. If either of these is the case, we want to return book checkout. Go ahead and hit enter to import that, close that. Otherwise, we're going to return book check-in. Go ahead and hit enter to import that, close it off. So basically, if we have no records and it obviously isn't checked out so it's available, or if the most recent status is available, then we can go ahead and show the checkout form. Otherwise, we'll return the check-in form. And now we need to go ahead and go into our actual checkout modal. And in here, inside of our loan content, we want to go ahead and put in a current book question mark. So as long as we have a current book, what we want to go ahead and do is we want to say determine loan modal content. We can go ahead and import that. And we want to pass in that current book. If for some reason our current book is not set up, we'll just go ahead and return a fragment. Again, this is just a failsafe. This shouldn't happen, but you never know, something bad could happen. Now let's go ahead and export this loan book modal from our index file. So let's go into index. Let's go ahead and import our loan book modal. Enter. Let's go and export it. So get out of the export and export loan book modal. Now we're ready to go ahead and set this up inside of our pages. So let's go back into our layout page. So layout page and layout page.tsx. Let's go and put in curly braces state.display loan. And we're going to go ahead and say loan book modal. Hit enter, close that up and save. So now if a librarian is logged in and they decide to go ahead and loan out a book for a patron, they should be able to do that. So what this might look like, let's go back into our application. So now we can see Veronica is logged in, and let me just go ahead and pop up all of our books on the side here. So let's just say that Summer walked up to Veronica at the library and handed her the system design book. We can go ahead and basically scan the book into here, and this should get the barcode. As you can see, we get system design, it's available. So what would happen next is basically Veronica would be like, okay, well, we can go ahead and open up this. So now we need the library card for the patron. So what would happen is, once again, we would get the patron's card. Patron say, okay, here you go. Here is my library card. You'd scan it, put it in here. So now we have the employee's library. We have the patron's library card. We have the person who's checking it out. Now we should theoretically be able to say, okay, let's check it out to this person, loan book. As you can see, now it says status unavailable because it was checked out to Summer. And later on, we'll go through and see that that actually happened. So now obviously it says status unavailable, but as an employee, you can actually click on this. You can say, okay, now we want to go ahead and check in the book. Check in the book. Now it says available. And if we went through and looked at all the data, you would see that. So now what we want to go ahead and do is work on clicking on this. And then as you're logged in as an employee, you should be able to see all of the book's information there saying, hey, this person checked it out, this person checked it out, so on and so forth. It's also going to show some other other information. Then if you logged in as a non-employee, it'll just show the information. And we'll set up with setting up those records on the patrons pages as well. So let's hop into our code and take a look at how we do that. Back inside our code, we're ready to start setting some things up. I'm going to go ahead and close out some of the book stuff. We will probably need a little bit of this information a little bit later on, but for the time being, I do want to clean this up a little bit. And what we want to go ahead and start with is we need to set up some more stuff to grab some data, and then we'll start working on the pages and whatnot. So we're going to start out inside of our book slice inside of Redux. And what we want to go ahead and do is we want to set up a new async thunk that'll allow us to grab a book specifically by a barcode. So we're going to say export const load book by barcode. This will be equal to create async thunk. We're going to call this book/id. We're going to set up our async function. It's going to take in a payload type string and a thunk API. Inside of here, we're going to say a try catch. Inside the try, we're going to say let res equal to await axios.get. And then we're going to get http:// localhost 8000/book/query $barcode equal to. We're going to say $ curly braces. And we're going to put in payload. So it's going to query the book based off of the barcode. Let me make sure I spell barcode right. There we go. Okay. And then after we make the request, we're going to say let book equal to res.data.page.item0. If we do accidentally bring back more than one book, we'll just grab the first one. We're going to say if not book or book.barcode is not equal to payload. Some error happens, we're going to throw a new error. But if everything works out, we'll just go ahead and return the book. Inside the catch, it's going to say return a thunk API.reject with value E. So pretty simple. We're just going to query based off that barcode. As long as it's all set up correctly, we should only ever get one. Let's go ahead and set up the cases. So we'll find the end of our pending cases and we'll do builder.addCase. And we'll pass in our load book by barcode.pending. We'll pass in our callback function state in action. Inside we'll say state is equal to an object, ... state. We're going to say loading true. Then we'll also go ahead and return that state. Next we'll scroll down to the last fulfilled that we have. And in here we'll go ahead and say builder.addCase. We'll add a case for a load books by barcode.fulfilled. Pass in our state in action inside of our callback function. And in here, we're going to say state is equal to an object, ... state. We're going to go ahead and say loading false. We're going to set our current book to action.payload. Once again, we'll go ahead and return the state. And finally, we'll say builder.addCase, load book by barcode.rejected. Here, we'll have state in action. Once again, state is equal to an object, ... state. We're going to have loading false, error true. We'll go ahead and return that state. Make sure we stay inside. All right. So now that should be good to go. Now we can actually grab the specific book or the resource that we're trying to look at. So now let's go ahead and make our resource page that we can display whenever we actually want to look at a specific book. So inside of our pages, we'll right click new folder and we're going to go ahead and call this resource page. And we'll make a new file called resource page. We're going to hold off on creating a CSS for now. If we do need it, we'll create it later. So we're going to import use dispatch and use selector. We're going to import use navigate and use params. And we're going to import use effect. Next, let's go ahead and export default function resource page. Inside, we're going to have a const dispatch. So we have type app dispatch. Go ahead and import that. This will be equal to use dispatch. Next, we'll say const book state. This will be equal to use selector. Pass in the state as root state. Go ahead and import that by hitting enter. Let's go ahead and return state.book. Next, we'll say const barcode is equal to use params. And we'll say const navigate is equal to use navigate. Next, we're going to set up a use effect. Inside of our dependency array, we're going to say book state.error and barcode. So if either one of these two change, we're going to rerun our use effect. Inside the use effect, we're going to say if barcode. So if we have a barcode, we're going to call it dispatch. We're going to dispatch load book by barcode. Let's go ahead and import this by clicking on this little bulb, and then we're going to pass in that barcode. Then if our book state.error, we're going to go ahead and navigate to /catalog. So if something goes wrong whenever trying to go or look at this book, we'll go ahead and just go back to the catalog page and we're good to go. Now let's go ahead and set up our page. So we're going to go and return. Let's return a div of the class name page. And then inside here, let's have a div of the class name of page container. Since these are our global styles, I don't do anything with that. And this is ready to go to kind of start building some more things. Now let's go into our app component and set up this page to be viewed. So app.tsx. So now instead of resource, what we're going to do is we're going to bring in the resource page here, hit enter to import that, close it off. So now whenever we go to /resource/barcode and there's actually a barcode there, it's going to go ahead and load the resource page for us. Also, let's just do one thing. Let's just go ahead and show the barcode here just to see what's going on and save. Let's go into our app really quick just so you guys can see that this is working. Now you can see we had clicked on the interview design book, I believe, and you can see that we have the barcode here. So everything's working as expected. Let's go and get rid of this because we are going to build some components now. So now we're going to build the book overview component. So inside of our features book components, here. We're going to right click new folder. We're going to call this book overview. So this is going to be just primary information. We're going to put up some other components in here. So I'm going to right click new file book overview.tsx. Go ahead and right click new file book overview.css. Go into our TSX. This is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to import React from React, and we're going to import useselector. We're going to go ahead and import our book overview.css. We're going to go ahead and export const book overview. This will be React FC arrow function. We're going to say const book state is equal to useselector. Inside the useselector, we'll pass in the state and root state. Go ahead and import root state by hitting enter. Let's go ahead and return state.book. We'll also say const user. This will be equal to useselector as well. Pass in our state root state. This one will go ahead and return state.authentication.logged-in-user. Now let's go ahead and return. Inside of return, let's set up a div with the class name book overview. Inside book overview, we're going to go ahead and have some curly braces. We're going to say book state.currentBook and not book state.loading. And we're going to have a fragment. And inside the fragment, we're going to have a book information. Hit enter to go ahead and import that. We're going to pass in book equal to book state.currentBook. So the reason that we're checking to make sure that we have a book state and it's not loading is because maybe the book state is behind. Maybe we went from somewhere else and it hasn't cleared up yet. So we want to make sure that we have loaded in the new book. So whenever it's not loading anymore, we're not looking for the new book. And we want to make sure that the book information is there. That way, whenever we pass in the book into the book information component, nothing breaks. So now we're going to go ahead and go into our book overview.css. We're going to say .book overview. And inside book overview, we're going to say width 100%. We're going to say height fit content. And that is good to go. So next, we're going to make a new component. We're going to call this book subject. So now inside components, new folder, we're going to make this called book subjects. Inside book subjects, right click new file, book subjects.tsx, and then right click new file, book subjects.css. All right, now inside of book subject.tsx, I'm just going to move some things around here just to make it a little bit easier on ourselves. We do not need the app.txs. So we're going to import React from React. We're going to import our book subjects.css. We're going to say interface book subject props. It's going to have a subjects, which is a string array. And we're going to go ahead and export const book subjects. This is a React.fc. Inside of our angled brackets, we're going to say book subjects props. This will be equal to an arrow function. And then inside of our parameters, we're going to break apart that prop. So we're going to have subjects inside of curly braces. Inside of our component, we're going to return a div with a class name book subjects. Inside the div, we'll have an h3 with book subjects inside of it. Below that, we'll have a div with a class name book info subjects box. Then we'll have curly braces. We're going to say subjects.map. We're going to map each subject with index. We're going to say if index is not equal to subjects.length -1. We're going to return a p tag with class name book info subject with a key equal to subject. Inside, we're going to have curly braces in subject with a comma at the end. Otherwise, we're going to return a p with class name book info subject, key equal to subject, and then curly braces subject. Now on to our CSS. Inside the CSS, we're going to have .book subjects, be width 100%, height fit content, max height 256, background color, background secondary, border radius 12px, margin top 16, padding 16, and box shadow of box shadow. Next, we'll do a book info subjects box. Height will be 150px, width 100%, overflow y auto, margin bottom 8px, display flex, and flex wrap. And lastly, we have book info subject. This will have margin right 8px and margin bottom 4px. Now we need to go ahead and import this into our book overview. So back into book overview, and below our book information, we're going to bring in our book subjects. Hit enter to import that. We'll say subjects is equal to book state.currentBook.subjects. Now our subject area is ready to go. Now we have another one that's going to be called additional info. So we're going to go ahead and right click new folder, book additional info. Inside of book additional info, new file, book additional info.tsx. Right click new file, book additional info.css. Again, this is going to be basically just a presentational component. So let's go ahead and import React from React, and let's import the CSS. Let's go and make an interface called book additional info props. This is just going to have a book of type book. Let's go ahead and import the book by hovering over, clicking the icon. We're good to go there. Let's go ahead and export const book additional info. This is a React.fc. Pass in the book additional info props inside of the brackets. This will be equal to an arrow function. Then inside of the parameters, we'll go ahead and break apart the book. Inside, we'll go ahead and just return. We'll set up a div with a class name additional book info. Here we'll have an h2 that says additional information about. Then we'll say curly braces book.title. Below here, we'll have another div with a class name additional book info container. Inside the container, we'll have a div with a class name additional book info group. Here we'll have a h4 the class name additional book info text. And inside it's going to say published by. We'll have a p tag class name additional book info text. Inside it's going to have a book.publisher. Then outside the div, we'll have another div with a class name additional book info group. Inside of a h4 with the class name additional book info text. h4 will say published on. Then we'll have a p tag with the class name additional book info text. This is going to have a curly brace. We're going to say new date. Inside we're going to say book.publication date. Then we're going to say .toDate string, and then we're going to have another div with the class name additional book info group. Once again, we'll have an h4, the class name additional book info text. This one's going to say ISBN. We'll have another p tag with a class name additional book info text. This is going to be book.barcode. Finally, one last div with a class name additional book info group. This one will be an h4 with the class name additional book info text. This one's going to say number of pages, and one final p tag with a class name additional book info text. And here it's going to be book.pages. So that's kind of our block of additional information we're going to include with the book. Let's go ahead and do the CSS. So there's a lot there, but the CSS is pretty simple. We're going to have a additional book info width 100%. Our height is going to be 256. Margin top 16px. Padding 16px. Border radius 12px. Background color, background secondary, and box shadows, box shadow. Next up, we have additional book info container. This will be width 100%. Height 80%. Display flex. Justify content space between. And align item center. Then we have additional book info group. This will be height 100%. This will be width 25%. Display flex. Flex direction column. Justify content center. And align item center. And finally, our additional book info text. This one's just going to have text align center. Once again, we're good to go here. We need to go back into our book overview. Inside our book overview, let's go ahead and put in the book additional info. Enter. Now we need the book. So say book equal to book state.current book. That's another section complete. Now the last section is the book history item section. So we need a couple more components. I am going to go ahead and close out of the additional info and the book overview and subjects and whatnot. We're going to go ahead and right click new folder, and this is going to be called book history item. This is something we'll reuse. We're probably going to end up going ahead and exporting this out of the index, but it is what it is. So go ahead and right click new file, book history item.tsx, and right click new file, book history item.css. Again, this is an entirely display. We're going to go ahead and import React. We're going to go ahead and import use navigate. Then we're going to finally import the book history item.css. We're going to say interface book history item prompts. This is going to take in a record, which is a lone record. Hit enter. We're good to go there. Let's go ahead and export const book history item. This is a React FC. Pass in the book history item props inside the angled brackets. Make this an arrow function. Inside the parameters, let's go ahead and break apart the props. So put record inside of curly braces. Then we're going to say const navigate is equal to use navigate. We're going to set up a function called visit profile. Inside this, we're going to navigate with backticks / profile / and this is going to be $ curly brace record.patron. This function will allow us to go to the user's profile page, which last checked out the book or whoever owns the record basically. Let's go ahead and return a div with the class name book history item. Inside this, we're going to have an h4 status, and then we're going to have a span with the class name. We're going to have record.status equal to available question mark. If this is the case, it's going to be green. Otherwise, it's going to be red. And then inside the span, we're going to have record.status. Below the h4, we're going to have a div with a class name book history item group. Inside the div of a p with a style attribute. Inside it's going to be cursor pointer. Then we're going to have an on click equal to visit profile. Inside we're going to have patron, and we're going to have curly braces record.patron. Below that p tag, we're going to have another p tag with loan date. We're going to have curly braces, and we're going to say new date. Inside we're going to say record.loan date. We're going to say .toDate string. Then below we're going to have curly braces. We're going to say record.status is equal to available, and we're going to say record.return to date, and we're going to make another p tag. This one's going to say return date, and then once again inside of curly braces we're going to say new date, and since we know that there's a return date, we're going to say record.return date, and we're going to say .toDate string as well. So that's the first section. We're going to go ahead and make another div with a book history item group, and here we'll have a p tag with loaner, and this is going to be record.employee out. We're going to have another p tag with return by date. This is going to have curly braces, and then new date. This is going to have record.duedate, .toDate string. Then again we'll have our curly braces. It's going to say record.status is equal to available, and record.employee in, and a p tag. This is going to say returner. We're going to have curly braces, and it's going to be record.employee in. Now it looks a little bit strange the way that it's all set up, but trust me, there's a reason behind this. I set it up to look specific. So let's go ahead and do the CSS. So inside of our book history item CSS, let's start out with book history item. We're going to have height fit content. We're going to have width 100%. We're going to have border top 1px solid. This is going to be RGBA 000.1. I have a border bottom of the same, so 1px solid, and then RGBA 000.1. We're going to have a display flex. We'll have a line item center, and we're going to have a justify content space evenly, and we're going to have a padding 8px. Next we'll have our book history item group, and here we'll have width 49%. We're going to have height fit content. We're going to have display flex direction column, justify content center, and align item center. Next we'll say red. This will be color # CB4C4E. This is one of those colors that probably could have been saved. Green. This will be color. This will be # 3CB043. 3. So kind of like a muted red and a muted green. They look pretty nice. So now we need to actually set up the actual history component that's going to display these. So go ahead and right click, new folder. So this is going to be called book history component. We're going to go ahead and right click, new file, book history.tsx, and then right click, new file, book history.csx. Go into the TSX. We're going to go ahead and just import React from React. We need to import the book history.css. We need to create an interface called book history props. Inside we'll have a book of type book. Hover over and go ahead and import book. Let's go and export const book history. This is a React FC. Pass in the book history props inside the brackets. Turn this into an arrow function. And then inside of the parameters, go ahead and pass the book history prop book. All right, sounds good. Let's go ahead and return a div with the class name book history. Inside of an h2 with loan history. And then we'll have a div with the class name book history box. Inside of book history box, we're going to have our curly braces. We're going to say book.records.map. We're going to map each individual record. And we're going to return a book history item. Hit enter to go and import that. The key will be record underscore ID and the record are equal to record. So now that's going to just go ahead and map through all of the records on a book and display them. Now some of them aren't going to have any, so it'll just be empty for the time being. Other of them might have more than one. Of course, our example, we don't have too many loans or anything like that. So I'll try to make a loan that's out, and I'll also go ahead and go back and look at the other one so we can just kind of see. So now let's go ahead and go into the CSS. Very simple CSS. So we're going to say book history. We're going to have width 100%. We're going to have height to fit content. We're going to say overflow hidden. We're going to have background color or background secondary. We're going to have padding 16px. We're going to have margin top 16px. We're going to have border radius 12px. We're going to have box shadow of box shadow. Next we'll have book history box. You have width 100%. Height will be 200 pixels. Overflow Y will scroll. And padding top will be 16px. Well, that's all good to go. So let's go ahead and put this into our book overview. So back into book overview, we're going to go ahead and below the additional info, we're going to go ahead and do some curly braces. We're going to say user type is employee. So if this is the case, we're going to say and we're going to say book history. Hit enter. We're going to pass in the book equal to book state.current book. Let's close this off. So if the employee is logged in and they actually are an employee, they can go ahead and view all of the information about the book. So now let's go ahead and export the book overview from the index. So go into our index. Let's go ahead and import our book overview. We can hit enter and it'll do that for us. Let's go down to the export. Let's type in our book overview. Now what we can go and do is we can go into our resource page and we can go ahead and put in the book overview here. So let's go ahead and say book overview. We can hit enter and that'll bring it in. We don't need anything else. So there we go. Now, hopefully I didn't type anything. I probably should have brought the book overview in here a little bit earlier. That way we can just make sure everything was good as we were going. Let's go ahead and open up our application now. And now, as you remember, I just clicked on a random one. So now we don't have any loan history because no one has actually loaned it out yet. We have who was published by, we have some information, but if we go back into our view catalog and let me grab the barcode for the one that we actually did check out here. So here's the book that we already checked out. So now we see system designer view. It is available. We click on here. You can see for some reason we have two. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but maybe I was testing around because this one says November 3rd. Interesting. I must have done something, but don't remember. Yeah, because this one says October 2030. So I'm guessing I was messing around and something broke or we did something strange. But anyway, it seems like this is here. Now, if we actually click on the patron, it should take us to Summer Smith. Obviously, we can't change anything because this is Veronica's account. We actually go ahead and go into Veronica's account. And for some reason, this isn't updating. That was working before. I'm not sure what's going on with that. So I might have to debug or I might let you guys deal with that state. And I'm guessing that error is back even though I'd fixed it. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and log out of this account. Let's go ahead and log into Summersmith and see what happens when we try to view that same thing. So summer.smith@mail.com and then password. Let's log in. Let's go ahead and search that same book. So go ahead and paste in that barcode. Go into here. We can't click on anything. We click on this. You can see it doesn't have that other information. So now outside of that small bug that if I can get the fix for it again, I'll give it to y'all. Otherwise, I'm going to task you guys with kind of fixing that small issue. Now, all we have left to do is to be able to go into Summer's profile page here and view all of the books that she's already checked out and viewed and everything. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Let's wrap up the final section here, or the last planned section, and then I do plan to go ahead and maybe add one more unplanned section to kind of go over a fix for this issue that popped up on the profile page. I thought I had fixed it, but I guess I hadn't. So again, I'm going to kind of go through a review, and I'll walk you guys through the steps of actually fixing that once I get it figured out. for like the 5th time. The last thing that we need to set up is the loan history on the user's profile. So let's go ahead and close out of a few things here that we do not need anymore. So we don't need any of this stuff. We might need a history, but again, it's fine. So we're going to set up a new component. I'm not sure where we put this at. I guess we're going to put this into profile because this is where it belongs. We're going to go ahead and right click new folder, and we're going to go ahead and call this profile loan record. And inside of here, we'll right click new file, profile loan record.tsx, and then we'll right click new file, profile loan record.css. All right, so now inside of our TSS file, we're going to go ahead and import React from React. We're also going to import the profile loan record.css, and we're also going to set up an interface called profile loan record props. And that's going to take in a single record of type loan record. Hit enter to import that. We're good to go there. Let's go ahead and export const profile loan record. This will be a react.fc, and pass in profile loan record props inside the angled brackets. Make this an arrow function, and then inside the parameters, let's break the props apart by doing the curly braces and then record. Inside of our component, we're going to go ahead and return a div with the class name profile record. Inside the div, we'll have an h4 with title. We'll have curly braces and then record.item.title. Next, we'll have an h4 status. We'll have curly braces, and here it's going to be record.status equal to available. We'll have a question mark. If it is, we'll say returned. Otherwise, it'll say loaned. Next, we'll have a p with a loan date. We'll have our curly braces. We'll have a new date. Inside, we're going to have record.loanedDate.toDate string. We're going to have another p tag with return by date. This will also have curly braces and a new date. Inside the new date will be record.dueDate.toDate string. And finally, have another set of curly braces. This is going to say record.returnedDate. And we're going to set up a p tag. Inside the p tag, let's create date returned. And then this is going to be curly braces once again. And then we'll have new date. Inside the new date, we'll have record.returnedDate. It will say .toDate string. And there is our simple component, which will display the information on the user's profile. Let's go into the CSS. We'll say .profile record with 100%, height fit content, border bottom 1px solid, RGBA 000.2, padding top 6px, padding bottom 6px. Now we actually need to make the history. So let's go into our components again, new folder, and this is going to be called profile loan history. Inside of profile loan history, new file, profile loan history.tsx, and then right click new file, profile loan history.css. Inside the TSX, we're going to import React, use effect, and use state. We're going to import use selector. We're going to import Axios, and let's finally import the profile loan history CSS. Let's go ahead and export const profile loan history. This will be React FC arrow function. Inside will say const user is equal to use selector. Inside the use selector will say state is a root state. Hit enter to go ahead and import that. We'll go ahead and return state.authentication.profile user. Next we'll say const records and set records is equal to use state. This will be type loan record array. This will just start out as an empty array. I'm going to go ahead and hover over here and import this so we're good to go. We're going to make a function called fetch records for user. This will be an async arrow function. So now we'll say if user. We're going to set up a try catch. Inside the try, we're going to say let res equal to await axios.post. Inside the post, we're going to say http://localhost 8000/loan/query. Then we need an object. Inside the object, we need property patron. And we're going to pass in the value as user._id. So we're going to search for records based off this patron. And then what we want to do is say let r equal to res.data.records. We're going to finally say set records to r. Then we're going to set up a use effect. Inside the use effect, we're going to watch user. And then whenever the user changes, which it should work because whenever you click off the profile, it should set it to undefined. So we're going to call fetch records for a user. Now that our use effect is set up, let's go ahead and return a div with a class name, profile loan history. We're going to have an h2 with a class name of profile loan header. It's going to have curly braces. And we're going to say user $first name. And we're going to say apostrophe s. Item loan history. We're going to have curly braces. We're going to say records.map. We're going to map through each record. And for each record, we're going to return a profile loan record. Go ahead and hit enter to go ahead and import that. We're going to pass the key equal to record._id. And the record is going to equal to record. Go ahead and save that. Now let's go ahead and set up the CSS for this. So in profile loan history, we'll say profile loan history. We'll have a height 100%, a width 100%, and an overflow y auto. Then we'll have a profile loan header. This is going to have a position sticky. It's going to have a top 0 and then a background color of var background secondary. Now we can save that. Let's go ahead and export the loan history from the index.ts. So index.ts. Let's go ahead and import our loan history. Hit enter to bring that in, and let's go ahead and do an export, and let's go ahead and put in our profile loan history here. So now that we've got that set up, we can go into our profile page. So let's go into our pages, profile page, and now inside of our right column, we want to bring in that profile history. So we're going to add curly braces. We're going to say profile profile user. And now we're going to say profile loan history, hit enter and bring that in like that. Now we should be able to hop back in and let's take a look. So now you can see that we have the different things that they actually did. I'm pretty sure that the one that was like 2030, I'm guessing that was whenever we were testing it out and I put in the incorrect information. And you can only view your own. We can go ahead and log out of Summer's account. Let's go ahead and log into Veronica Vaughn. To make our lives a little bit easier, I'm going to copy and paste Veronica's email. So Veronica Vaughn, and it's librarian1. Go ahead and log in. Now if we go ahead and go into the book that we were looking at, so let me grab the ID for the book. We go ahead and copy and paste that. Let's go ahead and search for that book. We can go ahead and click on this, and now we can see that's available. But if we want to see who did it last, we can click on here. We see Summer. We can see all the information, and then if it wasn't returned, we'd also see that as well. So that basically wraps up the entire application. Now there is one small bug, or maybe two small bugs, that I am going to go ahead and look into once again. It was all working whenever I put this together, but maybe I forgot to typo something or something happened. So I'm going to look into these. I'm going to make one more additional section to this, going over the fixes for these. That way you're not kind of left in the dark, I suppose. Or if you guys want to, you could try to figure it out yourself. Either way, it's up to you. But if we click on Veronica's account, for some reason, these aren't updating like it's supposed to. And also, if you go into our console, you'll see that we have these errors. The component is changing uncontrolled input. Again, I had these fixed. Not sure what's going on. And for some reason, whenever the actual profile updates, is not updating these information. So I will go ahead and show you guys the fix of that in the next section. Other than that, that's all I have for this. You guys can also, add more features to this. So I'll see you guys in the last section and then the outro, where I might have some ideas for you guys to move forward with this application. As I mentioned before, I do want to go ahead and go over what this bug was inside of the profile page, as well as that other error. And you guys probably could have figured this out on your own. Maybe you wouldn't have. I'm not 100% sure, because this one was a little bit of a tricky bug. So the error that's popping up, if we go ahead and go into our application really quick, and whenever we go into our inspect window or go to our console, let me refresh so I can get that bug to pop up. Watch it not pop up anymore. There we go. So this is saying that a component is changing an uncontrolled input to be controlled. This is likely caused by the value changing from undefined to defined, which should not happen. So this is a little bit of a cryptic message, and it's not actually what you expect. The actual problem here is that we're taking the data from our state inside of our slice, and then it's going into here. So if we go back into our code really quick, I can kind of show you what's going on here. So inside of our code, whenever we call our use state, it is actually grabbing the data here, and it's grabbing from user state.profile user. And then same thing here. If we don't have a user, we're setting it from here. So basically we're taking a copy of the profile user from our slice and we're using it, except it's not making a deep copy. It's literally just referencing that same exact element. So this is not good. The other problem that we have, we hop back into our code, is if I go back, we should have Summer. Well, I guess not. Let's go ahead and search for that book so we can get Summer popping up again. So we search for the book. So paste, search. We go ahead and go in here and then go into our patron. So as you can see, this is not correct. And we click on this, it goes back. So it's not hydrating properly. And this is kind of the same issue. We're not setting things up to watch properly. So I have a 2-for-1 here that we can fix both of these bugs. Let's hop back into our code once again. So the first thing that we're going to go ahead and do is we're not going to populate this use effect here with the user state.profile user. We're going to get rid of that. And we're going to modify our use effect. Now, I'm sure that we probably could have ended up using our slice here. I don't remember if I had some sort of hydration issue with data or what was going on with this idea, but we can definitely make this work. What we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to check to see if there is a profile user. So we're going to say user state.profile user. So if we have a user state.profile user, what we're going to go ahead and do is instead of just making a reference, we're going to go ahead and say json.parse, and then we're going to say json.stringify. So we're going to make a literal deep copy of our profile user and put it into set user. That way, whenever we're modifying things, it's not messing with the state. And we also need to get rid of this user. And instead of watching for the user state.profile user to change, we're going to watch for the ID to change. So we're going to say !._ID. So now in my testing, this should work, unless it's going to make me look like a fool and all my testing goes for naught. But let's go ahead and go back into our application. Now you can see Summer Smith's profile, everything is hydrated. If we go into our inspect element, this is old. So if we actually clear out this to go into Veronica's account, you can see all of the information is hydrated and we do not have that error anymore. So that is how we can actually fix that. Thank you for watching to the end to actually see that. And those who are sending me messages about, hey, there's an error in here, obviously you didn't watch to the end. Now I'll meet you guys in the outro where I have some ideas of what you can implement next.
If you made it to this point, congratulations, you made it to the very end of the tutorial and should have a fully functioning, fully featured MERN stack application for a library management system. Now, as I mentioned inside the video, this is still missing a few features that I want to let you guys go ahead and complete yourselves. So some ideas that you might want to go ahead and look into is getting a fully featured admin page working, because right now there's no way to actually add a librarian in there inside the application. There's no way to really add books, there's no way to remove books, and there's no way to really look at all the books information outside kind of the book pages. So my main goal for you guys would be, if you want to continue working on this project, is get some sort of admin page working where you can add users, delete users, and all of that sort of thing. That way you can go ahead and add your librarians, add books, remove books from circulation, and all of that stuff. But I think that's going to go ahead and pretty much wrap up the tutorial. I really appreciate everyone for stopping by and watching and all the support that I did get on this. I know it's a master tutorial. I haven't even finished editing it yet. I just need to go ahead and get all of this done. That way I can get some stuff cleared off my computer to go ahead and have a fresh start for the new year. But again, I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. I put a lot of work into it, so if you did make it to this point, please like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends who are new to coding, or even colleagues that aren't new to coding that just want something on their portfolio. And if you did pay for this, I really appreciate you guys are helping fund the channel and everything else. So without further ado, thank you all again for watching. This has been Ethan or Unknown Coder. Have a great day, and I'll see you guys in the next tutorial.